This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Good morning and welcome to Hornchurch for day 7 of what should be another exciting day of cricket. We've got a locked-in, heated battle at the top of the table between Old Brentwoods, who are currently sitting at 4-1 in the table. Another very strong side in Guggen, who are off to a flying start, and the East Londoners, who are undefeated so far this European cricket series. These three teams have been absolutely incredible to start off this series, and let's see who finishes on top and manages to get that important seeding heading into the quarter-finals. We'll also see the return of the Havering 11, an excited, young, talented team who are crowd favorites here in Hornchurch. We saw them come ever so close to pulling off the greatest upset we have ever seen in the European Cricket Series, and they'll be back for more in our last 2 matches of the day. Meanwhile, CFS Pinnacle Pro make their return as well. They picked up their first victory in the ECS yesterday, and they'll be hoping to build on that momentum and start to march up the table. It's been a run feast so far here in Hornchurch. There hasn't been too much in it for the bowlers, but will we finally see the flow of runs slow down, or is it going to be sixes galore once again here at Hornchurch? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next. Match number 31 of the European Cricket Series is between Guggen and Old Brentwoods. Let's head over to the coin toss, where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters. Thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this game between two really strong sides. Old Brentwoods are off to a terrific start. They are currently 4-1. They're blessed with an incredible top order featuring Westfield, Alan Jones, Khan, and Chaudhry. The 4 of them have been in terrific form so far this series. It's been runs galore from that top 4, and that's why we saw them pull off the 5th highest chase we have ever seen on the European Cricket Network yesterday. Meanwhile, their opponents, Guggen, for them, it's all about Vijay Surya, who's had 3 90-plus scores so far in the ECS. But funny enough, he only crossed the 100 threshold once. Key bowler for them, though, is going to be Dilshan. He's going to bowl 2 valuable overs in the upcoming match. Let's head over to the commentary box, where you'll be joined by Tina Guff.
Thanks very much, Nish, for that brilliant intro, and looking forward to today with 5 more games coming your way, starting off with an absolute thriller. OBs against Guggen. Both sides have already dished up one great game that came your way yesterday, and I'm sure this Tuesday morning promises to be another fantastic one. But maybe we can take a look back at what happened yesterday first, because it was an absolute festival of runs, wasn't it? We had the 5th highest run chase. We also had a record-breaking game where 429 runs were scored in one game. And, well, if anything like that happens again today, I'm sure we're in for an absolute treat. Weather forecast, well, it's slightly overcast and cloudy, but certainly warming up, and the forecast for the rest of the week looks pretty decent, especially for the Great British summertime. So I know going towards the pointy end of this tournament that the fans are going to come in and the cricket is going to rain down here as we go into match 31, so well into Group B here, with OBs and Guggen surely looking to compete at the top of the table. Remember though, we already know the status of the 4 sides going through in Group B because of the late change we had to the group. But let's first take a look back at what happened yesterday. First game featured Guggen and OBs, these 2 sides, so it's going to be another early morning thriller. And as Nish was saying, the OBs managed to chase down 181, a massive target, the 5th highest ever in relative easy fashion, 4 balls left. And it was a real team effort, as well as Raminder, of course, for Gagan scoring the runs too short of his maiden century. But for OBs, the top score was actually only 58, Sagar Joshi, but he was ably supported by the captain Baba Chowdhury, finishing on an unbeaten 50. Going into the second game of the day, then match 27, that was between CFS Pinnacle Pro and OBs, who came back for their doubleheader. This time again, they were able to chase a slightly lower target in relatively easy fashion. They had 9 balls left on that occasion, and Alan Jones, who was new into the side, immediately into the runs with 45 not out off just the 11 deliveries. He's certainly one to watch for the side. And Gagan then came back, and this was all about one man, Raminder Vijay Surya, 113 not out off just 32 deliveries. They only lost the 1 wicket, scoring 235, and that was always going to be too much for the opposition. Then they came back, and well, we feared for Havering, didn't we? They've come in as a new side, and they just saw Gagan score 235, but they bowled tremendously between them, and Jamie Green, the captain, Alfie Jeeves, picked up 3 wickets apiece, but unfortunately, despite a little flourish at the end by Callum Berry for the Havering 11, they fell just an agonising 5 runs short. But that was the first of the double headers for Havering, and we thought they certainly would have a chance in the final game against a side, CFS, who hadn't won a game up until that time. CFS put 143 on the board thanks to their key man with the bat, Aya Kadaka. He scored 69. And in response, it was Aussie. He was into the team, scored 59 not out, but again, Havering 11 just fell agonisingly short in the run chase, but surely they've got a win up their sleeves. And again, they'll be playing the last 2 games of the day, the Hornchurch slot, as we take a look at the standings. And OBs sitting pretty at the top of the table, but they have played 2 more games than the chasing pack, and this is why this game is particularly intriguing. And of course, we say hello again to the East Londoners, who had a day off yesterday, but they'll be coming back with the 3 games today. So again, a big day for them as they want to boost their way to the top of the table. They're the only unbeaten side so far. And CFS, well, of course, we know they're going to go through to the quarterfinals. They have the day off today. So maybe Havering 11, with their 2 games coming at the end of the day, they can leapfrog CFS into 4th place. But just as a recap then, because Havering 11 came late into the tournament, they won't be able to go through to the quarterfinals. So we do know the status of those 4 teams going through, but it's still vitally important for all teams to pick up points, because they want to boost their way up the table. They certainly don't want to face the likes of the Mighty Tigers or hosts Hornchurch going into the quarterfinals. So let's turn our attentions to the games that are coming up today, starting with match 31 then, between OBs and Gagan. As I've said previously, it threatens to be an absolute thriller. OBs bring in 2 players back into their lineups, Wasim Khalid, Ramiz Rahman, who we've seen earlier in the tournament, come back in for Baba Chowdhury's side. As for Gagan, we've got 2 debutants, Harman Taka and Pradeep Chichi, come in for Gagan. And well, there you see the captain at the very top, Raminder Vijay Surya, 720 fantasy points, as Nish was saying in the intros. That's thanks to his 3 90-plus scores. 98, 113 not out, and then 91. He's surely the key wicket for the OBs to get. But of course, it was Gagan who won the toss. They have elected to field first. Interestingly here, the win predictor probably wouldn't have reckoned with that. OBs 67% to Gagan's 33%. What I will say though for Gagan is they have been so mightily impressive with the bat, not so much with the ball. On almost every occasion they've given up runs. In the first 2 games they gave up 180 plus runs in the field, and it was only thanks to their batting that they were able to beat that CFS side. Of course, in the OB's situation it was not enough to take home the win for Gagan, so they really need to tighten up in the field. Interesting then that the captain Raminder won the toss, decided to get his team out there early on this Tuesday morning, and now would be a very good time for them to impress with the ball, as much as of course they have done with the bat. As for OBs, well, they've mixed their order around yesterday and the day before. They've got some firepower. Baba Chowdhury, of course, the captain. Alan Jones, he's in the side again. It's good to see him, and he's actually out there in the middle at the non-strikers end. And of course, you've got the likes of Mervyn Westfield, Sagar Joshi, and Shabazz Khan, who can all hit a long ball. Asad Sajjad, he's been in and out of the side. He is not featuring this morning for OBs. He'll be a miss with both bat and ball. OBs, though, certainly boasting some batting depth. Of course, Aussie, he's not playing today either, having notched his maiden half-century yesterday. But here we go with the first ball of the day, and it's chipped down the ground. It's a tremendous shot. It'll be a one bounce from Sagar Joshi, the big left-hander who's opening up here for the OBs alongside Alan Jones. And as Nish mentioned, Dilshan De Silva will be a key bowler for Gagan, and he starts off for his side. He has got in for a bit of batting treatment the last couple of days. He's gone for runs, but now would be a very, very good time for the number 40 for Gagan to pick up some wickets and get into this OB's batting lineup. Perfect start though for Sagar Joshi as he goes straight down the ground and then through the vacant mid-wicket area, back-to-back fours. He's had 2 decent scores so far in the 5 games that OBs have played. He scored 44 off just 21 deliveries in the win in game 24. And then in the win against Gagan, this side, he scored 58 off 21, so it's no surprise to see him opening up for his side. And that one's just been lifted away, and watch out. Early contender for the Park 11 there, but he swerves the ball well on the outfield there. Dilshan De Silva just not quite found his lines yet. He went straight on the first delivery, got hit straight back over his head and tried to overcorrect the next 2, slightly down leg side. There is a little bit of movement, but that's just helped the left-handed Joshi work the ball away to the leg side. And it's interesting to see that a lot of the sides here have employed this left-hand, right-hand opening pairing, and it often wreaks havoc with the bowlers' lines, especially early on. Just coming up towards 10 AM local time here in London. And Dilshan De Silva just not quite woken up yet. That one flicks the pad. It's running away, the chase is on, and the Grizzly will win on that occasion. So the poor start for Gagan with the ball continues, and this has really been a symptom of their week so far. For all the praise we've lavished on them with the bat, with the ball they've just been a little sloppy. Have allowed teams an opening into a game that really on most occasions should have been done and dusted at the halfway stage with the runs that Gagan were able to pile on. That's a better delivery, but it's a hit-me ball in terms of the length. And, well, on the boundary, it's the first fumble of the day. Probably should have been taken. It was a tough enough chance for Yuvraj Malhotra out there tumbling forward. It was right in the slot in the end for Sagar Joshi. Just didn't quite get a hold of it. Dilshan De Silva can count himself unlucky that he doesn't pick up an early wicket here. They do manage to run through the single, so Alan Jones faces his first delivery of the day. He was someone who looked so impressive yesterday as well, able to score runs in quick time. And that's the best delivery Dilshan's bowled so far. It'll be the last one of the over as well. 18 off the first for OBs, a decent start. Alan Jones, he had a decent start yesterday. Didn't feature in the first day for Old Brentwoods, but yesterday scored 36 off just 10 deliveries in the win against their opponents out there in the middle now. 45 not out off 11 in game 27. As we take a look at some of the stats, 30 games played. The highest successful chase was between these two sides, 181. Average score batting first, 156. That's actually slowly creeping up and up. We started the week about 150, 152. But as the batters have found their stride here in this T10 format, and some more powerful batters, of course, have entered the tournament in Group B, then that average has just notched up a couple of runs. I'm sure it will continue to rise as we go towards the knockout phases. It has really been a series that's been dominated by the bat. As Chanaka Dilshan comes in to bowl the second, the left arm spinner, and that one's just given a bit of width, and Sagar Joshi crunches it over the covers. No one back there on the boundary. Probably would have been might have been a wide, but Joshi just throws his hands out at it and already notches his 4th boundary off the bat. Machalaka Dilshan, over 100 first-class wickets in Sri Lanka. Picked up a few wickets here already. 1 for 18 against OBs in game 26 and 2 for 28 in the record win against CFS. Gagan ending up winning by 51 runs. Chance for a catch here, and it's dropped once more. This time it's Harman Takar out on the point boundary. Almost the perfect outcome for Chanaka Dilshan. Just has Sagar Joshi flashing at that one. And for the second time in 2 overs, the tall left-hander is dropped on the boundary, and Gagan's misery in the field continues. Yeah, that game 28 against CFS was a record-breaking game on the network with 419 runs scored. Gagan registering 235 for 1. Oh, that's a massive hit off the bat of Alan Jones. He introduces himself to match 31 in absolute style with a Maximo, gets himself off the mark, and the excellent start for OBs continues. Yeah, match 28. Gagan 235 for 1. That was the game that Raminda Vijayasurya did manage to get through the nervous 90s, finishing on 113 off 32. Yuvraj Malhotra, his fellow opener, scored 55 off 20, and Arman Randhawa, he still had time to score 53 not out off 12. But even then, in response, a weak and slightly down on its luck CFS side managed to get to 184 for 6. Thanks to Aya Kadaka at the top. He scored 61 off 19, and Faris Haider 51 off 15. So just highlights the troubles that Gagan have been having in the field. It's only really been their batting firepower that's lifted them to those 2 wins. Rare miss there from Sagar Joshi. Chanaka Dilshan skids that one through. Decent over nonetheless though from Chanaka Dilshan. Just the 2 boundaries coming off it. 12 runs in total. OBs though, I'm sure they'll be happy with this start. 30 for no loss after 2. And joining me in the commentary box for the first time on this cloudy Tuesday morning, Nish, welcome. And how are you going to see this one unfolding? It's interesting in the standings. It's all about trying to get to the top of that ladder, isn't it?
Absolutely, and the standings just shows why this game is so important. You got 3 teams right up there in a 3-horse race. Old Brentwoods, East Londoners will be coming back today after having a well-earned day off yesterday. Looking forward to this. I think this is going to be an absolute run feast as we just see Jones launch one over the rope for 6 runs. But just going back to yesterday, we saw the most runs scored in a single T10 game. I wouldn't be surprised if this match ends up breaking that record or another one of these games that we have coming up. There are some quality batting sides involved in today's action.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying just as before you came on that the reason why there's been so many runs as well, especially in the games that have involved Gagan, is not only because of their tremendous batting, but also because, as we've already seen, 2 drops, their fielding and their bowling has let them down just a little, and that's allowed teams to score big runs against them.
Yeah, it's been batting of the highest quality, but the bowling, catching, and maybe even some of the field placement by the captains has been a little bit ordinary. This is a full toss. It's going to be struck away for 4 runs. Jones is going to feast on that kind of bowling.
That's Raminda Vijayasurya, the man who does so much damage with the bat, who's brought himself on here in the power play for Gagan. His first 2 deliveries haven't quite hit the mark. 6 followed by 4. That one was a bit of an ugly full toss that he was lucky Alan Jones didn't send into orbit. Jones getting off to a trademark blistering start here, 17 off 5. There's a mix-up here. We will have a run-out, and it's an unfortunate one for OBs. It was very much preventable. Alan Jones sent Sagar Joshi back. It was Jones's call, really. He took a few steps forward, but he did really sell Sagar Joshi down the river. By the time the big left-hander turned around, Vijay Sarir was already whipping the bails off, and unfortunate miscommunication from the 2 OBs openers. Not really ever a run on there, as Arman Randhawa cleaned it up and picked it up cleanly. And it is the first wicket to fall. A bit of friendly fire there for the OBs as they fall to 40 for 1.
Yeah, he's got no one to blame but himself really there, Jones, looking at that. A very disappointing way for Old Brentwoods to lose their first wicket. Sagar Joshi, such a talented batter. We've seen him score some big runs throughout this series, and well, Guggan will happily take that freebie. It's like getting a bonus wicket here from their perspective.
It was Harman Taka, in fact, who threw the ball in there. It went straight to him, really. I think Jones at first thought it might have got past the inner fielder. Sagar Joshi, by the time he realised what was happening, could only watch in slow motion as the bails were whipped off at the non-striker's end. New batter is Wasim Khalid. And suddenly, Raminder Vijay Sarir has found some control and pressure back on OBs here with 2 balls left in the power play. Raminder's reaction here seems to suggest it was pretty close to hitting that leg stump. Take a look at this one on replay. Wasim Khalid, so unlucky to call that one a wide. It is by the letter of the law. Wasim Khalid almost getting himself out before he's got going, but he does lift that one away. His first boundary of the innings, and it finishes the power play with a boundary as well, as OBs move to 46 for 1. 16 runs coming off that over. Decent start, but I think they'd probably trade in a few of those runs to get back that wicket of Sagar Joshi. That was a really unfortunate one in that over.
Really was, and terrible way for a batter who's been in great form to get dismissed. Saw him score a brilliant half-century yesterday in Guggan's opening match. Should say the Old Brentwoods opening match against this very Guggan side. It really tormented them with that 58 of just 21 deliveries. We'll take a look at the Manhattan here, and it's been a steady start for Old Brentwoods. 15 and over is about par for what we've seen so far this European cricket series. Certainly won't be displeased with the way things are going so far, but this game certainly hasn't spiraled out of control from Guggan's perspective either. You know, if they keep this Old Brentwood side to even under 170, I think they'll back themselves, as this is hammered away for 6 runs. Just give it a little bit of length to work with there by Malhotra, and he's going to feast on that kind of bowling.
A bit of a loose delivery from Malhotra, and it gets given the treatment by Alan Jones. I think you're right, Nish. Guggan, because of the batting that they have, anything under 170, even 180, I think they'll be relatively comfortable. They haven't chased on too many occasions, actually. It's I think only the second time they'll be chasing in the series so far. In fact, they haven't chased at all, and this will be a task for them, especially if they keep on serving up deliveries like that to Alan Jones. As that one is an action replay of the first one.
Yeah, he loves to target that mid-wicket boundary, doesn't he? He's just got this incredible knack of taking balls bowled on a wider line and somehow getting them away to that mid-wicket boundary. Just got to bowl wide Yorkers to him, really, and anytime he shuffles across, just see if you're brave enough to go for that leg stump.
A big welcome to everyone joining us in the chat on this Tuesday morning. Johnny's there, and Paul, Tim and Jules. 2 Pauls and Helix. I hope you're having a lovely Tuesday, as that one is clubbed away. Alan Jones is certainly having a lovely Tuesday so far. That's the third one that's pretty much landed on the same blade of grass, a good 15-20 meters over the rope. Yuvraj Malhotra, he's gone for 19 off his first 3 legal deliveries, 6-6, wide 6. OB's getting into their work here.
It's a tough one here for Malhotra. Take a look at this over so far. Every ball has disappeared for a 6, and you add that wide as well. Can Jones make it 4 in a row?
Calls of catch it, and it's an almost outstanding catch. We're going to have to look at that as Mihir Agarwal leaps up on the boundary rope. He was again kind of caught in 2 minds whether to try and take the catch, save the boundary in the end. Let's take a look. I think he's okay. It looks like his foot there lands inside the rope. The cap goes over the rope. That's not an issue. Yeah, left leg lands there. And it's unfortunate actually, Nish, because I think he would have been okay. Both his feet landed inside the rope. And if he could have held on to that ball, obviously it's easy to say in super slow motion, but it was a tremendous effort on the boundary there by Agarwal. But it did just go for a 1 then because of that boundary save, but the next one goes again for a 6. And this over has gone magical. 26 runs coming off it, and there's still a ball left. Outstanding effort though by Mihir on the rope.
I think one of the most incredible feats of fielding we saw yesterday was that one-handed catch out in the deep, where unfortunately the fielder just had to put it down because he was going to go over the rope with the momentum. This one has got plenty of height on it, and it's got the distance as well. Just about, though, just about. That was a terrific fielding effort out at long off. Just gets to the pitch of the ball there and manages to get just enough distance on it to find the boundary rope.
Yeah, the fielder there almost disappears into the tent, but the ball disappears over the rope, and it will be a supersonic over. 32 runs coming off that over from Yuvraj Malhotra. Obri's going up to 78 for 1 off just 4 deliveries. 4 deliveries, that would be something. 4 overs, thanks to 36 off 11 from Alan Jones, who's again looking dangerous. The one thing I'd say for him, though, is that he needs to convert starts. He's got 36, he's got a 45 not out. Can he go big? Can he repeat the antics of Araminda Vijay Surya going into the 90-plus scores 3 times yesterday? Mihir Agarwal, after his boundary antics, into the attack, and well, he might have saved the boundary in the previous over. The first one he bowls, though, gets deposited away, and Alan Jones continues and is in dangerous form here.
Another great shot here by Alan Jones, and he's just been in incredible form throughout this series. His strike rates have been absolutely remarkable. If you just take a look at them, I mean, he's had a strike rate of 386 for this ECS. That really is absolutely remarkable. And he's got one game plan, which is just try to hit as many 6s as he can towards that mid-wicket boundary, and no one's been able to stop him from doing that so far.
And the thing is, with his big hitting as well, it's not like he's just clearing the rope by a metre or 2. Most of these would be boundaries on any ground in world cricket. He's got so much power. Steps across, and goodbye Grizzly once more. There's almost nowhere to bowl to him because that one was well outside the off stump from Mihir Agarwal. Alan Jones, though, just skips across. And well, you might as well put a fielder just about there because the ball's landed there about 4 or 5 times in the last 2 overs.
It's 2 runs away from a 50 here, Alan Jones. He's yet to get a half century so far this ECS. He had a undefeated 45 yesterday, and let's see if he can pick up his first 50 of this series. And knowing Jones, probably going to do it by hitting a 6 over mid-wicket.
It's a bold claim there, Nish. Let's see. Well, not quite mid-wicket, but very much cow corner. And Alan Jones does go to his first half century on the network off just 14 deliveries. That one just a bit shorter from Mihir Agarwal, and that allows Alan Jones to club it away. And just as well, there's not too many fans sitting there early on this Tuesday morning because they would have been fleeing for cover right about now.
Yeah, just taking a look at Alan Jones's wagon wheel, and this is a familiar story. There's only been 1 run scored by him so far this innings. It hasn't been through cow corner or mid-wicket. And, well, there's another one that he's going to send flying over that cow corner boundary. Moves on to 60.
That kind of wagon wheel, Alan Jones is a man after my own heart. That's an outstanding wagon wheel. 1 on the offside. And now that's going to be 59 on the leg side.
And this is identical to the wagon wheel we saw from him yesterday when he played against CFS Pinnacle Pro. It's a simple plan, but it's an effective plan. And he doesn't care how many fielders you put out there. He's confident he's going to clear them.
Absolutely. And that is now 6 sixes in a row across the 2 overs. Of course, Wasim Khalid scored the 2 in the previous over, but Meher Agarwal has gone for 4 sixes in his first 4 deliveries. Tries to bowl quicker. Alan Jones doesn't care.
These are absolutely massive sixes, and as you said, they would be clearing any cricket ground in the world. And it just feels like he's hardly breaking a sweat when he clubs these enormous sixes.
It's just absolutely brutal striking. And currently Gagan, again, they have no answers to the questions being posed by the batters. And this one is high up in the air, and it's going to be a perfect over from Alan Jones. 6-6, 6-6, 6-6. And pretty much they've all landed on the same blade of grass.
Incredible, absolutely incredible display of power hitting here by Alan Jones. And it's been a real joy to watch. The second time in 2 days we've seen a batter hit 6 sixes in an over. So Vijay Surya do it yesterday, and now Alan Jones, who, as we mentioned, just 1 run that he's managed to score so far this innings. It hasn't been towards that cow corner mid-wicket boundary.
But that kind of doesn't tell the whole story, does it? Because it's been such a clean hitting masterclass. It hasn't been Hoyks. He's just been playing it so smoothly through the line. And that's now 9 sixes in a row across those 2 overs. And I don't bet against a few more. Oh, Alan Jones on that occasion almost gets out in the worst possible way. We had a second worst possible way, I think, earlier in the innings with the run out. I think the worst one is the almost accidental run out from the bowler as Pradeep Kitchi comes on to bowl this 6th, and he at least stops the flow of boundaries with his first delivery. Alan Jones hits that one away, and the dog is after it, and he's decided not to go after it after all. As that one might be a rare 4, actually. We're going to have to see where this one lands. It does land inside the rope, so Alan Jones moves to 76 of just 18 deliveries.
He's starting to slow down, though, isn't he? Just hitting 4s here.
Come on, Alan. What are you playing at?
I mean, this strike rate here really just blows your mind. 422. And that's on par with the average strike rate he's had so far this series. Oh, it's been incredible stuff by Alan Jones. Really has been. What a wonderful display of clean T10 hitting.
This time he goes straight enough. It's still going to count as leg side. So we still just have that 1 scored on the offside. This one, though, one of the straightest of the lot from Jones. So that 4 was clearly just a little interval before the 6 hitting continues. Pradeep Kitchi's new into the side. And he probably wishes he's still sitting at home on the sofa when he's come in and had to face the absolute brutality of Alan Jones.
He's actually done better than the 2 bowlers prior to him, who went for 68 runs in 2 overs.
Well, hold that thought, Nish, because that one is a bit of an ugly full toss. And it will be pumped away for another 6. And that's Jones's 13th 6 in 19 balls. He's added another 2 4s to that as well. So I don't know what he had for breakfast, Jones, but whatever it is, I want some of it because he is absolutely flying this morning.
Certainly must be up there as one of the fastest century. Well, he's not quite got there yet. Oh, better not jinx him there. But if he could do this, if he can hit these remaining 12 runs, say a couple big 6s, He'll certainly be up there as one of the fastest we've seen on the network.
Yeah, I'm going to get Vinny on the hotline. I know he's, of course, commentating over in Czechia. There he goes again, and that takes him to 94 off 21.
One more of those for Alan Jones, and he'll find himself in the Hall of Fame. Oh, what an incredible display of clean hitting it's been so far. Finds a way to just muscle everything towards that boundary.
Right, he's got one ball left of the 6th. And surely he's going big here. He's gone 4-6-6-6. He's on 94 off 21. A 6 would take him there. And you already see exactly where he's eyeing up. Can Alan Jones get there? Not on this occasion. It's well bowled. It's a wide Yorker from Pradeep. The good news, though, for OBs is it does keep Alan Jones on strike. He moves to 95 off 22 deliveries. That over from Pradeep goes magical. Probably one of the best overs, actually, of the game so far from Gagan. 24 runs coming off it. Jones now just 5 away.
And finally, we see a bowler successfully execute that wide Yorker. They've just not been able to get it right so far. Gagan, we're taking a look at the scorecard here. Old Brentwood's on 138 for 1 after 6 overs. Wasim Khalil's just had the best seat in the house. He's batting on 17 of 5. Pretty decent innings by him. But he's been more than happy to watch Alan Jones tee off at the other end.
It will be Chanaka Dilshan to come back in to bowl the 7th. Quicker delivery, and that one is pumped through the covers as Jones goes to 99 off 23. Now just 1 hit away in there. Well, there's 4 for the offside. That takes the offside shots to 5, is it, Nish?
Yes, brings him up to 5 now, as we're just taking a look at what he could just add his name to. He would be the 33rd name on the list.
And he must be up there with some of the quickest centuries we've seen as well. If he gets there, 14 6s, 3 4s, and now just a single away. Oh, well, Chanaka throws a hand up in apology. I don't know if that was little mind games there from the first-class cricketer from Sri Lanka. He does get there with a single, and it's through the offside as well as Alan Jones get to his century in just 24 delivery. Rightfully takes the acclaim from his teammates, and what an innings this has been. 14 6s and 3 4s for Alan Jones, mostly through the leg side, but he finishes into the offside to get to his century, and what a performance from him.
Yeah, just take a look at that wagon wheel. You're never going to see anything like that. 94 runs and almost all of them through that cow corner mid-wicket region. That was an innings for the ages for Alan Jones. We were treated to an absolutely brilliant display of sheer brutality by the talented right-hander. This one's gone high up in the air. It's got plenty of high, but does it have the distance? Not quite. It's another catch that's been put down by Gagan, the 3rd, I believe, of this innings. Well, when it rains, it pours. They've struggled mightily with their bowling, and they need a little bit of help out in the field. Would have been nice to get rid of Khalid, who's batting pretty decently himself. Catch gets put down, and now this is turning into a little bit of a nightmare innings here for Gagan. Not the start they would have been hoping for.
Down the ground, hit firmly, and right in front of the match referee, so he probably saw whether it was a 4 or a 6, did Tyrone Peters. Going to check that one, though. Let's see where this one landed. Just inside the rope will be 4 runs. And that one went so quickly, it's hard to see. Alan Jones just got the news in from Vinny. So the fastest century we've had on the network, 21 balls. So he was on 94 off 21, so he could have got the 2nd quickest. But then he went at a snail's pace almost and took 3 more balls to get to the 100. He's still top 5 quickest hundreds of all time on the network. Certainly one that will live long in the memory for him and for all of us watching.
Just going to drag this one out towards long on, and it was incredible, as he said that, for a batter who has targeted that mid-wicket region. He brought up his 100, playing a very lovely straight batted stroke towards the offside. Here's a look at the calendar for this year's European Cricket Series. So we're here in Hornchurch, and we'll be in this beautiful town for the rest of this week. We've got some cricket going on over in Czechia as well alongside us. The host Czechia yet to win a game in the Central Europe Cup, and they're going up against Norway in match number 5 of the Central Europe Cup. And not a good start from Czechia's perspective once again. Norway going along very nicely at 102 for 3. Of course, that is a T20I match, so yeah, things looking good for Norway, as that's going to be a dead ball. And yeah, worth mentioning, it's only the 11th over in Czechia, so yeah, just a few problems there for the hosts. They certainly won't want to end their home tournament winless.
That previous over from Chanaka Dilshan went for just the 12 runs, which is a decent over given how much punishment the other bowlers have come in for. Dilshan comes back on here for the 8th and just gets whipped away by Alan Jones, unsurprisingly into the leg side. But you have to say, it's not like he's been reaching for it too much outside the off stump. Yes, a few times he's shuffled across, but mostly it's just been bowling that's played right into Alan Jones's hands here.
Yeah, it's been a kind of 5th or 6th stump line for most of this innings, and they've bowled it in the slot a lot as well, over pitch deliveries. We did see the one time they got the Yorker right, Jones wasn't able to get it away, and they've severely underemployed that wide Yorker.
Yeah, that's a better delivery, and I think it's unfortunate actually that one's given a wide. I'd like to see that one again. I had a feeling it might have grazed a little bit of that blue wide line. Yeah, okay, maybe not, but that's a better ball. I'd rather give away a few wides outside the off stump than just bowl straight into Jones's hitting arc. See if Dilshan can just get the right side of the wide line on this occasion. Better delivery, but it's still given the treatment by Jones, who moves up to 117 as he smashes his 16th 6 of this innings.
A great strike there by Alan Jones, this time going over long off to hit that 6. The first 6 we've seen him hit on the offside so far this innings. Also underemployed the slower ball, I have to say, Guggen. I think slower deliveries on a wider line would be a good idea. This one is right in the slot. It's going to get deposited for 6 over Alan Jones's favorite boundary. That's great. Wristy shot here, just whips right through the line of that ball and sends it sailing away for 6 runs.
If he keeps going like this, Jones, he's certainly going to be eyeing up that record number of 6s in an innings as well. No, that was broken fairly recently. It was 21. I'll get back to you on that one as this one gets clubbed away. Won't quite have the distance, but still more than enough. And you can see Armand Randhawa, he's cutting a pretty forlorn figure there on the long on boundary as he spent most of his time with his back to the action, chasing the ball towards the leisure centre car park. As it's the devil again, 6-6-6 from this over from Dilshan de Silva. In fact, 4 6s only interspersed with that wide. There's the helicopter. I was wondering when that one would come out, and that shows a bit of flair there from Alan Jones as he just whips it, uses all wrists and power on that occasion.
A little bit of MS Dhoni there from Alan Jones. We saw him just slap one for 6 towards long on, and then he brings out the old propeller and gets that away over cow corner for 6 runs.
25 is the record number of 6s, so Jones is 6 away. You wouldn't count against him with 13 balls left in this innings.
That's a better idea there, though. I know he's not been able to execute that, Dilshan de Silva, but you just want to try to bowl as wide a line as possible to him, take some pace off the ball as well, try to force him to drag a few towards the leg side. Just 5 consecutive 6s so far this over. And now add those 3 wides. We've seen 33 runs this over. Still got a ball to come. Oh dear, that's another wide, and you got a feel for De Silva here. He's trying his best. He's absolutely wants to keep it nice and wide, but it's just the intimidation factor here from Jones. If we do get a 6 off the last ball, it will be a rare hyper-sonic over. Could we see a 40-run over? Well, it's going to just be a single to end the over.
And the good news is, though, Alan Jones once more retains the strike. Wasim Khalid, well, we were talking about him quite a lot earlier in the innings. He got dropped on a few occasions. He's just been watching most of the carnage from the non-strikers end. 18 off 7 he is. Alan Jones 135 off 31 as OBs finish the 8th over 185 for 1. And we were saying Gagan, they'd be happy, or well, not happy, but maybe okay with trying to chase something towards 170, 180. Well, it's already 185 with 2 overs to go. And certainly they'll be eyeing up that 200 as that one is hit firmly. And it's going to go for a flat 6. Alan Jones, that's his 20th 6, so he's 5 away from the record. He's got 5 balls left in this over, plus the 6 in the final over. It wouldn't be the first time in this game even that he goes for 6 sixes. Sher Singh bowling this 9th, and that one's clubbed and hit firmly in flat. And I feel like we're in a bit of danger here, Nish, because Alan Jones has rediscovered the offside as well. And when he hits them, they're just going straight as an arrow over the rope.
That's just like a baseball hit, isn't it? A hit to opposite field, as they would say in baseball. And incredible striking by Jones. Now just 3 runs away from 150. It would be an incredible milestone for him.
Oh, it's up in the air. It's going to be a difficult chance for Sher Singh, and he doesn't even get his fingers on it. As again, the fielding from Gagan lets them down. That's the 3rd or 4th drop. This one was difficult for the bowler, to be fair to him. Running backwards, has to come out of his follow-through, looking straight up in that hazy sky, and drops it. Costly drop, though. Alan Jones, I suppose, that he at least gets off strike. Wasim Khalid, though, he gets a chance, and he says, I want to do a bit of that 6 hitting. Hits it into what Helix in the chat has now dubbed Jones Corner.
And you got to feel for Khalid. He's batted incredibly well. He's on 24 of 8, but hardly anyone's going to talk about it because of this onslaught that we've seen from Jones.
Calls of catch it. This time it will be taken. That will be the end of Wasim Khalid, but an excellent cameo from him. He had the best seat in the house to watch Alan Jones's innings so far. Ironically, probably would have been a wide on that occasion, as it's the first catch that's taken cleanly by Gagan. Wasim Khalid does his part. He departs for 24 off 9. Now just the 2 balls left of this, or the 1 ball left, in fact, of this 9th over. And it's Baba Chowdhury, the captain, coming in. And he's got one task, and that's surely just to hit this one to the rope and step aside and let Alan Jones have an attack into the final over. Remember that there was that record yesterday, 419 runs scored in a single game. And you did say, Nish, at the start, if any 2 sides can break more records, you'd imagine it's these 2. Baba Chowdhury works that one away, and it's going to be squeezed away for 4 runs. So OBs, with that 6 and 4, do go well beyond the 200. They're 210 for 2 going into the final over.
I really got a feel here for Gagan. It's been a tough watch from their perspective. Hardly anything's really gone right from him in this first innings. Had fielding issues, not quite bowling the right lines and lengths, and the odd occasion they have got it right, they've been carted away for a 6 anyway. Been very, very tough, and we're going to take a look at these bowling figures for them here. Dilshan with pretty respectable figures of 0 for 24 in the 2 overs, but then, my word, reading the rest of those economy rates, 24, 32, 36, 24, 23. All you can say is, ouch. That hurts just to look at.
And someone who's got slightly better figures is the captain, Raminder Vijay Surya, so he's bringing himself on for the final over, but starts with a wide. Alan Jones actually misses out on that one, but it was incredibly wide. It's 2 short of his 150. He wanted to go for the single there, but I think Captain Baba Chowdhury says, no, go on, have another go, which is fair enough, I think, from the skipper of the OBs. Alan Jones, I think he was disappointed he didn't connect with that one. Gets given another go. This time, well, he will take the single. Calling for two, but it will just be the one. Slight fumble on the outfield there. Takes Jones to 149. Baba Chowdhury, he's only faced the one ball. Did hit it to the rope. That'll be another wide, and Alan Jones gets on his bike straight away, so they run through for the extra. And well, Gagan just looking a bit down in the dumps here. You know they're going to come out absolutely firing with the bat, but it's again, we've been saying it all along, Nish, just their bowling and fielding has let them down, and we get that one launched. So Alan Jones will go to his 150 in some style, 155 off just 38 deliveries, and unsurprisingly brings it up with a Maximo over to the leg side.
Oh, great strike here by Alan Jones, and what an appropriate way for him to go over the 150. Wonderfully played. Enormous six. Alan Jones, this has been an absolute exhibition.
Well bowled, a rare, decent delivery from Raminda Vijay Surya, but he takes a mighty tumble. Luckily, he peeks his face out and he's got a grin on his face, so lucky he doesn't do himself a mischief. His knee always almost goes the wrong way. And it's no wonder he's just gingerly getting to his feet. But that's the delivery that they haven't bowled enough of, in fact, at all in this innings. Just cramping up the batter for room. Again, finds it on that occasion.
Yeah, he's got to watch out here, Vijay Surya. The last thing they want is for him to get hurt. It's not just about this game, but they need Vijay Surya for the rest of this campaign.
It's hit away, and it will be a 4 to finish for Alan Jones as he goes to 160 not out off 40 deliveries. What an outstanding innings from him. He finishes with a rare offside shot as he boosts his side to 224, and we could be on for some more records here as we take a look back at the highlights, and it will be dominated by one man, Jones of Old Brentwood's, as he's put on an exhibition of batting here. 22 sixes and 5 fours in his knock. And what an outstanding effort that was. He was joined at the start by Sagar Joshi. Joshi was the one, in fact, who did the damage early on. He was also damaging Gagan's catching. Gave them 2 opportunities, didn't take either. And it was this run out that marked the end of Sagar Joshi, and we thought here, well, OBs might be in a little bit of trouble. But Alan Jones made sure to make amends for that run out and carried on powering away 6 after 6 after 6. We might as well just show the same shot 10 times because he was hitting it with such consistency. That was a brilliant effort actually in the field. That could have been a game changer had Mihir Agarwal held on to that one. In the end, it was an outstanding effort to stop the 6. There was no stopping the majority of these as he hit ball after ball into Jones' corner, as we can now call it. Gets to his century, actually with just a lovely knock into the offside for a single. But after that, he went up another gear. As Gagan, well, they've really ground to a halt with the fielding. 4 drops in all. We've said throughout that really it's the fielding that's let them down. The good news for them, though, of course, is they've got the batting firepower to try to compete with this total. Yuvraj Malhotra did end up holding on to the only catch that Gagan took, as Alan Jones was relentless. He moved to 150. He was supported then at the end by Baba Chowdhury. Only faced 2 balls, hit 1 to the rope and hit 1 for a single to get Jones back on strike. And he finishes with an almighty 156 off just 39 deliveries. What a scorecard that is for him, and finishes on 160 in fact with that final ball going to the rope.
Yeah, incredible strike rate of 400, really blows your mind. And the even scarier thing is that is about the average strike rate he's had for most of this series. Wasim Khalid batted superbly as well, 24 of 9 for him, but he was a spectator with the best seat in the house as Alan Jones teed off and pretty much treated the cricketing field as if it was a golf driving range. Here's a look at the bowling figures for Gagan, and got a feel for a lot of that bowling attack. They had a pretty miserable day. Dilshan with some pretty respectable figures of 0 for 24. Vijay Surya won't be too disappointed with the 0 for 31. 17 runs of extras as well, which is going to be a little bit of a concern for Gagan. A lot of those extras were because they were trying to keep that line as wide as possible for Jones, but just kept missing that tram line. So the old Brentwoods end up with a behemoth of a total of 224. We're going to see something pretty miraculous from Gagan in the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, if anyone can do miracles, it will be them. And of course, the captain, Raminder Vijay Surya, he'll be looking to go big from the start. That's all they can do to try and get close to this total. Aman Rantawa, of course, with international experience for Austria, he'll be key to this run chase as well, as will Yuvrej Malhotra. Well, we had some records broken yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be another record-breaking day here at Hornchurch, as the chase is on for Gagan here in match 31. Just the small matter of 225 for the win for them. You don't want to miss this one. It's sure to be absolutely explosive as we come back in just over 5 minutes' time for the run chase here on the European Cricket Network.
you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where the chase is on for Gagan. It's some chase, as the Old Brentwoods posted 224 for 2. Thanks in large part down to Alan Jones, who finishes 160 not out off just 40 deliveries. In those 40 deliveries, 27 of them found the rope and 22 went all the way for a 6. So a strike rate for him of exactly 400. Well, if anyone can chase down a monster total, it's probably Gagan, with the likes of Raminder, Vijay Surya and Arman Randhawa. Chanaka Dilshan can come in towards the end as well, as they do have the batting firepower. They've proven that in their 3 games so far, including, of course, that record-breaking game 28, where they beat CFS by 51 runs, but there was 419 runs scored in that game, which was a record for a T10 game on the European Cricket Network. Well, if they do manage to get to the 225 required, that would make it 449 runs in this game, smashing the record, and of course smashing the highest ever run chase, which we had in Jersey in the Liberation Series just a few weeks ago. Opening up for OBs with the ball in hand is Shahbaz Khan, with the left-hander on strike, and that first delivery does get given the treatment. 6 runs, and that's exactly how Raminder Vijay Surya would have wanted to start. Remember the Centurion from yesterday, 3 scores, 90 plus. He went 98, 130 not out, and 91, and he's got off to a Maximo start here. He's joined out in the middle by Yuvrej Malhotra. These two, if they can get going, he could be on for an absolute ECN classic. Remember, the highest ever total chase down is 208. As that one skews off the side of the bat, and the chase is on for Alan Jones, the wicketkeeper. Clearly he hasn't done enough in today's game. Stops that one going to the rope. Fortunate though from Vijay Surya. You could have easily seen that clatter back onto his own stumps. Good delivery though from Shahbaz Khan. That's the line of the length that Gagan just failed to bowl in their 10 overs. Yuvraj Malhotra on his first delivery swings down the wrong line. Well, there's absolutely nothing to take away from the OB's batters, and of course Alan Jones in particular, but the bowling served up from Gagan made his life certainly a bit more easy, as he was able to just hit ball after ball away into the leg side, into the newly dubbed Jones corner. This time Shahbaz Khan gives a bit of width on the offside, and Yuvraj Malhotra is able to work it away. Can you imagine here, the scoreboard pressure is weighing heavily on the Gagan batters. Is up almost at 23. Already a situation where you can scarcely afford to not score a boundary on almost every ball. This one's gone for 11 so far, still 2 balls left of the first. Slower ball, and well delivered. And that's again, more slower balls in this innings already than I think we saw in the whole Gagan bowling innings. They were just not able to answer any of the questions posed by the OB's batters. That's a very good opening over from Shahbaz Khan. Goes for just the 11, which in any other game is not too bad, but he's really hitting that wide line, exactly what he needs to do, as Gagan gets some runs on the board, but already they're very much up against it. And if we get to the golden ball, then you know that the next half an hour or so is going to be absolutely spectacular. I'm certainly hoping for a golden ball at some time this week, and I know Nish is as well, as he joins me once more in the commentary box. And this is an absolute monster chase for Gagan, isn't it?
It's going to take nothing short of a miracle for Gagan to pull this off, and I know they have the highly talented Vijay Surya with 390 plus scores this ECS, but it might be asking too much from him as well to get them to 225. That's going to take a little inside edge, the old French cut. And that goes away for 4 runs. It's not a bad ball here at all by Khan. It's a very good delivery. It's just sometimes, you know, luck doesn't quite go your way. And just got to take that as a little win there, the bowler, as a personal moral victory, even though that's gone away for 4.
Mohit Burki bowling the second here. That one's clubbed away. Cause of catcher though. I don't think this has the distance. Is anyone there? Well, yep, certainly Ramiz Rahman is there, and he slides away. Gonna have to check this one. 6 is called on field, and it's an outstanding effort. He puts the slide in, and he very much has his foot over the rope when he makes contact. And you can see Yoz there on the water duty in the background, signalling 6 as well. 4 and 6 to start this over, plus the wide. Good hands though from Alan Jones to avoid any more damage. OBs just need to hold their nerve here. They don't really need to bowl anything spectacular. They've already shown that they can bowl on that wide line, maybe throw in a few slower balls, but they can't be put off by the big swinging of Gagan. That's what they need to do, as that one does make contact, and Raminder Vijay Surya moves into the 20s. But every ball that doesn't go to the boundary is basically a tick in the box for OBs, and that's just what they have to work towards here.
Absolutely, and anything under 20 is a good over, in all honesty, for the old Brentwoods, and that's really the important thing to remember here. That target is enormous. We're talking about them needing a magical over for every over from here on out.
That one is hit firmly away. It was a nice sound off the bat. And if anyone can do it, Raminder can. It was a bit of a hit me ball wide full toss from Mohib Burki. Well, every single legal delivery so far in this over has gone to the rope. But already up against it after the previous over. The first one just went for 11. But the run rate's 23, and they're exactly on it. 23 coming off the first 4 deliveries. Mohib Burki just needs to settle down here. That's certainly not going to help. A bit ragged here from the OB bowler. But if you take a look back at the extras bowled by Gagan as well, 17 in total, including 11 wides. And that's really been the story of their bowling so far this series. Got him. Massive wicket. It's that of Raminder Vijayasuriya, the captain of Gagan, who for the first time in this series, for the first time in his ECN career, fails to get into the 90s. This time he falls for still a decent enough 29 off 7, but it's not enough when you're chasing this monster total. And I don't want to call it too early, Nish, but that might well be that.
It certainly could be, and they've got a colossal task at hand here, and they needed another one of those special innings from Vijayasuriya. Gagan have crossed 200 once this series, and that was back against CFS Pinnacle Pro when they made 235. Vijayasuriya chipped in with 113. They got a big innings from Malhotra, Randhawa, and one of those other batters are going to have to step up and play an innings for the ages, the innings of their life maybe, to get Gagan close to this target.
Alan Jones certainly played the innings of his life, and it needs someone to pretty much match that from Gagan. As that one's clothed away, is it 2 in 2? It's dropped. Should have been taken really on the boundary. It was Pratik out there, and it goes straight in and straight back out.
I've seen both sides struggle with their catching so far today. We saw Gagan drop 3 catches in the first innings, and so well, Brentwood's might have to return the favor here to Gagan just to give them a chance in this chase.
36 off 1, off 2 then, 1 down. Are my eyes deceiving me, Nish? And it's nothing to be concerned about, but I think it's raining. If you look across at the greenery, it's blue sky. And again, it's just the British summer saying hello, but it is raining.
Yeah, there's just a few raindrops coming down in between the innings break, so no cause for concern at the moment, but yeah, you could just feel a few raindrops on your face while we were outside during the innings break, as we just had a look at the standings and a quick reminder of why this match is so important. Both these sides vying for that top spot. The first couple of games of the day are top of the table clashes.
Hit away, hit hard. It's going to be 6 runs as Randhawa has come in at number 3 and hits his second delivery all the way to the rope.
Really, really well struck there by Randhawa. The only player this Gagan side who's played in the European Cricket Series in the past, the Austrian international. He's enjoyed a lot of success in T20I cricket, and now he's trying to replicate some of that here in the ECS T10. It's a 6 after benefiting off a dropped catch earlier. Here we go. So Mervyn Westfield gets hit for a 6 on his very first ball. Does he have a comeback delivery?
Clubbed and hit hard into the sight screen. I haven't seen the front of the sight screen in a while, but it must surely have some grizzly-sized holes in it, because that's taken an absolute peppering so far this week. And Randhawa getting off to a decent start here. Remember, he's got some international experience. 30-year-old, has represented Austria. His high score, 73 versus Malta. That was in 2023. And he needs that kind of score and then some to even look at that bonus point total. That's 157 for the bonus point. It's Mervyn Westfield bowling the final over the power play here. A good comeback ball from him, having been hit for back-to-back 6s at the start of the over. straight through, and this is really the trouble of such a high pressure run chase. You have to go after every single ball. Mervyn Westfield, he doesn't miss too often. He doesn't miss on that occasion as it goes straight through the gate. And Armand Randauer departs for 13 off 5. And real danger here for Gagan. 48 for 2, still in the power play, but they've lost 2 of their big hitters.
It's about as steep as a climb as it gets in T10 cricket to try to chase down a target north of 220. And you can just see how the fact that this task is so monumental is just affecting this Guggen team a little bit. They've lost a couple of early wickets here, 2 quality batters as well in Randhawa and Vijay Surya, who've been their 2 real standout performers. Oh, they're going to need something really special from this middle order as we take a look at the centuries we've had so far this year in the European Cricket Series. And the newest name to be added on that list is Alan Jones with that spectacular 160 of just 40 deliveries. Vijay Surya could have been on it a couple more times. He was dismissed on 98, on 92. We saw Hankins miss out on a second ton this ECS when he was not out on 92. So really has been a run feast here in Hornchurch. The average run rate has been 15.5, and I believe Group B's probably been even higher. I think Group B, we're probably talking about 16.5.
Yeah, I think so, because in Group A, most of the big hitting was done by the Mighty Tigers, Hornchurch on a few occasions. But in Group B, you've had, of course, Gagan going big, but also OBs and also the likes of CFS in that run chase against Gagan, the record-breaking one where they weren't able to get over the line, but still managed to score 180. Rahi Patel into the attack, loses his bottom hand off the bat, but still manages to work it away just over the rope for a Maximo to start his innings.
That's the old Rishabh punch shot, isn't it? Just his bottom hand coming off the handle, but still has enough power on it to get it away for a 6 over the cover boundary.
Mark in the chat saying he used to play for the Old Brentwoods 30 years ago. It's good to see some of the Old Brentwoods old boys joining us. Wherever you are in the chat, let us know where you're joining from. It's lovely to see you all, and I'm sure you're enjoying what you're seeing out there in the middle. I know we were absolutely loving the batting from Alan Jones as he went beyond 150, remaining not out as well. Get to the end of the power play then. In any other situation, it wouldn't be the worst power play. In fact, look at that. They're ahead on the power play significantly as well. But then there was just a small matter of 3 supersonic overs plus 2 magical overs from the 4th over onwards for OBs. So, stranger things have happened, but this would be an unbelievable run chase if they do manage to get anywhere near the target of 225. And that's certainly not going to help, as Yuvraj Malhotra, probably the 3rd of the big hitters for Gagan, has to depart as he just chips that one into the ring, and it's comfortably taken by the captain Baba Chowdhury as the 4th over gets off to a nightmarish start for Gagan as they fall to 54 for 3.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure really is starting to affect this Guggen side. They lose another wicket, and all of a sudden, Old Brentwoods might be considering that they've even got a chance to take all 4 points from this game against Guggen. That would be massive. It really would be an emphatic victory if they can pick up 4 points against the side who are challenging them for that top spot.
Saga Joshi straight into the attack and into the wickets as well. Remember, he was run out in quite unfortunate circumstances when he was opening the batting with Alan Jones. I'm sure he's forgiven Jones by now, given the performance that his fellow opener put in the end. Joshi, I'm sure, wants to get in amongst the wickets, already has done so, and might get 2 and 2, and again it bursts through the hands of Pratik on that boundary. It's the 2nd time he's dropped it, and there might be overthrows as he launches it in. Again, it's not the easiest of opportunities, tumbling forward, gets his hands to it. In fact, I think it then bursts through his hands, comes off his thigh. OB's certainly giving a few chances here to the Gagan batters, as Pradeep Kitchi has come in at number 5. Could have been out first ball, but gets himself off strike. Maybe it's just a chance here for Gagan to consolidate and just look at that 157 total instead. That's still just over 100 runs away, with that runs required for the victory now up at, well, it'll be over 26 now.
Joshi was out in very unlucky fashion in that first innings when he got run out. And he hoping to make an impact with the ball here. This one's up in the air. Doesn't quite have the distance on it though, and he's going to take the catch this time around. It's third time lucky for Balera. Third time's a charm. Holds on to this catch, and yeah, the scoreboard pressure just really, really affecting Guggen here. They just know they've got to go at absolutely everything. And maybe it's time to get a little bit more conservative and try to at least get 1 point out of this game, because they don't want to be in a situation where they leave this game empty-handed.
Absolutely not. And let's not forget, Nish, Guggen won the toss and decided to bowl, which, again, hindsight's a wonderful thing. But so far, they've batted first in every single game. Yes, it didn't work against OBs, but that, again, probably more to do with their bowling than their batting. But the 2 games they've won have been when they've piled runs onto the board. They've never had their batters in a situation where they've felt the pressure of the chase. And they've put themselves in this pressure situation now, and it really feels like the pressure is winning as Guggen moved to the end of the 4th over, 56 for 4, and an outstanding over from Sagar Joshi. Picks up 2 wickets, only goes for 2 runs. And if it wasn't already sealed the fate of Guggen, it pretty much is now. As you said, they just have to consolidate here and see if they could at least go for that consolation point. Because at the moment, the run rate is not even good enough for that, especially with those 2 wickets to fall in that over.
It's going in the wrong direction, that worm. It's starting to trend downwards. And once upon a time, this Guggen side at least had a decent run rate. 2 overs in that 4th over, and 2 wickets fall as well. Hey, Guggen in all sorts of trouble here. At the moment, you'd have to say that Old Brentwoods are certainly eyeing all 4 points.
They absolutely are, as they throw the ball to Wasim Khalid to bowl the 5th. It's the 5th bowler they've used in the 5th over. And that one is a slight misfield in the end by Sagar Joshi. Steps right across it, does Rahi Patel. And well, maybe I was a bit harsh on Joshi there, as the ball was always going to race away to the boundary. Is actually a decent shot from Patel to bisect the 2 fielders out there.
I think one important thing here for Old Brentwood is that they don't get too complacent. They have a important match coming up in match number 32. So they'll still want to keep that intensity in the field.
Calls of catch it, but that's going to go into the netting, and it will go all the way for 6. That was a bit of a rank delivery there from Khalid. I think he was trying to go for the quicker one, maybe just get stuck in the hand. Just asking to be hit. Rahi Patel duly obliges. As Dilshan De Silva has joined Rahi Patel out there. He's at the non-striker's end. Clubbed down the ground, 6 runs, and there you see the equation at the bottom of your screens now. It's 85 required in 33, but that's just for the point for Guggen, and that's by no means guaranteed. As you said, if OBs manage to get the bonus point win, that's certainly a statement, as they would march their way to the top of Group B. Remember, of course, East Londoners waiting in the wings. Guess what? The next game coming up, OBs against the East Londoners. So as you were saying earlier, it's 2 top-of-the-table clashes. And at the moment, Old Brentwoods are passing with flying colours. That one's clubbed away. It's going to have the distance on it this time as it clatters into the 10. Wasim Khalid throwing the ball to him. That experiment hasn't quite worked as the devil comes out. 6-6-6 off the bat of Rahi Patel.
Need to be a little bit concerned here from Old Brentwood's perspective. 22 runs off this over. You know, if all of a sudden we see a couple of supersonic overs, maybe it just gives this Guggen side half a chance, as that's going to get launched away for 6 runs as well. And well, that's just how quickly the momentum can swing in a T10 game. 4 consecutive 6s, 5 consecutive boundaries. The bonus point certainly isn't looking great for this old Brentwood side at the moment. The required's come down to 14. And are Guggen just giving themselves a glimmer of hope here?
Rahi Patel needs to do his laces up. Someone needs to tell him. Although if he's hitting all the sixes with one shoe undone, imagine what he could do if he gets his laces done up. 28 runs coming off this over so far. Still one ball to come. Wasim Khalid come in for a bit of punishment here. Can he finish strongly on the final delivery? That's high up in the air. Doesn't have the distance on it. It would be a steepling catch if it's taken, and it's fumbled by Hamza Ahmed. He gets in a decent enough position, gets both of his hands to it, but can only see it fall harmlessly to the floor. Take another look at this one. It went incredibly high up in the air. Hamza Ahmed does well to track it. Gets in a decent position here. Gets his hands settled underneath it, and it just pops out. Unfortunate for him, but I suppose at least for Wasim Khalid, he avoids going supersonic. Just the single coming off that one. Still, though, it's a tough task for the bonus point here, as Gaggen need 72 off 30 for that, as we take a look of what's happening on the final day over in Czechia, with Czechia playing Norway. And at the halfway stage of that match number 5, Norway have put 174 runs on the board. It's going to be a tough chase for Czechia. It was Walid Gowri scoring 58 off 43 deliveries, top scoring, and Chowdhury Akram falling agonisingly short of his half century as he finished 49 not out for the Norwegians. And Czechia, of course, hosting in that series, looking to at least pick up a win before the end of the day's play. And it's Vinny and Soban over there taking you through the action in Prague. So it's certainly a day where you need 2 screens up, because you don't want to take your eye off this action. And happy to see that the umpire is finally doing up the laces for Rahi Patel.
Yeah, Czechia going to need a big innings from someone like Suzy Buyan to try to finally get a win in the Central Europe Cup. This is launched. That's got enough on it to go over the rope for a 6. A terrific effort, you have to say, by Wasim Khalid, but there was no way he was going to be able to haul that one back in. Great shot. Steps into it beautifully, and just about got enough distance on it to clear the rope.
Sarah Joshi coming back for his second over after his first. Just went for the 2, but that will be a no ball. Just comes out of the hand a little wrong there from Joshi. Escapes further punishment though, as it's just clubbed up in the air by Dilshan De Silva.
Definite no ball, well above waist height, so got a free hit coming up here. And it's for the dangerous Patel as well, who's on 36 of 10.
Better delivery from Joshi as he cramps up Patel for room. Not able to get anything on that, but a bit of his hip. So he scamper through for a leg bite. The point is certainly within reach for Gaggen, especially the way Rahi Patel is going. A couple more wickets, and you think OB's certainly on for that bonus point again. That's a ball that deserves to go to the boundary, and absolutely does, as Dilshan De Silva doesn't need to get much on that. Gets enough on it to tickle it away. And Joshi, such a good first over from him. Picked up 2 wickets, only went for 2 runs, but he's lost his rhythm just a touch here. So he's gone for 14 off the first 4 deliveries.
Certainly Gaggen on track to pick up at least a point from this game, and required to get that sole point is now down to 13.4.
Better delivery, but it's going to be clubbed away despite Pratik there on the boundary. And just a bit ragged, gotta say, Nish, throughout the game so far. The bowling hasn't been that impressive. I'm surprised they haven't gone back to Shabazz Khan yet. He bowled a tremendous first over, went for just the 11 runs, bowled some decent slower balls as well. And they're keeping him in their back pocket though. Mervyn Westfield, of course, will come back for his second. But the bowling has just been a bit too ragged from both sides, and that's what's allowed already over 320 runs to be scored in this game. be another one that's worked away. So Joshi's second over goes magical, 24 runs coming off it. Such was the strength of his first over that he'll still finish on decent figures of 2 for 24. But again, OB's just letting that point fall out of their grasp a little here. It's now just 12 runs per over needed for Gagan to pick up that consolation point. But of course, that monster target of 225 still a long way off.
Yeah, if they pick up a point, their second target will then be to just try to get as close to 225 as possible, just to limit the damage to their net run rate. This could be a very, very tight race to grab the top spot. So it might just come down to net run rate to separate these teams. It's going to go through the offside, and it's going to race away towards the rope for 4 runs. A very good looking shot. Fast hands as he picks out the gap there.
So if we want another record-breaking game in terms of runs scored in the game, we need Gagan to get to 196. It still feels a long way off. But at the moment, they're at least going along nicely, hitting in the last 2 overs, 10 balls to the rope. That one's going to go all the way as well. Pratik has come on to bowl this 7th over, and well, it's the 7th bowler used in the 7th over. 6th bowler, in fact, with Sagar Joshi, of course, bowling out. So they're certainly allowing different bowlers to have a go here. Maybe OBs are not as concerned about the bonus point, but certainly want to get the win here. Very much still in command here, but I do think momentum is a big thing in this series and in T10s in general. And you don't want a situation for the OBs where they've won this game comfortably, but they've still somehow come off the pitch thinking that they've left something out there. Chance for a catch, and it is taken. It is well taken on the boundary, this time by Sagar Joshi. It's a much needed wicket actually for the OBs as they break this partnership, which was threatening to go big. It was worth 62 in the end. And it's finally broken as Pratik picks up his first wicket, and Rahi Patel has to go. A nice cameo from him though, scoring 40 off just 13 deliveries.
Good catch out in the deep. That certainly wasn't easy. Had to keep his balance. Sagar Joshi holding on to that. Fine innings by Patel. 7 boundaries that innings. 5 of them were 6s. Hit half the balls he faced towards the boundary rope. So Gagan now 118 for 5. The win has probably slipped away from them as the required to win this game has gone up to 29. But it's about damage limitation now as this is struck down the ground, and oh, that's very well taken there. That was a really nice grab. I think we'll guess that on the comms cam.
Safe hands, always, Nish.
And a nice throw fired in as well over there. So, well, you said you were off cricket duties while you were commentating, but yeah, that was a really good grab there. Still showing, got their safe pair of hands. Struck down the ground towards mid-on. It's going to be a single.
The rain is starting to fall here again. It just looks like it's this one little grey cloud sitting over the pitch. Nothing of concern yet for the umpires, and well, we'll keep an eye on it though. We'll keep an eye on that one as that goes up and away. 6 runs. Mihir Agarwal into the attack here for Gagan. Hits his first delivery for 6, then gets off strike, and Dilshan De Silva on this occasion is the one who clubs that away through mid-wicket. Now we'll race away for 4 runs. Certainly much needed runs for Gagan as they inch closer to that bonus point mark. Now just the 22 runs needed off the final 3 overs. 135 on the board for them. The rain falls here. Very much a fine mist though. Looks like OBs then will take what will be their 5th win of this series so far. Just the 1 loss to the East Londoners. Speaking of which, they'll be coming up in just about 35 minutes time against the old OBs. They bring in Mini Bad. As for the East Londoners, they ring the changes. 6 in all, including debuts for Hazrat Shah and Kawalpreet Singh, Vicky Sehgal, Gaurav Kumar, Rajesh Sharma and Bhagav Patel, the wicketkeeper, come back into the side for the East Londoners, and that's going to be another top of the table clash. Looking forward to that one with the OBs, of course, with a bit of revenge on the cards, having lost to the East Londoners in their only loss so far back in game 25. Even that was a bit of a thriller. Looking forward to that one coming your way. That one's clubbed down the ground. Will be 6 runs. Mihir Agarwal showing that Gagan, well, their batting order hasn't been too tested so far this series. But they do have some strength and depth as well, as of course do the Old Brentwoods.
Yeah, Gagan's batting has been incredible so far this series. Saw them post 180 against Old Brentwoods back on their first match of this ECS, 235 against CFS Pinnacle Pro, then 170 against Havering. It's just been far too many issues with their bowling and fielding. That's ultimately why they're going to be sitting here with a record of 2-2. It could very easily have been 1-3 if we can just take your mind back to that game against Havering. They were almost victims of what would have been the biggest upset we've ever seen on ECN. There's a lot of talent in this Gagan side, but outside of Dilshan, no one's really impressed for them with the ball in hand, and their fielding's been subpar too.
Yeah, it's absolutely been the half of the game that's not worked well for them so far. As that one's going to come hard at us and flies and hits my chair. And second time in just a few balls that one flies into the commentary tent. That was hit firmly off the bat of Dilshan De Silva. Nish was equal to it. I was luckily out of the firing line there. That one clattered into the back of the screen here.
That's hit away towards Cow Corner. That's going to be another 4 runs. Nicely done. That races away for a boundary. Yeah, we've certainly been in the firing line here, haven't we? I thought in week 1 we probably a bit lucky that we didn't get as many balls into our commentary tent, but hasn't been the case in week 2. I think this is about the 4th or 5th time that a ball has come into the tent. This is struck away towards the offside. They're going to get a quick single here. Silva with a chance for a personal milestone. Could get his first ever ECS 50. He's just 8 runs away from it. Launches this down the ground. That's probably going to strike the side screen, and it does. 6 more runs here for Agarwal. They're just about to achieve the point, and they have, so they've managed to get a point out of this game. And now these next couple of overs, it's just about damage limitation from Gagan's perspective. Can they get themselves up to something in the 190s? Could they even cross the 200 mark? Certainly would be a big confidence boost for them. And it would also mean that the Old Brentwoods don't quite get the sort of advantage they would have wanted in the net run rate. That worm has just started to spike upwards for Gagan after that 4th over. That was when we just started to see Patel find his form. He made 40 of 13, and De Silva now batting superbly too. It's going to get a little bit lucky here. Just throws the kitchen sink of that one. And it's going to be a Baximo as it goes all the way for a 6. Catches the top edge of his bat, and well, modern cricket bats are like tree trunks, and flies away. Clears the rope very comfortably in the end as well. Wasn't exactly a small 6 either.
Now just 2 runs short of his half century is Dilshan De Silva. And well, certainly it seems like the run chase is off the cards, but still maybe eyeing up that 196, which would of course be the record smashed in consecutive days for runs scored in a T10. That would be 420 runs, which breaks the record of 419. Well, that breaks the stumps, and Dilshan De Silva won't get to his maiden half century. Shake of their head from him, but hats off to Mohib Burki. That was a perfect Yorker. Smile on his face as Dilshan De Silva has to depart for 48 of 14. A spirited effort from him, but Gagan do lose their 6th wicket as they move to 165 for 6.
A wonderful bit of bowling there. Really was a great response after getting struck for that boundary, which wasn't really Burki's fault. Of course, it came off the top edge of the bat. Goes for the old leg stump Yorker. Manages to get the wicket. Another one bites the dust here for Guggen, who, well, despite losing wickets, it really hasn't affected their run rate. They're still going at a very healthy rate of 19.4.
As Brad says in the chat, it's been a brilliant effort from Gaggan, given that they did lose those early wickets as well. They were 48 for 2, 54 for 3. And as that wicket fell, they've moved their way up to 165 for 6. Harman Takar is the new batter, and he gets into the act with a big 6. Park 11 there back in the act as that one flies away, that man in the deep. Well, the fielder in the boundary and the fielder outside the boundary, both unable to stop that one as the rain continues to fall here. I'm sure they will carry on as it's looking like just a passing cloud. Still see spots of blue sky here over Hornchurch Cricket Club. The final ball of the 9th, Mohib Burki picked up that wicket. Has been hit for 2 Maximos as well in this over. Comes back though with an outstanding delivery. Dead-eye aim, middle stump taken out of its base, and Harman Takar, he goes .6 out. Isn't able to repeat his antics of the previous ball. And Mohib Burki finishes with figures of 2-3 for 37 of his 2 overs. Picks up 2 wickets in the over number 9. And any flicker of hope that Gaggan have of chasing down this mammoth total has now been extinguished.
Huge wicket over there. Just plays all across that one. Gaggan lose their 7th. Tucker departs after that Baximo. So they find themselves 171 for 7 here heading into the final over. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Sagar Joshi, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 for 24. Burki, despite going for 37 runs in his 2 overs, did manage to pick up 3 wickets. Struck towards long on, and that's going to bobble along. And it'll be a single. A little bit of fun and games over there. Wasim Kali just pretending that he had misfielded it just to give Rahman a moment to worry about. Let's just take a look at this again. His heart would have leapt when he saw that, and they're all just having a bit of fun now. It's all smiles out there.
Yeah, and absolutely deserved it after what will be a thumping victory against a dangerous Gaggan side. Ramiz Rahman is the 7th bowler used by OBs. They've given themselves the opportunity to play around with different bowlers here. The bonus point has been secured by Gaggan, but OBs pretty much know that the win will be theirs. Sher Singh into bat here for Gaggan and hits his first ball for a minimo. Useful runs, nevertheless, for Gaggan. And again, we're going to see a score, you'd imagine, of 180 plus. That won't be enough in the run chase. Showing just how high of a scoring series we've had. This one could be out, and it tumbles into the hands of Wasim Khalid as he falls away to the right, but it pops out once more. Another opportunity goes a-begging. I think that's dropped chances in this game up to about 6 or 7.
Yeah, both sides have dropped plenty of chances. It's probably been the blood in the copybook for both these sides that they've not really excelled in the field during this match.
The batting has certainly not been an issue for either side as that one is pummeled away by Mihir Agarwal. He moves to 27 off just the 7 deliveries. It's already his 4th Maximo. He'll at least put some shine on this result here, will Gaggan. And if they score another, well, they'd have to go 2 12s, 2 6s, sorry, and there's one of them. So that takes them to 189. If they can hit this one for 6, actually, they're just going to fall 1 run short of that record then, of 420 runs in an innings. Let's see if they can get close, though. Will be clubbed away for a 6, so a final flourish from Mihir Agarwal. He finishes on 39 off just 9 deliveries. Gaggan, they do put a bit of shine on the scorecard in the end as they finish on 195 Add that to the 224 that the OB scored, and we've again got a joint record, 419 runs in a game for the second time in 2 days.
It did say right at the start of the broadcast this game could break that record, and doesn't break it, it ties that record in the end. And we were treated to an absolute run feast. The score certainly, as you mentioned, makes it look a little closer than it was in reality. If you just have a look at that stats, there's only one quiet over. That one over with Sagar Joshi bowled, which ended up going for just 2 runs. That ultimately ends up being the difference between these two sides. They managed to get a big over in there. Maybe, just maybe, this could have come down to some last over drama as we're taking a look at the fantasy dashboard for upcoming games for the Old Brentwoods and the East Londoners. Plenty of changes for the East Londoners, as we can see. 6 changes for them, so let's see what sort of an effect that has in their upcoming game. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a few nice strokes to start things off for Vijay Surya. It just felt like he picked up from where he left off with those 3 90-plus scores yesterday. 29 runs of 7 balls for him, struck 4 sixes, and eventually he would get dismissed by Berkey. It was a huge wicket and a real momentum swing. You know that they needed another monumental performance from Vijay Surya, but they didn't quite get it. Palirao had a tough time in the field, put down a couple of catches, although he would take one later in the innings to get rid of Patel. Fielding was a question mark for both these sides as they combined to drop 6 catches over the course of the 20 overs we saw played out in this match. Good take over there by Chowdhury to get rid of Malhotra. He'd make just 4 runs. 5 deliveries. There's a second catch that Palirao would put down. It was a tough chance there, to be fair, although he would hold on to this. An important catch as well. Patel was looking really good on 40 of 13. And then Agarwal would play some fantastic shots. 48 runs for him. De Silva chipping in with a fine performance as well. 2 of them just gave this Guggen side a glimmer of hope right at the end. It never really felt like they were going to win this game, but they managed to pick up that point, and they certainly reduced the damage that they would have had to their net run rate. They ended up losing by just 29 runs, which I think they would have probably taken at the start of this innings, trying to chase 225. Damage to their net run rate is minimal in the end, and they get a point out of this game. So it might not be a win, but they'll certainly take some positives from that second innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. De Silva top scoring with 48 of 14. Rai Patel with a solid 40 of just 13 balls. Vijay Surya got off to a good start, making 29 of 7, but he just couldn't quite continue with it. Mihir Agarwal right at the end, treating us to some wonderful sixes. Struck 6 sixes in the 9 balls he faced. Take a look at the bowling figures here now for Old Brentwood. Sagar Joshi was the pick of the bowlers with figures of 2 for 24. Berkey picked up 3 wickets despite going for 37 runs in his 2 overs. I think they might be a little bit concerned with the amount of extras they gave up. Bowled 7 wides during that innings, did Old Brentwoods. But they take this win. They do the double on Guggen in the end. It's 2 wins out of 2 against this Guggen side. So match 31 comes to an end. It's going to be another win for the Old Brentwoods, who now improved to a record of 5-1. Got a huge matchup coming though, and we're looking forward to that one, as we'll be back on your screen in just about 20 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So we're set for the start of our second match of the day between Old Brentwoods and East Londoners, two very talented sides who are vying for that top spot. The last time these two sides faced each other, the East Londoners picked up an 18-run win against Old Brentwoods, and they'll be hoping to do the same again today. Look out for the likes of Kedaria, Kumar, Subasinghe, and Solanki. They are some key stars in this East Londoners side. Meanwhile, for the Old Brentwoods, what an innings by Alan Jones in the last match. An incredible 156, and he's just one of four very talented batters right at the top of their order. Looking forward to this upcoming match. It could be an absolute run feast. Let's head over to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Christina Guff.
Thanks very much, Nish, and I'm certainly looking forward to this contest as well between two sides who are on a hot streak of form. Remember, East Londoners yesterday, they had a day off, but on the first day of competition in Group B, they played 3 and they won 3. They've rung the changes since then with 6 new faces coming in, 2 brand new faces in the form of Hazrat Shah and Kawalpreet Singh, as Bhargav Patel, Rajesh Sharma, Gaurav Kumar and Vicky Segal come back in for EL. As for Old Brentwoods, just the one change from that win just a few moments ago as Mini Bad comes back in for Baba Chowdhury's side. And the news from the toss is that the OBs have won and they have decided to bowl first. And well, in the previous game, it was an absolute thriller. On that occasion, OBs, they batted first, put 224 runs on the board, thanks, as Nish said, to Alan Jones' 160 not out. But we had another record-breaking run chase. It was an unsuccessful one for Gagan as they fell to 195 for 7. As we take a quick look at the win predictor, OBs, they have their noses in front. Of course, they've won 5 of their 6 games so far, but they are coming up against an unbeaten East Londoners side. I certainly wouldn't count them out by any stretch of the imagination. But just finishing off the roundup of match 31, then Gagan, they moved to 195 for 7. So we again had a record-breaking game with 419 runs scored between the two sides. That's the joint most, which joins the game that we had yesterday, of course, also featuring Gagan, this time with CFS, unsuccessful in their chase. So 2 days running, we've had an absolute feast of runs here at Hornchurch Cricket Club. And in fact, 195 is the highest score on the European Cricket Network, with no half century having been scored. Of course, there was a few of the Gagan batters that got close, but no one got to that milestone, with Rahi Patel falling short on 40 and Dilshan De Silva getting to 48, but no one got to that 50. That's the highest ever score posted on the network without a 50 being scored, 195. But let's turn our attentions then to match 32. As the East Londoners have the chance to get runs on the board. As you can see there, it's Alan Jones once more with the gloves on behind the stumps for OBs, and opening up once more will be Shahbaz Khan. As the umpire clothesline comes in early on in this Tuesday lunchtime, just making sure everyone's ready to go. And Shahbaz Khan, well, he was raring to go in the previous game. His first over went for just the 11 runs, and that really set the tone for Old Brentwoods in that run defence against Gagan. Always then, Gagan were fighting an uphill battle. As that one will be clubbed away elegantly all the way for 6 runs by Vikin Kedaria, who's opening the batting with the East Londoners. He's joined out in the middle by Bhargav Patel. Both of these have featured earlier in the series for EL, and Vikin Kedaria in particular has been in the runs. He's already got a half century to his name The very first game he played on the network, 57 off just 20 deliveries on that occasion. He skews that one high up in the air. There's cause of catch it, and it will be taken comfortably by Mervyn Westfield. At that point, just moving away over his shoulder. Viken Kedaria, he's 6 and out. As the East Londoners lose their first wicket on just the second delivery of the game. Shahbaz Khan deservedly picks up a wicket after his bowling performance in the previous game. On that occasion, he went wicketless in his 2 overs, went for 35 runs, which was not bad given the amount of runs that were scored, but he picks up a wicket early on in match 32 here. As it is Viken Kedaria, the dangerous batter for EL, who has to depart. And the new man is Rajesh Sharma. Smart catch there from Mervyn Westfield as it skewed off the side of the opener's bat. Westfield moves smartly to his right to grab hold of that one. Early wicket then for OBs, who are, of course, full of confidence, having won 5 out of the 6 games they've played so far. That was a lovely shot, though, from Rajesh Sharma. Just lifts it over the covers. Goes to the rope. Nice shape on the ball from Shahbaz Khan, but equal to it was Rajesh Sharma, who gets his innings up and running with a boundary. In fact, the only game that OBs have lost are against this very opposition, losing to East Londoners by 18 runs. That was the final game of day 1 of Group B. A lot has changed, of course, since then, with OBs in particular winning their subsequent 3 games. Of course, that is the last game that East Londoners have played after they were able to put their feet up yesterday. But they've got a big day in front of them here with 3 games coming up. They're going back to back. This one followed by the game against Gagan, which again promises to be an absolute feast. 3 games early on here in London, all promising to be high-scoring thrillers. And then, of course, the Havering 11 come into the Hornchurch slot, playing games 4 and 5 today, and the East Londoners will round off the day against the newcomers in the final game of the day. Shahbaz Khan just loses it in the last couple of deliveries. That one just a bit too short and leg side, and Rajesh Sharma pivots away into the vacant square leg region. Of course, we're in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and one of them is long on, and at the moment I think one of them is somewhere in the forest. We'll see where he positions himself when he comes back onto the field. And there is now a deep square leg out as long on is brought in to the ring, so it'll be a deep square leg and a cow corner, which is, well, it's an interesting field for a pacer, especially when he's bowling that line. And well, it's a decent enough delivery. At the moment it feels like OBs have set a field for bad bowling. That wasn't a bad delivery. Had there been somewhere out there, it probably would have been stopped. But we do get to the end of the first over, though. It goes magical despite that wicket. Every other ball goes to the rope. 22 runs coming off it with the 1 wicket. As we take a look at the Premier Division of the Euros of cricket coming your way towards the end of September all the way through to mid-October, with the winners of Group A, B and C joining the England 11 and the Netherlands 11 in the Championship group. In the meantime, after the Premier Division group stages, we'll go over to the Challenger Division, have that competition before we move back to the Championship group of the Premier Division coming your way on the 16th of October through the weekend. What promises again to be runs galore and really high quality international cricket on show from the Khartoum Oval as we go into the second over here. Be bowled by Mohib Burki, and that one's flashed away. The first ball that Bhargav Patel has faced, and he crunches it for 4 runs. And again, OB kind of suffering from the Gagan syndrome. Their batting has been outstanding, their bowling just a bit short of the mark here. As Nish joins me back in the commentary box, and well, we've been so praiseworthy of the batting effort so far of all the teams, but I think there's still room for improvement in the bowling.
There's plenty of room for improvement in the bowling, especially for this old Brentwood side, who would have thought they might even have had a chance to get all 4 points in their last match after scoring 224 runs, but in the end, probably let Gagan get too close to that target. high up in the air. This is skied. It's got no distance on it whatsoever. Collects a bit of stardust on the way down, and it will be caught. Oh, it's somehow taken. There was a little bit of crocodile about that catch right at the end, but he is able to hold on to it. Let's just take a look at this one more time. It's a complete miscue. It's been skied. Look how high up it goes into that cloudy sky. It is taken in the end. So a couple early wickets here for the old Brentwoods, just what they would have hoped for. Patel will depart having scored just 4 runs. The East Londoners find themselves 26 for 2.
Yeah, despite the boundaries flowing already, it's not great news for EL, having lost 2 of their pinch hitters, and in fact the 2 opening batters back in the sheds. So far, every single ball has either been a boundary or a wicket, and that's pretty much ECN all over. As Mohit Burki then picks up a wicket off just his second delivery, and it will be Faizan Riaz to come in. Number 4, taking his sweet time, but he's up and ready to go now. Remember, Faizan Riaz, he's got international experience, played Pakistan under-19s, over 6,000 first-class runs with a modest high score of 256 not out. And he's already got a half-century on the network in that game against OBs, scoring 56 off just 22 deliveries, and now would be a good time to score some runs to try to ease the ship here with the East Londoners, having lost those early 2 wickets.
Good fielding effort there. A little round of applause. Burki pretty well in the last match against Guggan. Picked up 3 wickets. And he really broke the back of that Guggan chase. Once again, old Brentwoods have managed to get early wickets here, just as they did against Guggan during match 1 of the day. The strikers having a quick word there with the umpire. Oh, beautiful delivery. Absolutely gorgeous. In the channel. At pace, bounce, a little bit of seam movement. There was a bit of everything on this ball.
Oh, that's one of the best balls I think we've seen all week. That's almost a test match style delivery. Too good to find the edge of Rajesh Sharma's bat. Mohit Burki, brilliant comeback, having been clattered for 4 on his first delivery.
Stanley will get the line wrong, just pushes one down the leg side, and that's a good chase out in the deep by Shaz Khan to get to that one. Yeah, we just haven't seen enough balls like the previous delivery. There haven't really been too many testing spells. There's barely been a moment at any point in this series where we've seen the batters under any kind of pressure. Oh, nice variation there by Burki. Wonderful slower ball. He deceived Sharma. Ended the second over. East Londoners 30 for 2.
Mohit Burki bringing a bit of sanity to the proceedings after the first over went magical, and there was a wicket. And the final 5 deliveries go for just the 4 runs. Most of them were the wide. As we take a look at the highest individual scores, and the man who's got the wicket-keeping gloves on at the moment, Alan Jones, he's right up there with the joint 5th highest ever score on the network. Joins an illustrious list. Zaid Naqvi, he scored 160 not out off just the 37 deliveries. That was this year. In fact, it was just about a couple of months ago, but Alan Jones certainly one for the history books there.
Second ball of the over coming up. Works this one away towards mid-wicket, and a dive. Big dive put in over there. Out in the deep by Ramiz Rahman. Oh, he tried his best to get to that, but wasn't quite able to. goes away for 4 runs. Would have been a spectacular effort if he'd even been able to get his hand onto that. And he gets a round of applause there from Westfield to put in a really, really good effort. Bit of width on offer here. That's cut away behind point for 4 runs. Short and wide gets the treatment.
Owen Westfield not quite been at his full flowing self so far early on in this Tuesday. Went for a few runs in the previous game, but that being said, so did everyone. And just been hit for a few boundaries here. Rajesh Sharma motors into the 20s off just the 8 deliveries. But you can't keep a good man down, and I'm sure Westfield has got a few tricks up his sleeve here.
Smoked away, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Going to be a long jog out in the deep for Ramiz Rahman. Oh, wonderfully hit a stand and deliver there. Gets nice and deep in the crease, gets underneath that, and he's able to smack it away for 6 runs. Been over so far. 15 runs have come off. It's still got a couple more balls to come. And despite those 2 wickets falling, it hasn't slowed down the East Londoners at all. Still going at almost 17 and over. Oh, now he shows he's got a little bit of the deft touch as well. Just helps that one down towards deep third. A brilliant stroke here by Sharma. Just uses the pace of the bowler and runs that one down towards third for 4 runs. That's just wonderful, top quality batting.
Yeah, it's been mostly whack, bash and crash this morning, but good to see that still the touch play is rewarded here, and certainly when you've got the vacant regions at the moment, fine leg, there is someone down at deep third, and you do get value for your shots, especially down this slope going from left to right here at Hornchurch.
Struck straight down the ground, and that looks like it has just about enough to have cleared the rope. We're awaiting the umpire's signal here. Comes down the track, plays that beautifully, and oh, well, you really can't tell. The tent just hides the boundary rope there. But my instinct with that is probably cleared the rope, although certainly can't authoritatively say that from that camera angle. We're just waiting for the umpire's decision here, and looks like it's been signaled a 4 in the end. So 23 runs coming off that Mervyn Westfield over. Second magical over we've seen so far this innings. 53 runs coming off the power play. A really, really good one for the East Londoners. And yeah, just take a look at that Manhattan. You got a couple of skyscrapers surrounding that little 8-run over in the middle in the second over. And I don't think it would be a bad idea for East Londoners to maybe just consider bringing Berkey back for a second over, see if he can maybe pick up another wicket. Another inroad here could certainly help them, but it seems like they're going with Sagar Joshi, who did bowl quite well against Guggan this morning. Starts off with a slower ball here, and that one's just going to get away from Jones. And let's have a look at this. Yeah, Jones with a rare mistake behind the stumps there. Just gets wrong-footed, and away it goes for 4 byes.
It was a tough one for Jones, wasn't it? As he just didn't quite get his legs in the way of it. The best thing we can say actually for Alan Jones behind the stumps is that we've barely mentioned him, and that generally means that the keeper has been tidy. He hasn't had too many opportunities actually come his way, but most of the hits so far have come off the middle of the bat, as does that one. Almost goes up into the scorer's hut to say hello, as that will be another 6 runs added to the score. And well, there's certainly nothing wrong with their run rate at the moment. Move into the 60s, as we're in the super Goldilocks zone as well. OB just with their noses ahead, but certainly this is shaping up to be another tasty game. Certainly wouldn't want to call it this early in the piece.
Now then, let's see if Joshi's got a comeback ball here after getting hit for a 6. Straight down the ground. It's going to be a big chase there for Pratik Balerao. He's not going to be able to get to it. Puts in a big dive. Terrific effort, but a beautiful looking shot. Straight down the ground. Safest part of the field to hit it. So back-to-back boundaries off the batter's blade. Going to take a couple of bounces and head out towards Ramiz Rahman. Looks to go for a slower ball here and towards mid-wicket once again. It's good fielding out in the deep here by Old Brentwoods. Very important phase in the match right now, and so often the side that can win these middle overs goes on to win the match. Shouts to catch it, but that's got plenty of distance on it. No one's going to get anywhere near that. Ends up close to the camera tower. What a superb hit. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Oh, beautiful looking stroke. Nice flowing shot. Gets right through the line of that ball and pummels it away for 6 runs. Now just 6 runs away from a 50 as well, Sharma. It's been a nice fight back by the East Londoners here after losing those 2 quick wickets. This partnership is worth 48 runs. Sharma has been the main contributor so far.
Just 6 runs or 5 runs now even away from his half century. In fact, it is 6. Slight correction on the score. 44 he scored off just the 12. Cause of catch it though for 1 bounce into the hands of Hamza Ahmed. But again, it's the same question we could pose ourselves this morning, Nish, which is what would OBs be happy to chase? We said of Gaga 170, 180 and they'd be more or less happy. They got into the 190s. Maybe it's a similar equation here. And they certainly don't want the East Londoners to go 200 plus.
Straight down the ground once again, and Hamza Ahmed covers a lot of ground to get there. He'll land safely, but didn't quite have enough to go to the boundary rope. Yeah, really, it is an interesting one because it's just completely changed the way we look at T10 games, where we're watching these matches. And if the score is in the 180s in the first innings, we just feel like the chasing side has got a real chance, and certainly based on whatever we've seen from Old Brentwoods, who are blessed with a very, very talented top order, they're not going to be intimidated by anything in the 180s, or maybe not even if it's in the 200s. Oh, beautifully played. This is gorgeous. This might be one of the prettiest strokes we've seen so far today. Look how nice and late he plays that. Just opens the face of the bat, runs it down for 4 runs. Oh, just the hands are perfect on that stroke. Going straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 6. Gets to the pitch of the ball and turns it into a half volley. Smashes it away for 6 runs. Well, after a little bit of precision, he follows it up with some power. Riaz got 1 ball to come in this over, and East Londoners are going to get this one away for another 4. So 3 consecutive boundaries to end the over. The East Londoners are 92 for 2, I should say. And that expected score is at 177 right now, as we just welcome you into the commentary tent. Find themselves in a pretty strong position here, but Old Brentwoods won't be intimidated by this.
There's a reason why we dubbed this one like the battle of the top of Group B. And well, we had the big game this morning, and I'm really liking the way Group B is shaping up, because every single game has a story involved. And of course, Havering 11, they'll be back for games 4 and 5 today, and they're due a win, I reckon, as well. They were unlucky to lose both of those games yesterday, but every single game here is telling a story, and this one looks like it'll be a story of runs once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we could probably end up with a game here where both sides combine for over 400 runs with the sort of batting we're seeing. This has been launched all the way for 6 more runs. A terrific shot. He's going for the Yorker length ball there. Was maybe just a little too full, and just take a look at that strong bottom hand as he's able to get that one away for 6 runs. These Londoners, just a ball into the 6th over, and they're about to crack the 100. It's superb batting, but we've just become so accustomed to this here in Hornchurch, especially in Group B, where the runs have been flowing. Strike the pad along the way, and well, there was a real scream of anger there by Sharma, who feels like he's missed out on one. And the fact that I was on his pads, he was probably just looking to whip it away, slams his bat in anger just off camera. Oh, beautifully played. This is wonderful batting by Riaz. Burki really doesn't miss this Yorker by much. It's a pretty decent ball in the end, and just have a look at this. He's played that so late and fine. He's managed to run it away for 4 runs. That's really been the feature of this series. I mean, even when we've seen the bowlers get the odd good ball in, it still managed to find its way to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's also the 100 up for the East Londoners, and you certainly wouldn't count them out from getting another 200 plus score. They've shown that they can put runs on the board and of course chase. They've won in both directions in their 3 games so far. It already feels like it will be a test of this OB's batting lineup, but if anyone can do it, they can. That's why we've been treated to some real great games already early on this Tuesday.
Struck away for 6 runs. Sharma will bring up his half century in just 17 deliveries here. It's been a fine knock by Sharma. What a terrific partnership between these two. Keep in mind, East Londoners were in all sorts of trouble at 26 for 2. We're off to a rough start, but this partnership has just helped them reconstruct. Yeah, it's been worth 84 runs. Good ball there by Burki, and in the end, it's dug out pretty well. And a bit of fielding by Sagar Joshi, some team fielding out in the deep for Old Brentwoods. Stephen Kalk commenting on that 4 earlier this over, saying, what a great shot. Glanced it off the stumps. 6 overs in. The East Londoners are 111 for 2.
Nelson's up for the East Londoners, and it's been a great rebuild by these two. So we take a look at the highest teams totals, and you wouldn't bet against either of these sides. Again, of course, Gagan, they put on 235, so the 5th highest total we've ever seen on the network. CFS in response, they got 184. So certainly of those, it's the highest attempted run chase, as it continues to be a record-breaking week here in London. And I'll expect maybe a few more records to tumble by the end of Saturday evening. Such is the power of the batters. You've got to say the pitch as well is playing very true. It's not like there's many demons in it. It's been turning though as well for the bowlers. So they've had some joy. But the speed of the outfield and the power of the batters means that we've had an incredible amount of runs so far. And here's going to be another 6 of them off the bat of Faizan Riaz, as he's looking to go to his half century as well. Moves to within 1 big hit of that. Remember, he already got one in the previous game for East Londoners. He's looking to go to back-to-back half centuries.
So Riaz is 5 runs away from a 50. This partnership worth 94 runs. Yeah, nice bowling there by Balerov. Did really well to just follow the batter. Didn't give it Riaz any room whatsoever to free his arms. Well, goes for the wider Yorker there, Balerov, and the umpires deemed that a wide. Let's take a look at this one more time and just see if he managed to catch the tram line. Oh, well. Oh, well, well. This is struck right down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. And what a great way for Riaz to bring up his 50. Very muted celebration. Gets a round of applause from his teammates, but Riaz locked in on the task at hand. If you take your mind back to last year's European Cricket Series, mind you, it was a completely different series to this one here in Hornchurch this year, as this is going to get launched away for 6 more runs, and it's a catch out in the deep, but well beyond the boundary rope, so it's not going to matter. Looks to play an old cover drive, a lofted cover drive. Very nicely played. Good forward press, and gets that away for 6 runs. And here's a look at the highest chases we've ever seen on ECN. We can see old Brentwood's right there when they managed to pull off that incredible chase. And they actually did it quite comfortably in the end. They only needed a couple of runs in the last over. They never really felt like old Brentwood's were going to lose that game. But you know, looking at those highest scores ever graphic, which we showed earlier this innings, I'd be shocked if we don't see more entrants from ECS Hornchurch onto that list. And you know, the series here last year was nothing like that. Granted, it was a completely different tournament, a different location with different teams. The average run rate was 12.6, which was about par with the rest of the events on the network, but not the case here this year, where it's been runs galore, as this is going to go away for 4 runs, 1 bounce over the rope. Looks to dig one in short, and it's hooked away brilliantly.
Well, we've mentioned earlier in the day that we've only ever had a 200-plus run chase once on the network. That was this year, just a few weeks ago in Jersey, and if anywhere can do it, I'd back a few of these sides to do it. As we also take a look at what's happening on Saturday here in the ECSW, can confirm then that the 5th game that was lost to the weather last weekend on the Saturday, Upminster against Gunnersbury, it's been sneaked back into the schedule. So it will again be another 5 matches coming your way on Saturday, the second half of the ECSW. Very much looking forward to that one. That one's crunched hard, and it's too hard, too hot to handle for Mini Bad into the side in this game, but not able to stop that one as it raced away and did just bobble in front of him. Unfortunate for him, as Rajesh Sharma continues to cash in here.
Take a look at the scorecard here, just halfway through the over, but going to come back to live action. Is I think that's just landed beyond the rope. It's gone away for 6 runs. Closes the face of the bat nice and late, which means that he's able to get it away behind square leg for a Maximo. Sharma now moves on to 69. Well, this is shaping up to be a really good total here for the East Londoners, but as we said at the start of this broadcast, it's all about the second innings really. And we know old Brentwoods, they've done it once. They chased down a target of 181 against Guggen, and let's see how they'll do against the East Londoners if they have to chase something in the 180s or the 190s. Struck straight down the ground, and that's going to go over the commentary tent for 6 more runs, 4 consecutive boundaries, 20 off this over so far.
We both tensed then, as it was right on our line. It just skipped over the top, and another boundary added to the collection. 4 in a row, 4-4, 6-6. Rajesh Sharma, he's absolutely flying here, 75 off just the 23 deliveries, and these two putting on quite the partnership now. It's worth 125 already, and OBs could dearly try to cut this partnership because it's threatening to just escalate in the next 2.1 overs. Still, if they go like this, might be on for a 200 plus score.
Yeah, this time he's just going to get a little bit of an inside edge onto that one. Didn't quite go where Sharma intended to play it, but it's enough for 4 runs. The Sagar Joshi's over ends up going for 24, and the East Londoners are on 155 here, so 45 more runs needed for them to get to that 200 mark. The expected score is now up to 193. At the rate they're going at these last 3 overs, they've managed to make about I'd say 21 or 22 and over for these last 3 overs, and if they can just pick that up a teeny bit, then well, they'll actually go on and cross that 200 mark.
So no, you wouldn't bet against them here, but you've got Shahbaz Khan, probably one of the picks of the OB's bowlers so far, coming on to bowl the 9th. Cursed him immediately as that one just veers the wrong side of the wide line. But he bowled, I want to say relatively well in the first over. Every single ball went for a boundary, but he did pick up the all-important wicket of Viken Kedaria. At this point, anything that doesn't go to the boundary is a little win for Old Brentwoods. Starting off with a wide, but comes back strongly with a wicket, with a single even. Wicket would be exactly what he wants here. Won't get it though, as that one's clobbered away. 6 runs over the fielder there, Ramiz Rahman, over the Park 11 fielder, about 10 metres behind him. 6 runs, and Rajesh Sharma, he's threatening here. 85 off 25. He's still got 10 deliveries left of this innings.
Yeah, the bat coming down like a hammer for Sharma on that last shot. A swing and a miss, a rare dot ball. Haven't seen too many of those. The last dot ball we saw was about 8 or 9 deliveries ago. It's just been boundaries galore so far. Now looks to go downtown. That's a huge 6 there by Sharma. Moves into the nervy 90s, although the way he's batting, won't be feeling much anxiety.
Oh, it could be on here for back-to-back centuries in the first 2 games here on Tuesday. And we said at the start of the day, didn't we, that today could be a day full of runs. And I think Shahbaz Khan, his expression there speaks for all bowlers so far this morning. It's been quite a miserable time for them. No one really has escaped punishment. Shahbaz Khan, even having picked up that wicket, still could go for well in excess of 40 runs here. 1 for 36 so far. Still has 2 deliveries left though. And Rajesh Sharma 9 away from his milestone.
Struck down the ground. That's going to be a single, and Riaz get back on strike here. Batting on 58 of 21. Oh, he's just so good at playing that stroke, isn't he? We've seen him do it so many times throughout this innings. So soft, so precise. He's just let it run off the face of his bat. Open the blade at the last possible moment. There's no force in that shot. It's all about timing, awareness, and then playing it with the softest hands. He's got a real feel for it, doesn't he, Riaz? As we come to the end of the 9th over, it ends up going for 19 runs. It has some dark clouds hanging overhead.
Yes, dark clouds circling for Old Brentwoods as well, as they are surely facing a 180 plus chase here. 1 over left, and it will need a big one from Mervyn Westfield if he manages to keep them to 5 or below. And again, we said, Nish, at the start of this game that maybe OBs are not too concerned about chasing something like 170, 180, especially given the East Londoners, remember, they've been unbeaten so far well, it will be a 180 plus chase, as that one is a bit of an ugly full toss from Mervyn Westfield, who again has not quite hit his strap so far. That one flies away. Well, we'll certainly be looking at a top 5 all-time chase, and with 5 balls left, we might even be looking at the second highest chase ever if OBs are to pull this one off with 180 on the board, but still 5 balls to come.
Drilled away, that's going to go for 4 runs, and Sharma will bring up his century, and what a fine way to get to his 100. Gets there in just 30 deliveries. Yet another centurion here in Hornchurch. Sharma now adds his name to that list. A brilliant knock by a brilliant batter, and he's done it under pressure as well. Keep in mind, came in a position where his side were 26 for 2, and now, well, they are in a very, very strong position here. As we take a look at his wagon wheel, and what's so brilliant is he's hit shots all over the park, targeted the cover boundary, made runs through fine leg, mid-wicket, straight down the ground. It's just been wonderful batting, and so tough to set a field against a player like that. This time he goes through cover again, and it's fielded well in the deep by Shabazz Khan.
Few adjustments to the field here for the change of batter, of course. Faizan Riaz back on strike. Rajesh Sharma 103 at the non-striker's end. They do send long off out. Cow corner is also out, as is long on, and there is deep covers as well. And a deep third. So all 5 out. Just making a few adjustments, of course, into the final over. There's no worry about the timer anymore. They want to make sure they get it just right to avoid any more runs. Well, you can't avoid that, as that's a brilliant piece of invention by Faizan Riaz. Shuffles all the way across to off stump. The ball chases him from Mervyn Westfield, and he still manages to just dink that one away for a brilliant 4 runs.
Wonderful shot, shuffles across, gets outside the line of the ball, and just scoops that one away towards fine leg for 4 runs. And well, there's a I wonder if Paul Murray is watching this evening, because I'm sure he'll be loving some of these strokes Riaz is playing.
Yeah, that one was straight out of the Murray playbook. All touch and class. And Riaz playing that like someone who does have over 6,000 first-class runs. Still having to play second fiddle, though, to Rajesh Sharma at the other end.
That's going to go away there for 4 runs, and it's incredible how far he stepped across there, Riaz. You could pretty much see all 3 of his stumps. I'm surprised Westfield hasn't gone for a leg stump Yorker there. Instead, keeps it on the offside, and Riaz ends up drilling that one away for 4 runs.
"19 runs coming off this Westfield over so far. Final ball coming up, and well, look at where Faizan Riaz is standing. He's not concerned about his stumps at all. He's standing outside off stump. Well, it's pretty much the perfect ball for Mervyn Westfield, who sensibly decides not to throw the ball as they just scamper through for a single. So we are on for the second highest ever run chase on the network if Old Brentwood's manage to overhaul the score from the East Londoners, which is 193 for 2, 194 for 2 with a single off that final delivery. So 195 will be the target. Well, if anyone can do it, OBs can, but let's go back and take a look at the highlights. And it started so well for the bowling side, didn't it, with Viken Kedaria and Bhargav Patel both falling early. Mervyn Westfield taking the catch to dismiss Kedaria. Shabazz Khan, the bowler, and Bhargav Patel went in similar fashion. That was an absolute steepler off the bowling of Mohit Burki, and Shaz Khan settled underneath it. But really, that was the end of the celebrations for OBs, as in came Rajesh Sharma and Faizan Riaz, and both of them remained unbeaten, hitting a combined 14 sixes and 19 fours on their way to a partnership that in the end was worth well over 150. Didn't quite get to the 200 mark, did the East Londoners, but most of the catches were falling just in the crowd. In the end, it was a chanceless innings as well. There was not a single drop in the inner ring, and well, certainly Rajesh Sharma, he turned on the style, and Faizan Riaz playing like someone who has represented his country, Pakistan, under 19s level. Both of them remaining unbeaten and together putting on 173 runs just off the bat alone. Rajesh Sharma putting the second century in of today. 2 centuries in 2 games. He finishes 103 not out off just the 31 deliveries. And that's a handsome scorecard for the East Londoners, who of course are looking at taking their 4th victory in a row. They remain unbeaten so far in this series. As for Old Brentwood's, again, a bit of the malaise that's creeping into almost all the bowling sides in this series so far. They've really been on the wrong end of the contest with the bat. Just the 5 bowlers used. Mervyn Westfield still looking for his first wicket of the day. Shahbaz Khan, he went for some runs, did pick up the wicket, as did Mohib Burki early on. He bowled with the best economy, going for the 27 runs off his 2 overs. But again, a few too many wides, 5 of them bowled, which for a side that certainly has ambitions to go deep in this tournament is a few too many. At the halfway stage then of match 32, and the OBs, well, they're looking to break records here, as they've already done this morning. This time it would be the 2nd highest ever run chase on the network if they do manage to score the 195 runs for victory. It's certainly not one you want to turn away from for any moment, because there's so many runs flying around Hornchurch Cricket Club here, and I know there'll be a few twists and turns in this run chase. So join me, Tina and Nish, back in the commentary box for the run chase in just over 5 minutes time here on the European Cricket Network.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to East London, where Old Brentwoods are up against it here. If they want to continue their winning streak, they need to chase down 195 to get the better of the East Londoners in what would be the second highest ever run chase on the network. Certainly don't put it past this Old Brentwoods side, who have been involved in a record already this morning as they smashed 224 runs against Gagan. Of course, that was in the first innings. This time they've got to contend with the scoreboard pressure, but certainly a side that has batting firepower throughout, none more so than the captain Baba Chowdhury, and of course Alan Jones, 160 not out in his previous innings just a few hours ago. That was off 40 deliveries. If he can repeat the trick here, then we could be in for a little bit of history. As for the East Londoners, 194 they put on the board thanks to a centurion of their own, Rajesh Sharma, finishing 103 not out off just 31 deliveries, with Faizan Riaz ably supporting him 70 not out off 25. So there's the equation, 194 on the board for East Londoners if they want to continue their winning streak and pick up a bonus point, their first winning bonus point. In fact, if they do get it, they have to restrict OBs to 135 or less, and well, OBs would certainly be breaking records aplenty if they manage to chase this down, not only in the 10 overs but in the 7 overs if they want to pick up all 4 points from this contest. Certainly one that you don't want to take your eyes off for the next half an hour or so, as we could be in for a few fireworks here, as it's the familiar opening pairing of Sagar Joshi and Alan Jones. Remember, in the previous game, this opening partnership ended in a bit of a disaster as Sagar Joshi was run out of after just 9 deliveries. He did get to 18 in that time, but he was sold just a little down the river by Alan Jones, who at least made up for things and then some with his Centurion's knock. These two are a formidable pair, and if they can get their communication sorted, then they could get their side off to a perfect start in this run chase, which is a mighty one. And certainly East Londoners can't afford to put a foot wrong as they defend their castle here. And it's Hazrat Shah with the ball in hand for the East Londoners. A few unknown quantities in the bowling ranks for EL, having rung the changes ahead of this game. 6 changes in all. Hazrat strides in to bowl the first delivery. It's a swing and a miss. It's a decent line outside that off stump. Really, in the previous game, the reason why Alan Jones in particular was able to cash in was that the Gagan bowling just really played into his hands. Didn't see many variations. Didn't see too many balls trying to really nail that offside wide line. A good start here from Hazrat Shah. A fumble in the outfield will allow Alan Jones to get on strike for the first time in this game. Scored 22 sixes and 5 fours on his way to the 160, which is the 5th highest ever individual score we've seen on the network. He certainly threatened it on day one. Well, of course, day one he didn't play for OBs, but on the day one that he started, which was the second day of competition for his side, he scored 36 off 10 and then 45 not out off just 11 deliveries before going big this morning. Steps across, swings hard, and it's an outstanding catch from the man in the deep. And just as we were bigging up Alan Jones, he departs for a golden duck. Such are the highs and the lows of European cricket. Not too much wrong with that shot from Alan Jones, in all honesty. Of course, he swung hard. Usually that one goes to the boundary, but he came up against the tumbling figure of Viken Kedaria. An outstanding catch, and Jones has to depart for a golden duck. And that's a big, big wicket for the East Londoners, thanks to an outstanding piece of fielding on the rope. That shows also the importance of that fielder out there on the deep third boundary. Often they just see the balls fly over their head, sail to their left and the right. But when the one opportunity does come their way, they have to take it. And that's exactly what Viken Kedaria does there. As Hazrat Shah, smile on his face as he knows he's picked up an all-important wicket. As Alan Jones departs for a golden duck. Old Brentwoods find themselves 1 for 1 halfway through the first over. And what was a mammoth run chase now becomes even bigger, as it's the captain, Baba Chowdhury, now with a tough task on his hands, facing up his first delivery. Chowdhury, though, top score, 87 not out in just 25 deliveries in his very first game on the network. Back that up with a quick fire 50 in the win against Gagan yesterday. But certainly needs to take this game deep and get a big score to see how close his side can then get to the target of 195. Up in the air. Calls of catch it. The wicketkeeper is steaming towards it. One of them's got to take it, and it's another outstanding grab, this time by Kawalpreet Singh into the lineup for the East Londoners. Probably could have given that one to the wicketkeeper, Bagav Patel, but he settled underneath it. He called it. The discussions are ongoing. I think that's exactly what Patel with the gloves is saying to Kawalpreet Singh here. But there's no time for any discussions as the next wicket falls. Another steepling catch. It's a smart catch, and this has really been a key this whole morning. The drops have been falling, but East Londoners, they have 2 opportunities come their way in the first over, and they take both of them. As Baba Chowdhury, he also departs for a duck, a second ball duck for him. And this is big, big trouble for OBs. 1 for 2, still in the first over. And the task now becomes Mount Everest in chasing standards, as still need 194 runs, with Mervyn Westfield taking to the crease now. Dot ball though to end the first over. An outstanding over from Hazrat Shah. 2 wickets, the 2 biggest wickets you could say of the old Brentwoods, as well as the wicketkeeper Jones and the captain Chowdhury are back in the hut. Gives away just the 1 run. And well, that golden ball ticker might continue on into the 30s, as it would take an unbelievable effort for the OBs to get even close to that 194 to take it to the golden ball, and of course the 195 target. As Nish joins me once more in the commentary tent, and that first over might have already prematurely sealed the fate of this run chase.
It's incredible, isn't it, when you look at his scorecard and you're the batting side, you wish it was an Australian scoreboard and 2 for 1. Nope, it's 1 run and 2 wickets. This one's going to be struck away towards cover. Wonderful stroke, goes away for a 6. Yeah, they're certainly in all sorts of trouble here, and as things stand, they're behind the 8 ball, but still got quality in that batting lineup, and let's see if they can make this a competitive chase. Just take your mind back to that first innings. East Londoners weren't off to a great start either. They were 29 for 2. Granted, 1 for 2 is a lot worse than that. Maybe, just maybe, old Brentwoods can pull off something really special here. Goes through cover again, and that's going to race away towards the rope for a boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here for Joshi, the talented, very elegant left-hander. He's had a great series so far, averaging 30 with a strike rate of 226. But yeah, just going back to that moment of brilliance we saw in the first over. What a great catch out in the deep there by Viken Kedaria. Just flips the script to dismiss the Centurion. Goes straight down the ground. Could be a catching chance, and well, it's a little bit of catching practice, really, in all honesty, for the fielder out in the deep. Deepak Khatri will hold on to that. And it's going to be the end of Sagar Joshi's innings. Hit a couple of beautiful looking shots, but this time he picked out a fielder, almost hit it right at the fielder. The shot looks quite pretty, but he's just not hit it to the right part of the field.
There's a strange one there as Joshi takes out his frustration on his pad. It was a lovely shot if the fielder wasn't there. And it's a strange one because the fielder absolutely was there in the power play. Clearly they know Joshi's hitting areas, and one of them is straight down the ground. And of the 2 fielders positioned on the boundary rope, he manages to perfectly pick out the one in the form of Deepak Khatri. A good catch from him. But one of the easier catches I'm sure he will take on the rope, and old Brentwood's 11 for 3 here. Shabazz Khan, the new bat. That one will be worked away though. Nice sweep to start off the innings for Shabazz Khan. Mervyn Westfield's still out there. He's just faced the single ball. But the damage you fear has already been done here in the first 10 balls from East Londoners. Even that consolation point, 136, the target for that, seems a long way off here. That one goes high up in the air. Chance for another wicket here, and it's dropped on this occasion by Kumar Samit. The first misstep actually from the East Londoners. That skewed high off the bat of Shabazz Khan. A difficult chance running down the hill for Samit, but the high standards that the East Londoners set for themselves probably should have been taken.
Looks to launch this one over mid-wicket. It's 6 more runs here for Khan. Very nicely played stroke. Gets that one away for a Maximo. Just gets down on one knee, gets underneath that ball, and he's able to get that away for a Maximo. Much needed Maximo for the old Brentwoods. They end up getting 22 runs off that over. Lost too many wickets, so I think that's the big concern here. We know Mervyn Westfield's a very talented batter, as is Khan. Is this now just a little too much for this old Brentwood side? It's a top of the table clash, as you can see from the standings. Old Brentwood sitting in the first place, but these Londoners have 3 games in hand on them. These Londoners yet to lose a game so far this series. They have been absolutely perfect. Hazrat Shah is going to bowl the final over of the power play. On the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Doesn't quite get his line right there to start off Shah, but well, it was his first over that really set this game up so well for the East Londoners. Picked up 2 wickets, conceded just the 1 run, got rid of the captain Chowdhury, the Big Fish Jones as well, coming off that 156. Jones just slashed that one that was taken well at deep third. Westfield's going to strike this one away for 6 runs, though. That's going to clear the boundary up quite comfortably. Would have been a 6 on most cricket grounds. Massive, massive shot there by Mervyn Westfield. Let's look at his poise as he plays that one away.
Westfield, of course, notched his highest score on the network in the very first game he played in this series, 64 off 22 on that occasion. Back that up with a quick-fire 34 not out in match 26. That was just off 11 deliveries. But he needs more than just a cameo here. And that's a lovely shot. It's pulled away, stylish fashion, up on the one leg. The flamingo shot comes out as Mervyn Westfield turning up the style here. Old Brentwoods need a little bit of substance from him as well to chase down this big, big total.
Okay, great stroke there by Westfield. A fantastic pull shot. Just picked up the length so early, which is why he was able to get in position to play that shot. Stunning shot. Outside edge, and it's going to be taken. Wonderful bit of bowling there by Shah. Draws the outside edge. Westfield, after hitting a couple of 6s, will have to depart. Yeah, this is just some good old-fashioned seam bowling here by Shah. Draws the batter forward. Catches the outside edge of his bat. Went at it with hard hands, of course, so the catch ends up carrying. Another one bites the dust for the old Brentwoods.
Just a prod outside the off stump, wasn't it? From Mervyn Westfield, going back-to-back 6s. But it's third time lucky for Hazrat Shah as he picks up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 14. He's still got 3 deliveries left. OB's really struggling here. 36 for 4. Ramiz Rahman back into the side. He gets an opportunity now to see if he can try and build a bit of a partnership, and that's really been the problem here for OBs. Their biggest partnership between Westfield and Shabazz Khan was just the 25, but that one's been broken now as well.
Outside edge, that's going to go away for 4 runs. Another fortuitous boundary there, just dings off the bin on a deep third. Going to be 4 runs here, but Hazrat Shah, he's just bowled wonderfully, hasn't he? I mean, you probably fancy Sharma for the Player of the Match award because of his century, but Hazrat Shah's making a good case for it as well here, isn't he? He's 3 wickets he's managed to pick up at a very good economy rate, of really set his side up well for success. And you can see the win predictor down to just 3% for old Brentwoods. Shah might just have won this game for his side in the power play. Looks to go big over here. That is launched over the rope. It's going to go away for 6 runs. So after getting a little bit lucky on the last shot, Rahman, this time he plays a beautiful flowing drive.
Hazrat Shah, he's still got 2 deliveries left to try, or 1 delivery now to try and get a 4-fer. Remember, we haven't had a 5-fer all week so far in this series, let alone a hat-trick. He won't get the 4-fer, but he can be more than happy with his bowling performance. 3 for 22 he finishes on. That over still goes magical. 21 runs coming off it. But it gets that important wicket, the small partnership breaker. And it's all the 4s up for the OBs, 44 for 4. And the win predictor gives them a 4% chance of winning.
Looking grim right now for the old Brentwoods. We might reach the point where we'll just have to bring up that graphic of how many runs they need to pick up a single point from this game. Let's just have a look at this power play. Overs 2 and 3 were pretty productive for the old Brentwoods, but that first over where they managed to score just 1 run and conceded a couple of wickets was absolutely massive. Hazrat Shah, despite being a little expensive in his second over, will end up with terrific figures by virtue of that first over. Full toss to start things off right after the power play. A pretty poor delivery, in all honesty. It was a rank full toss by Riaz, who had a brilliant game last time around when he made 70 runs. Well, this time he's going to get smacked away. So now that Riaz has got to find a way to at least try to land this one on the pitch. Gets a hand to it there, the fielder. That's going to slow it down a little bit, but not really change the outcome of anything. Goes away for 4 runs.
Just gives it a bit of extra flight there, does Faizan Riaz. It's a bit of a half volley. Shahbaz Khan leans into that one. 50 is up though, 54 for four OBs. And he tries to double, and he does say hello to the match referees. As we saw the shadow of that grizzly punching its way into the tent. It was a flat 6. It did go all the way. And hopefully they ducked for cover in the tent there. As John Gray says in the chat, the bonus point is possibly the only realistic target here for OBs. That's 136. And certainly not beyond the realms of possibility to get that target with that run rate just over 20. But with 4 wickets down, you imagine this is certainly the East Londoners' game to lose from here on out.
It's going to be very tough for the old Brentwoods to win it from here, and the implications of this game are absolutely massive as well, as was this stroked all the way for 6 runs. A behemoth of a 6 by Rahman. I'm not sure if that cricket ball has landed just yet. Enormous 6.
I lost track of that in the air, Nish. I was just looking, and I always look for the fielder's expressions, and this is a tip that Vinny taught me. If you lose track of the ball, look to where the fielders are looking. And they were looking right in our direction, and I started to panic, but luckily that was about a good 20 metres over our heads. It was a monumental hit from Shahbaz Khan to end the 4th over, which goes magical again. So the previous 2 overs have gone for 44. The OBs actually bang on the run rate. The problem is for them, they keep on losing wickets at regular intervals. But these 2 now showing signs of a little resurgence, and that's exactly what the worm is showing as well, as they're slowly inchworming their way to that golden line, certainly comfortably above the bonus point line for now.
Got Ozzy from the Havering 11 joining us in the chat saying good afternoon, just checking in on the live matches. Dragged down towards long on, and they're going to be aided by a slight misfield here. Deepak Khatri doesn't quite get that one right. It just slips right through his hands and goes away for 4 runs. A rare misfield by him. Good to see you here, Ozzy. Of course, Ozzy batted superbly, didn't he, yesterday? 59 runs of just 24 deliveries for him in the final match of the day. Hope you're playing later today as well. Look forward to seeing you in action again.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to the chat, Ozzy. And it was some beautiful cut shots that you treated us to yesterday. So hoping to see a few more of those later, as they were some of the shots of the day. And a word for Havering 11 in general, I think. They lost both their games. As a reminder, they came into this tournament late as a late replacement. And I think they came just as Gagan were hitting that 235. And a few of them almost turned around, got back in their cars and left because they thought this is going to be carnage. But they played so well in both of their games. I think they count themselves unlucky to not have picked up at least a win. And I know they've kind of become the fan favourites as well in the chat and, of course, here in the fan zone. So very much looking forward to them taking to the stage once more in games 4 and 5 today.
Launched. This is enormous. A humongous hit. And this turns out to be another good over here for the old Brentwoods. 15 runs coming off it. You take away the first over. This has actually been a really good chase by old Brentwoods. Really, that first over proved to be calamitous for them. Only 1 run came in that over. They lost 2 wickets as well. But outside of that, 22 in the second, 21 in the third, 23rd in the fourth, and then 15 of this last over. Here's a look at the fixtures over in Czechia. Match number 5 is currently underway, or I should say it's just about concluded. Norway have beaten Czechia by 41 runs, so what a disastrous home tournament for Czechia. They end up losing every single game on home turf. All 4 matches they were involved in. And now Norway and Austria are going to be playing for the top spot in the final match of the Central Europe Cup. So that should be an exciting end to that series. This is struck down the ground, just goes to the left of the commentary tent. Khan wallops another one for 6.
And again, it's looking like it's going to be another big scoring run chase, where really the OBs might not get anywhere near the total required. Again, showing that the bat is just dominating the ball in this series so far. Someone, though, who did put in a great counterpunch with the ball is Kroom, who's in the chat as well. So we've got Kroom and Aussie in there, hoping to see both of them feature later today. I have to say, seeing Kroom get a wicket yesterday, and of course taking that unbelievable catch at mid-wicket, was one of the highlights of my day, and I know the chatters were absolutely loving that, as the Havering 11 stole our hearts yesterday. So there's the equation at the bottom of your screens for the point. Now with that single, 46 I believe required off 27 deliveries. That should be doable for the OBs.
So just a reminder of what the situation is over in the Central Europe Cup in Czechia. Norway have won 3 out of 3. They're currently sitting on 6 points. Austria, it's a full toss that's going to get pummeled away for 6 runs. Khan brings up his half century. It was a poor delivery, in all honesty. As you can see, that's cleared the rope very, very comfortably and gone away for a 6. A great knock here, though, by Khan. And that's been a nice little rally here by Khan and Raymond to dig their side out of a tough situation when they were 36 for 4. But yeah, just going back to the Central Europe Cup, that 6th match is pretty much a final. So because Austria has a significantly better run rate than Norway, despite losing the 1 game, if Austria win this upcoming match against Norway, they will be Central Europe Cup champions, as this is launched all the way for a 6. A terrific shot there, as we're taking a look at the replay of the first of these 2 6s he's managed to hit. So yeah, it's a day where you want to have ECN on both your screens. Want to follow that Central Europe Cup de facto final and the run feast we have here in Hornchurch. High up in the air, and it's going to be caught. Isn't quite going to go over the rope. It carries to the fielder fairly comfortably in the end. Good catch out there by Kawalpreet Singh, and a fantastic innings by Khan. Just put his side now in a good position where they'll feel pretty secure that they'll at least get a point out of this game.
Just lost his shape a little on that shot. Skews off the side of his bat, only manages to find the great forehands of the fielder out in the deep. It's the end of the 6th as well. 103 now for 5 wickets lost for OBs, as Kawalpreet Singh takes his 2nd catch of the innings. Remember, he was under the ball as Baba Chowdhury went for a 2nd ball duck as well. Taking a look at the scorecard, and well, not much to speak of in that top 4, but it's a good counter punch by the middle lineup here from OBs. Shahbaz Khan just departing. Ramiz Rahman, he's only faced the 6 deliveries, but he's going at a rate of 350 off them. And if he can just build again a little partnership with the incoming batter, then OBs should certainly get to that bonus point mark at the very least. It's a good partnership that comes to an end. It was worth 67 in the end before that wicket, and that's an ugly one. It's going to go away for a 5 up. There was no bat on it in the end. It's a no ball, not much the wicketkeeper Bhargav Patel could have done about that. And a bit of a nightmarish start to Gaurav Kumar's bowling innings here. Gets a warning as well from the umpire. I think it's just a misfire. Comes wrong out of the hand, but a free hit coming up for Ramiz Rahman.
That's gone for a 6 as well. A brilliant stroke there by Rahman. It was a lowish full toss. Plays that with a full face of his bat, and you just wonder if the fielder was all the way back there, Faizan Riaz. Would he have had a chance? Maybe just bat that down even if he couldn't take the catch.
There's been a few of those so far in this series, say about 5 or 6, where the fielders have come tearing in. Remember one from Joe Ross yesterday off the bowling of Kroom that went down as well, who otherwise someone who has such safe hands, but it's just human nature, isn't it? You see the ball, you want to go flying towards it. In the end, it comes flying towards you and sails over your head. Not only that, it adds insult to injury if it goes to the rope as well then.
There it is, a wicket, a wonderful bit of bowling there by Kumar. Just angles that one in to the stumps, and he's going to get rid of leg peg here as Raymond will depart on 27. A fine knock by Raymond, a good little handy innings for him, as you're just starting to see the East Londoners now reassert control, and they are firm favorites now to go on and win this game. It's just a question of damage limitation now for Old Brentwoods.
Yeah, it looks like OBs are facing down their second loss of this series, and both will be at the hands of the East Londoners, who will do the double over their rivals, especially with those 2 wickets to fall and just a handful of balls, and both set batters now back in the tent. It's Hamza Ahmed out there in the middle. He's not faced a ball, and he's joined by Mohib Burki, who's facing up the 3rd of the 7th over here.
Oh, drilled down the ground, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. I think Kumar's done pretty well to just get his shin out of the way.
It's one of those where he could have, if he got maybe a finger to it, he could have initiated the run out, but it was hit so sweetly, so straight back down the ground from Mohib Burki that he did well to hold on to all of his fingers there.
So we do have confirmation that Kroom will be playing later today, so looking forward to that. He picked up his first ever ECS wicket yesterday, and I'm sure everyone's going to be cheering him on to bag a few more during today's play as well. What an incredible story from chatter to European cricketer.
He's going to be CEO in no time.
High up in the air, it's got a lot of height on it, and it's got enough distance on it as well. High and handsome, just hits the top of the match official's tent. 6 runs for Burki.
That would have had me ducking for cover. I don't think we've had one yet, Nish, on the top of our tent. And there's not been a knock on the roof. Certainly there was for the match referees there. As that was a high hit off the bat of Mohib Burki. Just about had the distance on it as well.
Yeah, all of our 6s, unfortunately, just coming right into our tent now. I mean, that's... You know, we were pretty lucky with that in the first week. Only had 1 come into the tent, but these last 2 days, it's been really bad.
Group A certainly more kind to us than Group B. Luckily, I don't think we've yet had one flush on the full, because that would be a very hard, very flat hit. Most of the time, we've got just a fraction of a second to line it up if it bounces.
Yeah, you don't tempt fate over here. we want to get out of here in one piece.
Yeah, I prefer my shins attached to my legs, I think.
A great ball there by Kumar, and he's done well there to dig that one out, Burki. End of the 7th over. Old Brentwood's 126 for 6. Got a small chance here, maybe still causing an upset and winning this game. They need 69 runs of the last 3 overs. As you can see, that's 23 and over. Yeah, if they get a supersonic 8th over or a supersonic 9th over, then all of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, they have a chance of pulling off a remarkable result. Here's the fantasy dashboard for upcoming game. Owen Palmer getting inserted into the East Londoners lineup, and over for Guggan, so you're going to see Sahan Adisha for the first time this series.
Yeah, it's going to be another interesting lineup with Owen Palmer coming in, taking the gloves as well. It'll be interesting to see that.
Straight down the ground, 6 more runs, hits the side screen, which has been under assault throughout today's play. Look at that, he's so deep in his crease there, isn't he, as we take a look at this side on, and launches that one away for 6 more runs.
Side screen juddering there as it gets hit on the full once more. I'm going to have to take a look there, because I haven't seen it. I haven't taken a close inspection to see how many grizzly marks are on the side screen, because it's certainly come in for some punishment this week.
Yeah, so one big bit of news about the teams for the Havering 11. It doesn't seem like Joe Moss will be playing later today, which, yeah, huge blow, you got to say, for Havering 11. He was wonderful yesterday, really led by example for his side.
Havering 11, of course, got a big squad. It'll be interesting to see who features for them. You can say the same about East Londoners, though, can't you? If you go on the European Cricket website, you have to scroll about 20 times to get to the end of their squad list, and they've certainly rotated here, but it has by no means weakened their starting 11. 6 changes. One of them, Kawarpreet Singh, is bowling now. He, of course, has been involved in 2 catches. So certainly got strength and depth, do the East Londoners, and looking increasingly likely now that they will continue to go unbeaten, their 4th win in a row.
So it's been a good comeback by Singh after getting hit for that 6. Just a couple of runs off these last 3 deliveries. A couple of 6s to end this over would just make things a little bit interesting heading into the end of this innings. Struck firmly. It's going to bobble around before heading away towards the boundary rope. So they count a 4 over here, Old Brentwoods. Really, it is amazing when you look at the required rate and you see a slide hit a 4 and the required rate goes up, but that's just the nature of the task here for Old Brentwoods. A wonderful ball there by Singh. Executed that Yorker perfectly, and Burki is unable to get underneath it, so frustrated with himself, but you know, that was just a terrific ball. Sometimes it's got to take your hat off to the bowler. End of the 8th, Old Brentwoods are 138 for 6.
They have picked up that consolation bonus point, though, so that continues the streak, actually, of most games being won 3-1. I can't recall too many 4-0 drubbings. Yesterday, every single game went the distance. It shows just how competitive this Group B is, even with the likes of the Havering 11 not yet having picked up a win. CFS, of course, did get their win yesterday, but even when they were on the receiving end of a mauling from the bat of Gagan going for 235, they still get runs on the board as well. So it's certainly been competitive, this Group B, and that's shown by the fact that there hasn't been too many 4-0 wins. There won't be another one here, despite the East Londoners putting on a formidable 194. Old Brentwood's looking increasingly likely that they will fall short, but they'll certainly be looking to get a 150 plus score, which will take them above par, but still, you'd imagine, short of this run chase.
A good observation there by Brad Flynn, commenting that Ahmed, who's on 1 of 2, just asked for a drink to be brought on for him. I must be exhausted out there. Not even that hot. It's a pretty cool day.
It's just the tension of the situation, I'm sure. Dries up the mouth.
Looks to go big as bottom hand just came off the handle. Well, that's why he needed a drink. Wonder what they smuggled into that drink for him to just give him the energy to hit that away.
Whatever it was, certainly worked. Wasn't quite off the middle of the bat. Manages to hit it away for a boundary. And again, it might just be a case of net run rate damage limitation here as well for OBs. They just can go for it in the last 11 deliveries. Kind of do what Gagan did this morning and just get as close as possible. The losing margin this morning for Gagan was 29 runs. Maybe looking at something similar here.
Beats him for pace there. Quick delivery there by Kumar. It's going to be a huge win here for East Londoners, because with this victory, it really widened the gap between them and Old Brentwoods, and it's hard to see Old Brentwoods picking up top spot if they do go on to lose this game as we expect. This time a subtle variation in pace there by Kumar, and Ahmed just getting a little bit frustrated. Beaten by pace and then beaten by the lack of pace. Last time he was trying to go for that leg stump Yorker, but couldn't quite execute it there. Kumar just missed the line by a little bit, ends up being a wide. With a victory in this match, East Londoners would improve to a 4-0 record to start out this series. Well, gets this one away for 4 runs, just throws the kitchen sink at this one, and it's gonna run away towards third for a boundary. Flashes hard at it. And now they're just 3 runs away for bringing up their 150.
And again, it will be a game that goes well over 300 runs, more close actually to 350, with the OBs inching towards that 150 mark.
That's going to go away for a boundary. Nicely played along the ground there by Ahmed. It was a lowish full toss. Not always easy to negotiate those balls. And he has struck that hard onto the offside. His hands coming down so quickly. As we see back-to-back boundaries.
Kroom exiting the chat, obviously making his way down to the ground with the Havering 11 playing games 4 and 5. Still one game to come before Havering take to the field, though. Gagan against East Londoners again. Surely based on the form of the two sides, it will be another high-scoring match. The East Londoners going into that one unbeaten, and Gagan, well, they'll be slightly smarting from the loss this morning. They'll want to come out firing, and they have to improve their bowling first and foremost. Hamza Ahmed smears that one away. First ball, or final ball even, of the 9th over goes to the rope, and it will be 3 fours in a row to finish the 9th. 155 on the board for OB. Still need 40 runs, so that's, you'd imagine, out of reach. But a magical over here, and they can certainly take the losing margin just down to 20 odd.
Really, it all just comes down to that first over. If you take out the first over from this innings, this could have been a completely different chase. They conceded, or I should say scored just 1 run in that first over, lost a couple of wickets, but outside of that, every over has been north of 15 with the exception of the 8th. You just feel like they lost this game in that first over when they got off to a disastrous start, and really the moment of this match might end up being that terrific catch which Kadaria took out in the deep to dismiss Jones. Imagine if Jones was still out there, the kind of damage he could have done. Maybe would have been in for a real grandstand finish and an incredible chase.
Yeah, both this run chase and the previous run chase from Gagan have really been decided by 1 or 2 overs. Shabazz Khan bowled that first over in the game this morning, and on that occasion just went for the 11, which was a small 11 in the context of that massive run chase. And as you said, on this occasion it was Hazrat Shah bowling the first over and picked up those 2 all-important wickets. And if you replace that 1 scored with even just a 15, suddenly the final 6 balls take on a completely different complexion.
Looks to go down the ground, and he gets a big cheer as he whacks that away for a 6. Huge cheer from the dugout. Clearly a very popular player.
Yeah, sounds like he's not maybe hit too many 6s in his career, if that's the response he gets. So it is the first 6 of his innings, 4 fours before that, but that takes him to 23 off 9, identical figures for both the batters.
Three balls left in this innings. Old Brentwoods look like they're about to succumb to their 2nd defeat of this series, and both of them have come against East Londoners. Flashes hard at that one. Wasn't quite in control of the shot, but he won't mind the boundary whatsoever here, Berkey.
It's all just bonus runs here for OBs, as the losing margin then will go into the 20s. 28 runs now needed in the 2 deliveries left. And the runs scored for this game well over 350 now.
Struck down the ground, and they're just going to casually jog across and pick up the single. So the last ball of the innings coming up. East Londoners about to continue their undefeated streak, and perfect start to this European cricket series. They really set it up with a wonderful performance in the first innings when they were 29 for 2, and then Sharman Riaz batted superbly. This is going to be a wide, and that's well above head height as well, so it's going to be given the 1 for the over as well. Yeah, going back to that first innings, what a superb third wicket partnership by Sharman Riaz. Just dug their side out of a little bit of a hole and put them in a strong position. And they've held their nerve here in the second innings, and they're going to notch their 4th victory of this European Cricket Series. And they will continue to cover the ground they have between themselves and the old Brentwoods at the top of the table. Certainly have looked like the class of Group B so far, East Londoners, and they'll be very, very pleased with this win, and they'll be heading into that match against Guggen full of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely, as they're yet to taste the bitterness of defeat yet, have the East Londoners this time winning by 24 runs, in fact improving the winning margin over this old Brentwood side. They won the previous game against them by 18 runs, 24 on this occasion. So we take a look at what's to come in just about 25 minutes time as the East Londoners take to the field once more. Owen Palmer comes in for them. As for Gagan, Sahanadisha has his first go on the network, and it again promises to be an absolute high scoring thriller as we take a look back at the highlights then of what was always going to be an unlikely chase. It would have been the 2nd highest ever chase on the network, and it got off to the worst of starts for the old Brentwoods as Alan Jones, the Centurion hero from the previous game, departed for a golden duck, and Sagar Joshi was not far behind as Deepak Khatri caught him out, and Baba Chowdhury also went with a catch from Kawalpreet Singh. So that was the top 3 back in the shed, having contributed just 11 runs between them. Mervyn Westfield, he hit 2 big shots before he too departed. Vikan Kedaria picking up his 2nd catch of the innings. Shabazz Khan though, he put up some resistance. 57 he scored off just the 18 deliveries, including 6 sixes, as slowly OBs were trying to chip away at this big run chase. But even then, the next partnership came to an end as Shabazz Khan was caught out. Ramiz Rahman, he was clean bowled by Gaurav Kumar, but not before he put on 27 off just the 9 deliveries. And then there was a nice little partnership at the end between Hamza Ahmed and Mohib Burki, with the 7th wicket partnership in the end worth 55 in fact, to at least get OBs to, well, a more than respectable total of 170. It's above par for this series, but 24 runs below where they needed to be to chase down the East Londoners. Taking a look at the scorecard then, and well, there's the story really. Alan Jones and Baba Chowdhury both departing without troubling the scorers. Can you imagine if they were able to stay in for just a while longer? They probably would have got the 25 runs required for the win. It wasn't to be though, and such is life on the European Cricket Network. Alan Jones goes from scoring 160 not out to a golden duck on the very next game. The bowlers then 6 used in total by the East Londoners, and Hazrat Shah certainly the pick, going at an economy of just 11 and picking up 3 wickets, with Kadaria, Riaz and Kumar also picking up a wicket apiece. It was a decent enough bowling performance from the East Londoners, a much changed side of course for them, with 6 new additions into their lineup. So it'll be interesting to see how they go deeper into the competition. Of course, now 4 wins on the spin for them. As for the old Brentwoods, they suffer the 2nd defeat at the hands of the East Londoners, but still it's a promising series for them, which is not going to come to an end anytime soon, as we will of course see them in the quarterfinals. They have got 1 group stage game left. That's coming up as match number 4 of the day as they face the Havering 11. But before then, we've got what promises to be another high scoring thriller between Gagan and the East Londoners, who are looking to make it 5 wins on the spin. As for Gagan, they'll be a bit wounded from that defeat to old Brentwoods this morning. They know that they can do it with the bat. They just need to get their bowling lineup in order and just not bowl in the areas they bowled this morning. So it's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure Gagan have had a few words amongst themselves, and they're ready and raring to go. That one coming your way in less than 25 minutes time now. It's perfect time to grab yourselves something to eat, put the kettle on, and join me, Tina and Nish, back in the commentary box for match 33 coming your way at this ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're set for the start of our third match of the day. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters.
East London is the call. Tails is the call. And it's a head. They can have a bet.
Looking forward to this match. Should be an absolute humdinger of a game between Guggen and the East Londoners. You've got two really strong batting units going up against each other. Guggen, they're blessed to have Vijay Surya, who we know is a terrific batter, 390+ scores for him. And then we saw Patel join the party earlier today as well. They ended up with a score in the 190s when they were trying to go on that remarkable chase against the old Brentwoods. Meanwhile, their opponents, well, Sharma, he's coming off a century, made a brilliant 103 of just 30 deliveries, and Riaz batted superbly earlier today as well to notch 70 runs. This could be an absolute run feast, so buckle up. We're in for a roller coaster ride. Let's head over to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Tina Guff.
Thanks very much, Nish, and I agree with that sentiment. I think you've got to buckle up because this game promises to be another high-scoring thriller. Guggen, of course, we know all about their powers with the bat. Doesn't surprise me at all that they won the toss, and the captain, Raminder Vijay Surya, has decided to have a bat. We'll be likely to see him out there early on as the men in blue stride out in what's just about becoming London sunshine here on Tuesday afternoon. As we take a look at the sides, and for Guggen, they bring in Sahanadisha for his first go on the network. It'll be a debut for him. As for the East Londoners, they bring in reinforcements in the form of Owen Palmer, who will be taking the gloves as well for the unbeaten side. Of course, it's 4 wins in a row now for them after they did the double over the old Brentwoods, winning the game this morning by 24 runs. As for Guggen, they will are on the wrong end of that result against old Brentwoods this morning. Again, a game that had so many runs, included 419 runs in total in that game. And I've just been crunching the numbers as well, and we've had 783 runs in the 4 innings so far. So we've been averaging just under 196 runs per innings, and I wouldn't bet against Guggen hitting something similar here. Of course, they've got the firepower of the aforementioned captain, Raminder Vijay Surya. He notched a rare failure, and it seems harsh to call it a 29 off 7 a failure in the previous game, but given his 3 innings before that all went for 90+ scores, he's shown just how high quality a batter he is. Of course, someone with first-class experience over in Sri Lanka, over 1,700 first-class runs, averages 31 there. You've got a T20 average in the 20s, and certainly if we take a look at his average in T10 cricket so far, it's going to be up there. It looks like he will be out there to face the very first ball of the innings. It will be bowled by Hazrat Shah of the East Londoners, who of course are looking to keep their winning streak alive as we go into the first ball of match 33. Respect shown by the Guggen captain first up, as he's joined out there in the middle by Yuvraj Malhotra himself. Successful on 2 occasions for Guggen. Unsurprisingly, in fact, when he scored runs, his side has won back-to-back half centuries. As that one is clubbed away into the leg side and straight into the team tent there. Nice swing of the bat from Raminder. Yuvraj Malhotra scoring 55 off 20 deliveries in game 28, followed that up with exactly 50 off 17 in game 29. Both of those, of course, went the way of Gagan, but they have lost twice, both times to Old Brentwoods, including that high-scoring defeat this morning, with Old Brentwoods plundering 224 runs. In response, Gagan still able to post 195. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with their batting lineup, but they've just struggled with the ball so far in this series. Steps across the line there does Raminder Vijay Surya, and I think it hits him right on the inside of the knee. Tried to work it away to the vacant deep square leg area. There is a man standing backward square leg, but of course in the power play only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and they've got a man posted at deep mid wicket. No one's posted out on the offside boundary, and that one does go in that direction. Even if there were someone out there, he would have struggled to stop this one as it flies away for 6 runs. Vijay Surya only dealing in dots and sixes so far. That one just a little too short from Hazrat Shah. That one just chases Raminder down the leg side. A good end to the over, and in all honesty, a good over from Hazrat Shah. If you can keep Raminder Vijay Surya quiet and bowl 4 dot balls to him, then you can be happy with that. As Gagan register 12 off the first over, as we take a look at the Challenger division of the Euros of cricket for the men coming your way at the start of October, with 2 groups of 6, with the group winners and the playoff winners from both groups going to finals day, which will be on the Wednesday, the 15th of October. That's just a day before the championship weekend starts over in the Premier Division. With, of course, the winner of the Challenger Division on finals day going up into the big league. Looking forward to that one at the end of September in what will be about 6 weeks of cricket carnage over at the Cartermore Oval. Of course, before that, we will have the Meltle Shield and the Western Shield coming your way, which promises to be bigger and better than ever. I've already heard a few of the names being bandied about as icon players in both the Meltle Shield and the Western Shield. Of course, can't reveal too much at this stage, but rest assured, it's going to be incredible. Any of you who saw the Western Shield in February will know just how exciting that was, with Ross Taylor, Kevin O'Brien taking to the field as icon players, as well as, of course, Max O'Dowd for the European 11. As that one's hit firmly away. Deepak Khatri is bowling the second over here. Yuvraj Malhotra misses out on the first delivery, but clears the front leg, the left-hander on that occasion, and works it away for his first Maximo. In fact, that was Vijay Surya, so Yuvraj Malhotra, the right-hander, still waiting for his first boundary. While Nish is having a spot of lunch, welcome back to everyone in the chat. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday afternoon, and nice to see you here and enjoying this absolute feast of runs we've had so far today. And of course, you need to pull up the second window, as the final game in the ECN Central Europe Cup, the T20Is, this time between Norway and Austria, has just got underway over in Prague. That's well fielded inside the ring to stop what would have been an inevitable boundary. But it's Hazrat Shah who puts in the dive through the legs, actually, of Yuvraj Malhotra. He must have been unsighted, but still manages to fall away to stop that one. Chance for a catch should be taken, and is. It's a comfortable one as Yuvraj Malhotra departs. Gaurav Kumar, probably one of the easier catches he'll take in the mid-wicket position inside the ring. Just didn't get a hold of that one at all, did Yuvraj Malhotra. He punches his bat in frustration. It just followed him down the leg side. Gaurav Kumar makes absolutely no mistake with that one. Gagan do lose their first wicket. It's the dangerous Yuvraj Malhotra who has to depart. It won't be another half century added to his list, as Gagan find themselves on 20 for 1. In fact, the second low score for Malhotra today. He scored 4 off 5 this morning. Manages just the 1 off 3 on this occasion. I'm sure he'll come back stronger though, as the new batter comes in and immediately gets himself off the mark. Does Aman Randawa. Austrian will maybe, when he finishes, take a keen look at the progress of his former international side over in the Central European Cup, as Norway are currently batting against the Austrians. They elected to bat and they're currently 12 for no loss halfway through the second over, in what is effectively the final over there in Prague between Norway and Austria. Back here though, Gagan 21 for 1 after 2 overs. These two in the table locked in second and third place. Gagan, though, 4 points behind the East Londoners. East Londoners, of course, yet to drop any losses. They've dropped points. They've, in fact, not been able to pick up the winning bonus point on any occasion, but still sitting pretty behind Old Brentwoods. But Old Brentwoods, of course, have played a couple matches more. Gaurav Kumar will bowl the third over here for the East Londoners. He picked up a wicket in the previous game against Old Brentwoods. Looking to notch one more here. That's a brilliant delivery. Crunching Yorker, which Raminder Vijayasarir just manages to dig his bat down on in time. This time though, he just misses his mark, and Raminder Vijayasarir doesn't need a second invitation as he hits that one long and helicopters it, in fact. Just a flick of the wrist after the ball has gone over the rope. Turning on the style here is the Gagan captain. Misses out on that occasion though, as he takes his total still with that 6 to over 350 runs in just 4 and a bit innings that Raminder has played here on the network. He's certainly a key wicket, and when you can get him early, you certainly give yourselves a chance of trying to put a lid on this powerful Gagan batting lineup. He scored 29 off just the 7 deliveries in the previous game against OBs before he was clean bowled. And really, even though he departed early in the piece, it was still in the second over. That did feel like lights out for the run chase for Gagan on that occasion. Remember, they were chasing a monumental 225 for the win on that occasion. Half chance here as it flashes away into the covers, but Akshay Solanki does well to stop what would have been a 4, gets his hands down. Good over so far from Gaurav Kumar. Just the 1 blot on his copybook, the 6 on the third delivery, but otherwise Gagan just having to settle for 1s and dots. This time it's hit high up in the air. Again, doesn't quite find the middle of the bat, but it's such an unforgiving boundary there. Going down the hill, down to the east side of the field. Just about gets it over the onrushing figure of Deepak Khatri. Once that Grizzly hits the deck, it's just going to skip and race away to the boundary. End of the power play then, but certainly not the explosive, relentless boundary hitting that we've been used to seeing from Gagan in the power play. They get to 32, have lost that wicket as well, though most of the runs, 29 of the 32, have come off the bat of Raminder Vijaysurya. And it's been a faultless bowling performance so far from the East Londoners in terms of extras. As we take a look at the Manhattans, and they've certainly done well, have the bowling side to keep this Gagan batting lineup quiet so far. They just need to keep bowling with control and consistency. 2 C words which Gagan certainly haven't acquainted themselves with yet in their bowling performances. Be Kawalpreet Singh, the 4th bowler employed by the East Londoners in the 4th over. Bowls quite a heavy ball, does the right-hander. That one actually is a bit of friendly fire. Arman Randhawa manages to hit his captain on the way through, and he's taken a bit of damage here. As we take a look at this one on the reverse angle, not much he could have done about that one. It hits him high up on the arm. Hopefully for him it's a bit of a fleshy part of the arm, but it was a bullseye there from Arman Randhawa, and Raminder Vijaysurya not able to get out of the way quickly enough. I don't think we've seen the magic spray used at all this week, and this would be the perfect time, as clearly when you're injured you need about 20 people gathering round you asking if you're okay. He seems to be okay though. Gives a little nod of the head to the umpire, but this was a heavy blow. You could see he was trying to just retreat into his shell there, was the captain of Gagan. Stopped what actually probably would have been a boundary, as well as they managed to scamper through for the single. Certainly the captain, Raminder Vijaysurya, is not someone who can afford to go down injured here. So pivotal to the Gagan batting lineup. Is pretty handy with the ball as well. Looks like he's okay to continue. Oh, he's okay to continue, but he won't, as he's absolutely clean bowled there. Maybe still in the back of his mind, he's got that blow that he took to the arm, and Kawalpreet Singh is absolutely dead-eye, and that's exactly what you need to do. If a batter's just taken a bit of an injury, don't give them a moment's rest. And Kawalpreet Singh, around the wicket to the left-hander, just knocks over off stump. And it is the captain, the big wicket of Raminder Vijaysurya, who has to depart for 29. So in fact, the second game running, he hits 29, not quite the dizzying heights of the 90s, and of course the 113 not out yesterday that he achieved, but a decent enough start. Maybe just an assist there as well from Arman Randhawa, who softened up his captain on the previous delivery. And the East Londoners absolutely cash in on this occasion. Brilliant delivery from Kawalpreet Singh. Picks up his first wicket of the game. Rahi Patel is the new batter for Gagan. Needs to dig his side out of a bit of a hole here. And he tries to go a bit funky straight up. Not exactly sure that's the kind of scooping and digging that I was after. He at least doesn't see his stumps clattered down. Goes straight through to the keeper. Of course, it's Owen Palmer with gloves on for the East Londoners, back into the side. Another useful addition for them. This one's clubbed down the ground. Should just be a single. This again will be a test of the Gagan batting lineup. We were purring about them yesterday, hitting so many runs to all parts of the ground, including that 200 plus score against CFS. haven't always had to dig deep into their batting lineup because especially the captain at the top of the mark was so dangerous. But a chance for another catch here, and it will be comfortably taken on the rope. But of course, it was the free hit, the no ball on the previous ball. A good catching practice out there in the deep, but it won't be a wicket. They take a single as well as it goes out there deep. Get to the end of the 4th over then. 5 runs coming off that over, but more significantly, the big wicket of the captain, Raminder Vijay Saria. Clean bowled by Kawalpreet Singh, an excellent over from him. You can see, just haven't really got going, have Gagan so far. 37 runs off the first 4 and losing those 2 wickets. 2 relatively new batters to the crease. Arman Randhawa, he can do some damage though. He's going at just 4 off 5. Rahi Patel. Big responsibility on these 2 shoulders out there in the middle. So they turn to spin to the East Londoners in the form of the leg spin of Faizan Riaz. It might have just, that no ball might have been for a footfall. I must say I missed it live. And that's why the previous one that went straight into the hands of the fielder out in the deep was of course not a wicket. Let's get bits of turn on that occasion. But some excellent fielding by Gaurav Kumar. We're going to have to check to see if he runs over the rope. He almost seemed to give up on it here by his body language, but in fact he doesn't give up on it. He's just extremely casual in his outstanding piece of fielding. I think he's okay there. He throws it away and his next step takes him over the rope. By that point the ball is very much clear. Good work out there in the deep by Kumar, and he maybe has a chance to catch this one, but it goes high straight to the man at long on, and Rajesh Sharma takes the catch. This time it will be a wicket. Not a no ball called, and Rahi Patel, he has to depart. It's the 3rd wicket to fall for Gagan. They're still in the 30s, 39 for 3. And the East Londoners fielding excellently here. It was the 1-2 punch first. It was Gaurav Kumar in the deep, making sure that ball didn't go to the boundary. And then the next delivery, Rajesh Sharma goes straight down his throat, the steepling catch, and he's able to hold on. As Gagan lose their 3rd, Rahi Patel has to make the long walk off the pitch as he goes for a 5-ball 3. The big hitting, powerful Gagan are in all sorts of trouble here. We promised a high scoring game before the first ball was bowled, but the East Londoners clearly got other things on their mind, but that one has been hit long and far. The dog walker out there, even he's watching it sail over his head. The dog didn't even realise the ball was coming his way. As it's a Maximo for the new batter, Sahan Adisha. His first ball on the European Cricket Network gets pummeled over the cow corner for a Maximo. Need a few more from where they came from though, if he wants to get his side anywhere near a respectable total. He goes hard twice, and well, this time it's just tipped over the bar by Viken Kadaria. It's a difficult attempt. He gets up, and he is right on the rope there, so there's no question of him having steamed him on that occasion. Does get Gagan over the 50 mark, 51 for 3. This time it's flatter down the track, and it will be back-to-back boundaries. In fact, 6-6-4 off the bat of Sahan Adisha, who's into the side and straight into the runs, as Gagan moved to 55 for 3 at the end of 5 overs. And you can join me flying solo in the commentary box. Of course, Nish will be coming back for the second half of this run chase, but at the moment the East Londoners are sitting quite pretty. 55 on the board for Gagan. We're used to seeing that pretty much in the power play from them, as they've posted several scores over 200, but it also shows the quality of the East Londoners bowling lineup, and that's really what's been missing in this series so far. The East Londoners have just strangled the Gagan batters and have not let them get away at all. So it's going to be a tough 5 overs here for Gagan to see if they can get up to something like 120, 130, even the par score of 150 seems a long way away. They need to go at 10s to get there, or even at 20s to get there. As we go into the 6th over, which will be bowled by Deepak Khatri. Good news from Tim Harmer in the chat, who will be coming to the ground tomorrow afternoon through till Saturday. And a reminder, if anyone's nearby watching the YouTube stream, come down. It's free to come in. The bar's open. The sun is shining. And of course, from tomorrow into Thursday, we get into the real business end of this tournament. As that one's clubbed down the ground by Sahan Adisha. And he continues his little boundary flurry, 4 of them so far in the 5 deliveries he's faced in his innings. Tomorrow, of course, we have the final day of group stage action, as that one's going to be even longer, over the sight screen, 6 runs. And anyone who does come down tomorrow, well, you won't see me, but you will see the familiar figure of Charlie Hunt, who will be on commentary from game 2 onwards, joining Nish as I take a little break. So it'll be excellent to hear the dulcet tones of Charlie Hunt back on our airwaves for one night only. And then, of course, Thursday we have quarterfinals day. 4 quarterfinals, which, well, if the last few days are anything to go by, promise to be absolute crackers. Based on the carnage we've seen in Group B so far, I don't think any of the bowlers of the Group A sides will necessarily be looking forward to the prospect. Remember, it was... Oh, he's looking for a wide there, Sahan Adisha. He's standing on the wide line, making his point, but well, he's standing inside the wide line, and the ball went even inside that, so nothing to complain about there. As we get to the end of the 6th, 69 for 3. Remember, Gagan won the toss and elected to bat. It's a decision that's slightly backfired on them so far. It's only really been the captain, Raminda Vijaysurya, who's been able to get some runs of those who've departed. 29 off 14. Sahan Adisha is going well so far, 27 off 7. Aman Randhawa, though, uncharacteristically struggling. Remember, he scored a 12-ball half-century, an unbeaten one, on the first day of Group B action, but he's 7 off 8 here. Well, that will almost double his score as he pumps that one straight back down the ground for a Maximo. So going into the quarterfinals then, be the mighty Tigers that finished top of Group A. So they'll be playing the side that finishes 4th in Group B. The Hornchurch, the hosts, they finished 2nd. So they'll be playing the side who finishes 3rd in Group B. Raynham finished 3rd, so they'll be playing the side that finishes 2nd, funnily enough. And the Sharks Cricket Academy finishing in 4th place, sneaking through to finals day, or quarterfinals day, I should say, and they will be playing the top team from this group, which looks like it's probably going to be between East Londoners and Old Brentwoods. Imagine, though, East Londoners, just a couple more wins for them, and they could secure that top spot. But unlike previous series where we have had the eliminator and the double chance for the teams that finished 1st or 2nd, this time round it's just a straight quarter-final, semi-final and final, as well as, of course, a 3rd, 4th place playoff coming to you on Friday. Cheeky single taken here as Faizan Riaz comes back in to bowl his 2nd and final over into the 7th. He's going to be hit straight down the ground once more. Sahan Adisha looks like quite the addition for Gagan. Not that their batting necessarily needed any more firepower, but he's certainly brought it so far as he moves to 33 off just the 8 deliveries. interesting kit from East Londoners, isn't it? It's a very somber number, but I quite like the diagonal stripes. We're often see a lot of colour on the network. As was commented earlier in the week as well, Group B is quite a monochrome affair. We've just got the blacks and the blues out, as that one goes back down the ground once more. Sahan Adisha continues to rain boundaries down on the East Londoners here and doing a fantastic job to try to get his Gagan side up to something like a par score. That one will fall foul of the wide line from Faizan Riaz. This one goes up in the air. There's cause of catch it, but it's going to just clatter. Well, in fact, it doesn't even clatter into the sight screen. It plops straight over the top of it for what will be the third six of this over. The over goes magical. 23 runs coming off it. There's still a ball to come. And Sahan Adisha, he moves to 43 off just the 10 deliveries, whips this one away. And that's one of the most stylish shots we've seen all day. Along the ground, all timing and wrist power as he whips it for another boundary in this over. That's a costly over really from the East Londoners. They've thrown the ball to Faizan Riaz. He went well in his first over. Went for 18, but did pick up the wicket as well, the important wicket to break the partnership, but comes back and goes for 28 in that over. It's exactly the kind of over that Gagan needed, and in a blink of an eye, they're almost at that 100 mark, and well set to try and push the score in the final 3 overs as we take a look at what's coming your way on the network. Of course, Czechia is well underway. You've got so much more to bring you over the next few weeks. So that one is pummeled away by Arman Randawa, going over to Finland in just under 2 weeks' time, followed a week later by Bulgaria. Of course, in Finland, we'll have some ECSW as well, some women's action coming to you from up north. And then the same in Belgium as well, with an ECS and an ECSW. And then we're going to the motherland, to Germany, where in Krefeld we've got some men's international action coming your way, followed by an ECS, and then rounding off the week with a weekend of ECSW. Looking forward to being back in Germany for that one. And an update from the Czechia game going on over in Prague. Norway 44 for 2 towards the end of the 6th over, so going steady. Remember they won the toss and elected to bat against Austria in that game. And with that 6 to start the 8th over, bowled by Kawarpreet Singh, Gagan do get over the 100 mark. 104 for 3 now. A nice partnership building between these two. It's worth 55, 65 no less, as that one will be a no ball. There's a misfire there from Singh, and he's fortunate that Sahan Adisha doesn't get a hold of that one. I think that would have flown into the next postcode, as Adisha is eyeing up his maiden ECN half century, 47 off 12 deliveries, and now he's got a free hit to try and get himself to the milestone. Good comeback delivery though from Singh, as Adisha's only able to knock that one down the ground to be fielded by Faizan Riaz. The expected score is still looking quite generous, I'd say, for Gagan. That's up at almost 150, given there's just the 14 balls left. I suppose both batters here are set. Arman Randawa not quite going at the rate of knots we're used to seeing him go at, but misfields like that will certainly help. And it's a slip in the deep by Faizan Riaz, who hasn't had the best couple of overs, having been pummeled for 28 in the previous over. Just gets his arms and his legs in the wrong position there. And see it rolls tantalizingly over the rope for a much needed 4 runs off the bat of Armand Randhawa. That one was bowled in a bit of anger from Kawalpreet Singh, who felt like he probably shouldn't have gone for a boundary on the previous ball. Gets that one flying through into the gloves of Owen Palmer. So it's another excellent over from Kawalpreet Singh, who finishes with outstanding figures of 1 for 18 off his 2 overs. Only went for 5 in his first over and picked up that wicket. Comes back, bowls against 2 set batters and only gives away 13. Probably should have just been the 9 after that misfield. Gagan 110 for 3 after 8. Little partnership building here. They haven't lost a wicket in 3 overs. Not since the 5th over, where, of course, Patel departed. They need to get some more runs on the board here, you'd imagine, against an East Londoners batting lineup absolutely brimming with confidence. None more so than Rajesh Sharma, of course, the Centurion, 103 not out of just 31 deliveries. Gaurav Kumar as well, he scored 61 in the first game of this series. Faizan Riaz also, I'm sure, will feature, but Sahan Adisha gets to his maiden half century in some style, brings it up with a crunching 6 over wide long on, and he gets to 54 not out off just the 14 deliveries. He's been a brilliant addition to the Gagan batting lineup so far, and he still needs to see if he can clear the rope on a few more occasions in the final 11 deliveries here. And that was almost an outstanding catch. He actually throws up a hand of apology to Sahan Adisha as Gaurav Kumar, in an act of self-preservation more than anything, throws up his hands, and it could have been an absolutely remarkable caught and bowled. Just checking to see if all his fingers are still attached. Good news is that he seems to be okay. That's to his fingers. Importantly as well, a dot ball for the East Londoners. Sahan Adisha hit that quite some power. Gaurav Kumar managed to get in the way of it. He won't get in the way of this one though, as that one goes up, up and away for 6 runs. As Adisha moves to 60 not out off just the 16 deliveries. Gaurav Kumar, he's been quite a force with the bat as well, so I'm sure he'll want to seek some revenge in the second half of the innings. Well bowled, just sneaks inside that wide line, does Gaurav Kumar. Well, just looking at the East Londoners batting ranks, they've got 5 batters who have all registered half centuries on the network this week. And that shows you just the firepower that they have, and goes some way to explaining why they're unbeaten so far in the 4 games they've played. This time though, it's a full toss. We'll have to check that one for high. It's knocked away by Sahan Adisha, one of the easier boundaries he will score in this innings. He goes deep in the crease, then comes back out in the end. I think he'll be safe, will Gaurav Kumar. Just dips under the waist of the tall figure of Sahan Adisha. Can't stop the 4 runs though. So that will take the over score to 16 runs. Still 1 ball to come. Just been boundaries and dots so far from Sahan Adisha. And that's going to sneak away for another 4. Doesn't come anywhere near off the middle of the bat of Adisha, but he swings and swings hard. Makes a bit of his own luck there as it squeezes through the fielder on the 45. And the over does go magical, 20 runs coming off it. Still Gaurav Kumar Not the worst figures from him. Only went for 11 in his first over, so he finishes wicketless, goes for 31 runs. As Gagan moved to 130 for 3. So that score predictor that we saw just a while ago of 148 is not beyond the realms of possibility here. I'm assuming they'll turn back to Hazrat Shah to bowl the last, after of course he bowled the first as well and bowled it well, going for just the 12 runs. Should just be the single, but it's a decent outcome for Gagan as it gets Sahan Adisha back on strike. He's 68 off just 19 deliveries. Arman Randhawa has to play the anchor role in this innings. 25 off 15 for him. A rare miss from Adisha, who's been hitting almost everything to the boundary. Good delivery from Hazrat Shah. Of the 20 balls that Adisha has faced so far, 13 of them have gone to the rope. But valuable time to get a dot ball for the East Londoners. This one goes high, high up in the air. Hazrat Shah, the bowler, settles underneath it and he takes the catch, which brings to an end a brilliant debut innings from Sahan Adisha. The dot ball pressure told in the end as he has to depart for a 21 ball 68, but he certainly rescued his side out of a hole here, coming in at number 5 when the score was at 39 for 3. This partnership between him and Arman Randhawa worth 91 in the end, and has got his side at least close to something like a defendable total. You have to think though that Gagan have not exactly covered themselves in glory in their bowling so far this series, and they'll have to certainly bring that up a gear or two if they want to defend this total, which now threatens to not even get to the 140 mark, as it's a big swing and a miss by the new batter. Still Shanda Silva coming in at number 6 for Gagan. He scored a quick fire 48 not out in the previous game. Won't have enough time to do too much damage. They call for 2 here though, but Arman Randhawa happy to take the strike for the final ball here. It's been an excellent final over from Hazrat Shah. Just the 2 runs coming off it so far. And of course, the important wicket of Sahan Adisha. So the final ball coming up. And again, zips through to Owen Palmer for the 3rd time in the over. And it's outstanding work from the man on your screen there, Hazrat Shah, as he finishes with figures of 1 for 14 off his 2 overs, which is outstanding at any time of the game, but even more so given that he bowled the first over and the last over and only went for the 2 boundaries and went for no boundaries, in fact, in the final over. So Gagan, they finish on a below par for their standards and below par for this series standards of 132 for 4. As we go back to the highlights, it started off in disastrous fashion for Gagan as they lost the big hitting Yuvraj Malhotra for just a single. And then Raminder Vijay Surya, the captain, saw his stumps dismantled by Kawalpreet Singh just a ball after he took a heavy blow on the arm from the bat of Arman Randhawa, but luckily the latter did stay in as he anchored the innings, getting to 26 off 17 deliveries, but still uncharacteristically slow scoring from him as Ravi Patel, he came and he departed. Sahan Adisha came in and he top scored by some margin, finishing on 68, including 7 big sixes and 6 fours on his way to the top score. Of course, it's him on debut as well, so it's an excellent knock from him and a good addition to the Gagan side. His innings came to an end eventually as Hazrat Shah did the bowling, settled under the catch as well to dismiss Sahan Adisha for 68. But certainly Gagan, who set themselves such high standards with the bat, will be disappointed with that effort with just 132 on the board. And they're facing an East Londoners side who of course are looking for their 5th win in a row. They're still undefeated in this series, and you certainly think that this run chase is well within their reach. maybe even they'll be eyeing up that big bonus point if they do manage to secure the win within 7 overs. That's something that has eluded actually the East Londoners so far in this series. They've won every game, but they haven't put in a bonus point win yet. They've just been winning games comfortably, ticking them off, but certainly they'll want to put a marker down, and that would be the perfect time in this run chase as they go for 133 then for the win. Gagan certainly below par from then, as the debutant Sahan Adisha is the only one to get a big score. He finishes 68 off 21 as Raminder Vijay, the captain, doesn't quite manage the heroics of yesterday. Remember, he had 3 scores plus 90. This time though, this morning he fell for 29, and this afternoon he falls for 29 once more. So there you have it, halfway stage of match 33, and it's certainly the ball in the East Londoners' court now as they chase the 133 runs needed for victory. I'll be off now for a short break, but Nish will be back in the commentary box to join you for this run chase. It's still going to be an intriguing one, I'm sure. If Gagan can get their bowlers firing, then we might be in for a bit of a thriller. So you've just got about a 5-minute break before we're back for this one here in ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. We are set for the start of the second innings. And Guggen, well, they'll be a little bit disappointed with the total that they have posted on the board here. 132 runs in most European cricket series. That would be pretty decent. But based on what we've seen so far in Hornchurch, it's probably well below par. And they're going to have to put on a really, really special bowling performance here if they are to go on and win this game against an extremely strong East Londoners side who are 4 out of 4 to start out this ECS. There's a quick look at the bonus point equation. If the East Londoners can chase this down in 7 overs or less, they will pick up all 4 points in this game. And if we see a truly miraculous chase here from this side, then of course they will leave with a point. So here we go. Both the teams have made their way out onto the field. East Londoners, as I mentioned right at the start, 4 wins out of 4 for them. First ball of the second innings. That is struck away towards mid-on. They'll pick up a single over here, so East Londoners get their first run on the board. Here's a look at the stats we've seen so far this European Cricket Series in Hornchurch, and that right there just emphasizes how odd that first innings was from Guggen's perspective. The average run rate we've seen is 15.5 so far this series. A big appeal here, and the finger will be raised. Well, if they are to go on and pull off what would be an incredible defense, then they're going to have to get early wickets. And what a wicket to get. They managed to dismiss Sharma here, the man who's coming off a brilliant century. Huge, huge moment here for Guggen. They get the breakthrough. Was that going to go on to hit the top of off stump? That's certainly what the umpire thinks. No, they needed that one. They really, really needed that one there, Guggen. And they managed to get an enormous wicket. The danger man, Sharma, the Centurion, has to make the long walk back to the dugout. And going back to those stats we just were showing to you right before that ball, really was incredible. The maximal rate was about on par with what we have seen this series, but had quite a few issues, didn't they? Kept losing wickets at inopportune moments. And right now, certainly say this East Londoners side are massive favorites. And the win predictor certainly shows that 83% chance for the East Londoners to win from here. Just 17% for Guggen, but giving themselves the start they so desperately needed. Towards the offside, and that's going to be a dot ball. This is wonderful bowling by Adisha. Great addition to this lineup, and well, this would be up there as one of the lowest scores we have seen defended so far this European Cricket Series. The lowest score that was defended was 130. Guggen making 132 in the first innings. So this would be the second lowest defended this ECS. And on average, you've seen about 156 runs scored this series. Really has been one for the batters. And Guggen, they're going to have to pull off the best bowling performance so far this ECS. If they lose, then they will fall to 2 and 3, which would put them in a real hole and just make getting that top spot that much harder for them. And a victory in this game, all of a sudden, the East Londoners are in pole position to go on and clinch the top spot. Played uppishly, and that's going to beat the fielder in the inner ring. Goes away for 4 runs. Gorgeous stroke by Solanki. Plays that so nicely on the up. It's timed magnificently, and that's a good bit of power play batting. Fielding restrictions in place. He knows he can clear the inner ring. He's going to get 4 runs. It's been a good battle so far between Adisha and Solanki. Really enjoyed this. Adisha did manage to get that early wicket. Well, he'll be hoping to pry a second. The last ball of the first over. Not quite the last ball. Going to have to wait a bit here, as that's going to be a wide. Ones across the board. East Londoners are 11 for 1. Yeah, he goes over long off, and that's going to be 6 more runs. A terrific hit there by Solanki. That wide ends up costing Guggen quite a bit. Yeah, it's a slot ball in the end, one of the poor deliveries. I saw that over from Sahana Disha. Straight batted, right over long off. Wonderful strike. Maximo for a very talented batter in Solanki. So here's a quick reminder, it's been 31 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. That streak was snapped last week over in Bucharest at the Moara Lycée cricket ground. And not quite been able to get a golden ball here in Hornchurch just yet. Come close, we've had some real tight affairs, a number of matches that have come down to the last ball, but it just doesn't feel like a high-scoring series lends itself well to golden ball finishes. It's generally the low-scoring thrillers that tend to give us golden balls. Usually when you have a higher scoring series, the margins of victory can just be that much higher as well. So yeah, still waiting for a golden ball. We still are. So it's Chanukwa Dilshan has been the most successful bowler for this Guggen side so far this series. He's bowled more effectively than any of his teammates, been very reliable arm in the attack. That's a wonderful bit of fielding, really is. I think that's Pradeep Kichi over at point, and he's done superbly well there to make sure it doesn't get past him. Dot ball. That's going to be 4 runs. You could just see Kadaria shuffling across. And that just allows him to access the offside that much better. And he drills that away for 4 runs. He keeps it pretty simple with his plan, Chanukwa Dilshan. He just tries to bowl Yorkers, just looks to fire them in. Isn't someone who's trying to turn the ball an awful lot. Takes some pace off this ball, gives it a little bit more air, but it's still going to get smacked away for a 6. Kadaria just reaching out at that one. Keep in mind the wide line doesn't move with the batter in European Cricket Series cricket. Nicely struck there by Kadaria. Back-to-back boundaries. This time he'll go down the ground and think that's just about cleared the rope. Certainly has. Goes away for 6 more runs. Swats that effortlessly away for a Maximo. 3 consecutive boundaries here. Not what we're used to seeing from Dilshan. Normally bowls fairly economically for this Guggen side. That's going to go the distance as well by the looks of it. And chance for a crowd catch. Would have been an absolutely incredible catch by the man out in the deep if he'd been able to take that lying down. Oh, that's going away for 6 more runs, and that could even be a no ball. I think the signal's been made, and yes, it has. That was above waist height, so a free hit coming up for a batter who really doesn't need one. It's a baseball shot in the end, isn't it, really, because it comes at a kind of baseball height at him, and he's just able to slog that one away. So it's a 7-up, 30 off this over so far, and we still have a ball to come. Now, this could just be the over that takes this game away from Guggen. They would have been very pleased when they picked up a wicket of just the second ball of this innings, but it's all unraveling for them very, very quickly. Full toss, that gets to treatment, goes all the way for 6 runs. 36 runs come off this over, almost ends up being hypersonic. As it's a rare blip for Dilshan. We don't tend to see him bowl overs like this. Normally he doesn't even concede 36 runs in 2 overs, but he ends up giving it in 1. And it's a tough one if you're Vijay Surya when your most reliable bowler ends up going for 36. It just makes you scratch your head and wonder what you need to do. Might not be a bad idea for Vijay Surya to insert himself into the attack. He's been a fairly reliable arm. Could go back to Adisha for this third over and just bowl him out here and see if he can maybe pry another wicket. As we take a look at the standings here for Group B, the East Londoners undefeated so far this ECS. 4 wins out of 4 for them. Guggen in third place. A loss here would mean they slip to a losing record of 2 and 3. Stroked away for another boundary, and he's certainly having himself a good time, isn't he? A nice lie down in the afternoon. Boundaries continuing to flow here for the East Londoners, and we've now brought up the bonus point graphic, and we're just at the start of the third over. The East Londoners certainly looking like they'll take all 4 points in this game. High up in the air, and a few chance of oh-ho as that is launched for 6 more runs. Oh, what a wonderful on drive there. And at this point, it just feels like Guggen are already a defeated side. You could hear a pin drop in the field right now. That's how quiet it is. A lot of dejected looks, double teapots, hands on their heads. They look shell-shocked. Another beautiful shot here by Solanki. Make that 6 more runs. It is an absolute onslaught and a rampage from the East Londoners to start things off. Three consecutive sixes to start off the over. Looks to go straight down the ground here, but that's not going to have enough to reach the rope. And mind you, that snaps a streak of 9 consecutive boundaries that we have seen in this innings. Oh, that's going to go the distance as well. Or has it just landed in front of the rope? No, it hasn't. Looks like just beyond. It's going down the leg side with his line there. He's trying to go for that ball on the hip. Well, the original signal was a 6. Has that just caught the rope on the flush? That's the question. You can definitely see the rope move right there. And yeah, it just looks like it's landed right on top of the rope. So yeah, I'm going to stick with a single. Out towards mid-wicket, that's going to be a single. Good afternoon to everyone joining us in the chat. Got Dave saying we're back, and well, the East Londoners certainly are back and looking imperious as usual, going at an extraordinary run rate here. 79 for 1, 26.3 and over. Good afternoon to Johnny Hisham, Paul Kempen, and also Jake Stewart joining us from Estonia, and John Gray from France as well. So got viewers from all around Europe joining us as we come to the end of the power play, and the East Londoners firmly in front and looking like they're going to take 4 points from this game. We'll just take a look at the Manhattan, comparing these two sides, and well, they certainly are building skyscrapers, aren't they? The East Londoners, 17, 36, 26. What a start. And the start will just get better, as it's going to be another 6. And that is just going to roll into the trees. Nice shorter delivery there, sat up very nicely for the batter, and he pumped that away for 6 more runs. .48 needed of just 23 now for the bonus point. Gets a little bit of in-swing over there. Adisha and Kadari is now just a run away from a half century. Oh, just a checked swing. Good timing, but picks out the fielder. Now to cover there, Solanki. Good ball there by Adishe. He's come back well after getting struck for a 6. He's finding the right lines and lengths here. Bonus point equation is now 46 of 21. Struck firmly down the ground, but it's going to strike the stumps at the non-striker's end. So a little bit unlucky over there, Solanki. It ends up ricocheting off the stumps straight to the fielder at long on. Yeah, very quiet period here. Just wondering if Adishe would have been able to get a hand to it. Might have even had a chance for a run out, but yeah, rather odd. Gone 3 balls without a boundary. Longest period without a boundary we've seen this innings. 4 balls, I should say. Digs that one out well, and there it is. The boundary drought has finally come to an end for the East Londoners. An oddly quiet over. Only I say, 14 runs coming off it. They've been so used to overs of 20, 25 plus from this East Londoners side. It really does feel very odd when we get the odd 14 run over. If you take a look at the worm here for the East Londoners, they are well above that required rate. You can see that their worm is hovering a good few stories above that yellow line, and going to be a single to start the 5th over. Vijay Surya, the captain, has come into bowl. 39 needed of 17 now for the East Londoners to pick up all 4 points. High up in the air, and see ya later. That's gone a long, long way. The fielder out of deep mid-wicket knew there was no point even trying to chase that, and well, he's hoping. Very kind spectator will throw the ball back to him, and that's very kind of you there, sir, as the East Londoners now needs to go at just a shade above 12 and over to grab all 4 points. Launched for 6 more runs, and I think he's going to be a busy man as the ball's coming right back there. Well, don't move from that spot, sir. There'll be plenty more balls coming your way, especially when Kedaria is batting the way he is. Strike rate of 400 right now for Kedaria. Just took a step across and a step deep into his crease, and he helped that one away towards fine leg. Moves on to 70. Goes away for a boundary. At this point, they really do look like a defeated side, Guggen. Not too much chatter out in the field, I think. They just want to be put out of their misery. They really do. Struck away towards point. That's going to race towards the dugout as we just see some of the Havering 11 players who we're going to see coming up in match number 4. It's just absolute carnage here by the East Londoners. 19 needed of 13 now for the bonus point. That's going to be stroked away, and he's done well in the end there. He's done really well. That's it. Harman Thakur, the left armer, out a deep backward square leg, who's ended up dealing with that. Well, he does kind of take his eye off the ball a little bit. As we'll take a look at the fixtures over in the Central Europe Cup. Czechia were defeated by Norway in match number 5. Unfortunately for the hosts, they failed to win a single game in their home tournament and were beaten pretty handily in most of the matches as well. And currently got what you could dub as the final going on over in the Central Europe Cup. And well, Austria right now looking very strong position to go on and win that match against Norway. If they win this game, then Austria will be the Central Europe Cup champions by virtue of their net run rate. So yeah, right now Austria look like they're in a very strong position. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Nicely played. We've seen a lot of shots bludgeoned for 6, and this time it's just nice to see good shot along the carpet. Good placement, picks out the boundary, gets it away for 4 runs. Massive shot that goes away for another 6 runs. Kadaria will move on to 85. It's just a shame for him, isn't it, that there aren't enough runs for him to go on and get a century. He would certainly deserve it for the way he's batted. Just another 8 runs needed now for the East Londoners. It's been absolute carnage. Run rate's currently at 23.4. They're about to make real quick work of this Guggin side. Just another 8 needed of 10 for the bonus point. Not even talking about the win itself. Yeah, they've made a real mockery of this chase. No nerves, no hesitation. Even though they lost that first wicket, it's been a masterclass in T10 hitting. Struck straight down the ground, and that's going to be 6 more runs. So they're a couple of runs away from victory now, the East Londoners. And Guggin just want these final couple of runs to be scored so they can make their way back to the dugout. It's a tough one. Really is a bitter pill for them to swallow. They would have been hoping that this match against the East Londoners would have been a lot more competitive. They just didn't have enough runs on the board in the first innings, and with some of the bowling issues they've historically had, they never thought this target was ever going to be an issue, as this is going to be launched away over the rope for 6 more runs, and there it is. What an emphatic way to wrap this game up. That has been crunched, and that will be the match. They've chased down this target with plenty of overs still to burn. 4.2 left. It was ruthless, it was clinical, and it was emphatic. The East Londoners pick up their first bonus point victory of this ECS, and they so richly deserve it after a very strong showing in the second innings. That was a strong statement. It wasn't just a win, it was an absolute demolition job as they power their way to a bonus point. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between the Old Brentwoods and Havering 11. A lot of changes for Havering 11 from the last match. As we can see, 10 changes to the lineup from the team we saw during the final match of the day yesterday. A couple of changes for Old Brentwood's Kruthik Hangawadi, about to play for the first time this series, and Irshad Khan is back as well. Let's take a look at the highlights of what was a very short innings. The East Londoners did lose an early wicket, and we just wondered if maybe there was a little bit of hope there for Guggin. Sharma departed for a golden duck after making a brilliant 100 earlier today. But after that, the only fielders who were busy were the people beyond the boundary rope. It was an absolute clinic in power hitting. They just picked the right matchups, the batters trusted their zones, and over after over, we saw carnage unleashed. Not just any old win, it's the kind of performance that can really swing the net run rate and do all sorts of damage to the bowling attack's confidence. Kadaria made 97 of 23. He struck 12 sixes during that innings, 5 fours. And Solanki, the supporting act, made 36 of 11, 6 boundaries for him. Let's take a look at the scorecard right here. Kadaria falls just 3 runs short of a century. Really unlucky for him that there weren't a few more runs on the board so he could go on and get what would have been a well-deserved century. Rajesh Sharma coming off that century was dismissed for a golden duck. A beautiful ball by Sahan Adisha. Solanke Depot made 36 of 11. Here's a look at the bowling card for Guggen. And it's pretty tough reading, isn't it? Sahan Adisha, I think he can be pretty pleased with his figures. 1 for 31 with the 2 overs he bowled, but the rest of the attack, they had a tough day. Chanaka Dilshan as well, who's normally such a reliable bowler. He went for 36 in the sole over he bowled. And in the end, I think Guggen are just glad that they're back in the dugout and safe from some carnage that was unleashed out in the middle. Here's a look at the match summary. These Londoners take this one by 9 wickets with 4.2 overs to spare. An emphatic victory, a statement victory, one that I'm sure both these sides won't forget for a long, long time. Take a quick break, or I should say a 40-minute break, and then be back on your screens for the start of our 4th match of the day.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Havering and Old Brentwoods are about to do battle in our fourth match of the day. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by Tyrone Peters.
Havering to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Oh, it's a head.
We'll have a bet.
They can have a bet.
Thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this match. Old Brentwoods decide to bat first, and they'll be looking to put a big total on the board. Maybe even see if they can pick up bonus points in this match after they succumb to yet another defeat at the hands of the East Londoners. Havering, though, they're going to be a tough side for them to dispatch. Although they are underdogs heading into this game, they've certainly shown that they've got the ability to pull off some great upsets after they came so close to knocking off Guggen yesterday, falling by just 5 runs in the end. This should be a very exciting matchup, and I can't wait to join Tina Guff, who's over in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nish, and welcome to match 34 here. It's the penultimate game of the day, which sees Old Brentwoods looking to get back to winning ways after that defeat earlier in the day to the East Londoners against the Havering 11, who are looking for their first win of this series. Remember, they've come into this series just a touch late, and they were agonisingly close to their first win yesterday, losing to Guggen by just the 5 runs. And then following up with a close defeat as well to CFS by the 16 runs. And they've rung the changes here. The Havering 11, 10 changes from the team that played in that loss against CFS. As Kevin Room, the fan favourite, returns, as does Joel Barker. Jamie Green, the only mainstay in the Havering 11 lineup, as they give debuts to 8 other players. Looking forward to seeing some of those on our screens for the first time. As for Old Brentwoods, they bring in a debutant of them, their own critic, Hangar Wadi. He comes in, and Irshad Khan back into the side, who I'm sure will feature with the ball. A few to look out for, of course. Mervyn Westfield hasn't actually picked up a wicket today. He'll be wanting to change that, as well as Baba Chowdhury, the captain. He probably should be in the runs sooner rather than later, as well as the big left-hander Sagar Joshi, who I'm sure will feature heavily at the top of the order. And well, look at that. As Nish mentioned, Havering certainly going into this one as underdogs, with the win predictor giving them just a 7% chance. But probably before the first game that they played, the Havering 11 yesterday, the win predictor was probably showing something similar, and they gave Guggen such a good run for their money. In the end, though, just falling short by those 5 runs, despite some brilliant power hitting towards the end from the likes of Callum Berry, who finished 56 not out, and of course Joe Moss, who scored big runs in the first game against Guggen. Those two, though, won't feature, so it's all change for the Havering 11, and looking forward to seeing what they can do. They've got 6 teenagers in their side, and it's a youthful look all round, with just a couple of 20-year-olds as well, and a few with a bit more experience under their belts as well, as the Havering 11 go out in their green kit. It's good to see a bit of colour in this Group B as well. I've been lamenting the fact that so far it's mostly been the blues and the blacks shown in the kit front, but we've got the lovely green. I think that's one of Hornchurch's away strips being sported here by the Havering 11, as it's the familiar dark blue of Old Brentwoods, who will get this batting innings up and running. It will be Ramiz Rahman, in fact, facing the first delivery, which will be bowled by the captain, Jamie Green. Hamza Ahmed will get himself on strike now, the number 11 for Old Brentwoods. Jamie Green, of course, has been mighty impressive the 18-year-old, in fact, leading the side, picked up 3 wickets in the first game, the loss against Gagan, 3 for 25. He finished, and it was an outstanding final over from him, which dismissed some of those dangerous batters in the Gagan lineup. That one's quite short and wide. It has been given a wide, I think, on the line rather than the length. That one probably could have even been a wide on both fronts. It's good to see Kevin Room, of course, back into the lineup as well for the Havering 11. Looking forward to seeing him with ball in hand, having picked up the first ever wicket for the Havering 11 on the network yesterday, as well as taking an outstanding catch at mid-wicket. He showed me the damage that it did to his finger, swollen ring finger, but it doesn't hurt as much if you take them, and he took an outstanding grab on that occasion, as Havering really got on top of Gagan in that fielding innings in the middle overs. That one's gone high in the air, and it will be the first Maximo of this innings. Not quite off the middle of the bat of Hamza Ahmed, but more than enough to take it away to the rope for 6 runs. Remember, old Brentwoods, they're looking to get back to winning ways. They've played 7 games so far, won 5 of them. The 2 defeats have both come at the hands of the East Londoners, who of course are unbeaten in this series so far. This is in fact the final game that the OBs will be playing in the group stages. That one's hit high and mighty, and more high than long actually, but it's still going to drop comfortably over the rope as Hamza Ahmed goes back-to-back 6s in this first over. What OBs will certainly be looking to do here then is get runs on the board, maybe even try and snatch that bonus point victory, which would certainly put pressure on the likes of the East Londoners in terms of snatching that top spot in Group B. The bad news for the OBs is that the East Londoners seem pretty impervious to pressure at the moment. Of course, registering another win to add to their collection in the game we saw just a few moments ago, match 33, where they chased down Gagan's total of 132 in just 5.4 overs, picking up a bonus point win. That was something that was not on their CV. As Ramiz Rahman hits a glorious cover drive, crunches that one through the inner ring. As we get to the end of the first over then, 19 runs coming off it, an excellent start from the OBs. As we take a look at the European Cricket Championship for men, that's coming up at the end of September. In the meantime though, I'm going to relinquish control to Nish, who has got a special guest returning to the commentary box as well.
Thank you very much for that there, Tina. So a great start here for the old Brentwoods. They scored 19 runs in the first over, just what they would have hoped for, of course, coming off that defeat earlier today when they were handed yet another loss by the East Londoners, a side they have been unable to beat so far in this European Cricket Series. There we go, first ball of the second over.
Thanks. Ollie joins us today for the first time. Interested to see how he goes.
Well, it's a great opportunity for me to welcome in Phil Law, team manager of the Havering 11, into the commentary box. Great to have you here.
Oh, thanks for having me again.
Yeah, so look, another big day for the Havering 11, and yeah, new kit as well today.
New kit. We're very lucky. We might have a new kit tomorrow as well, I'm told. Didn't help us very much there, I have to say. But yeah, new kit today, and this I think is the Hornchurch Mental Health Charity Day kit. So nice for us to get hold of another kit today.
Yeah, we've seen I think Tina mentioned this earlier. We've seen a lot of navy blues and darker colors, and it's good to see the bright green out there. Yeah,
with the white ball, it's nice to see. I have to say I quite like it. I think some of the Upminster boys are a bit used to playing in blue, but you know, with the change of kit, hopefully will bring a change of luck for them. Bold, nice from there. That was an interesting line. You'd expect that line to get spanked, but he was probably hurried him on a bit there, I suspect.
How impressed were you the way Havering played yesterday? I mean, they certainly captured all of our hearts. They've instantly become favorites for all of our ECN fans. Came so close to winning that game yesterday. And I know I shouldn't admit I'm taking sides, but
I'd be disappointed if you weren't. It was absolutely chuffed with them yesterday. We hadn't met each other since, well, before most of us. We've passed each other, but to come together that morning, most of us meeting for the first time over there. Some very nervous youngsters, nervous older players. The performance levels we got out of them yesterday was astonishing, and what it shows you is that with a bit of heart and a bit of courage, that you can take on these big boys.
down the ground, and I'm going to pick up a single over here. Let's think this might be one of your mates in the chat, Sean Worrell, saying, Phil, we need Bobby back uninjured, please. Big game tomorrow.
I can't promise you he'll be uninjured, but we'll certainly give him some exercise today to warm him up for you tomorrow.
I think we had a chance to chat with Bobby earlier, and I believe he's at a dentist appointment right now, or at least that's what he told people at work.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that's well, that would make sense. I mean, the way some of these are hitting it, he might need to pop up to the dentist later. So.
You know, it's just great. I think the sense of community and the love amongst all the players. Because the side's been put together with teams that are normally rivals, yet they've all come together for this series.
What I've really enjoyed, and I'll just wait here. What I've really enjoyed is the boys coming together, different teams, but making sure they're wearing their club caps if we can, just to show the individuality of the clubs, to give them the people that are watching and listening something to cleave to support, seeing the people they know. The messages are fantastic. Thanks for those. The texts and comments that you get. The people that came to watch us yesterday, I think a lot of them were coming to watch us. I think we're box office, so I'll take that. And before the end of the week, I'm hoping that we are going to cause a shock. I think we might have rattled one or two people over the last few days.
I certainly have. I think it's also been a great chance for a lot of these players to showcase themselves on ECN as start of the third over. Old Brentwood's 32 for no loss. Starts off with a full toss
Jack.
here. Might have to check the height on this. What a shame. Unfortunately, it's been put down. We'll just have a look at the replay of this one side on, just to make sure that it's not a no ball. Let's just take another look at this.
I think it might be. Oh, no. I'll take that.
Ooh, drilled back, and that one's going to sting.
Yeah, Jack's going to be disappointed with that drop. That's the second Essex disability player this week that I've given a big build-up to in the team chat beforehand for his fielding, which is usually exemplary. So we'll see a big comeback from Jack shortly.
Struck firmly into the gap, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. So you just mentioned a little bit about disability cricket. You got plenty of new viewers in today. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on what the disability cricket scene is like? So
we play for Essex. They've got a range of teams and players that suffer from different ailments and disabilities. I'll just let Harry come in. Oh, has got enough of that?
Certainly got enough of that one. And it's not quite going to go for a 6, but it will go away for 4 runs.
Yeah, so and you'll see 4, well, I won't be playing, but 4 or 5 of us over the next, or over these 3 days that represent Essex at various levels. And as I say, disabilities vary, and Jack will hopefully have an ability to show his very aggressive batting in a moment. Unlucky.
Yeah, struck away for 4 runs. He was going for the wide Yorker, was a bit unlucky there. It's a good shot that goes away for another boundary.
We've, I think the pattern of the last 3 yesterday was probably not being tight enough in the power play overs and bringing it back after about over 4 or 5. I think when we take the pace off it, to be honest, I think that's probably the way to go for us. Let's go all of that.
That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. So they bring up their 50 inside the power play here. The old Brentwoods, they are 54 for no loss. So could you go into a little bit about what the league system will be like in the disability cricket?
So it depends on the standard. The ones are playing county teams. It tends to be regional. So we'll play teams like Middlesex, Sussex, Kent. I think the ones go up north from time to time as well, because of not every county is fully engaged in the system. But the 2s I think are slightly more regional, and in the 3s where I play, sometimes with Jack, he's a better standard than me by a long way. But we play sort of between here and the Isle of Wight and everyone in between. So standards, to be honest, the way players deal with their different disabilities is a wonder to see. You start to see some of it televised. You saw Big Joe yesterday, the Grizzler, and Alfie. They both play in the DPL, which is televised on another network, big network in UK, and that attracts. It's a good standard, so it's interesting to see them. Oh, well done, Bobby. Stayed low.
I think that's certainly going to draw a lot of smiles, and Bobby Mack, he certainly seems like he's a popular player. We already had a few messages about him in the chat, and he grabs a wicket right there, a big, broad grin. He'll be certainly delighted with that. Well worth the trip to the dentist, quote unquote.
Yeah, we'll. I'll send him the note back to work for him. I think that was what I said. Take the pace off it. I'm not sure these players are too used to the. I wouldn't even call it military medium that we send down. And when Rumi comes on in a minute, they'll have to deal with another layer of slow.
So Ramiz Rahman will depart. A good innings by him. A partnership breaking wicket here, where the opening stand will break at 55. But one thing about this old Brentwood side is just blessed with so much talent. You get rid of one batter and then outstrides their captain Babar Chowdhury, who's been incredible so far this series.
Yep, you could just see that it just oozing power. But come on, Bobby, another one of those. That's all right. Full sense of security down the leg side. And decent stop there from Billy. Billy's coming to help last minute. At 11 o'clock today, I had 9 players, including me. We were banging trouble at 11 o'clock today. And Bobby came in. Bobby found a few players. Billy was found by somebody else. And I'm extremely grateful to the Essex community that have come together. Essex and East London actually have come together to find players over the 3 days of this competition.
Struck away, and that would have been a really, really good catch if Jamie Green had been able to hold on to that. Would have been one of the catches of this series.
I think Jamie was just having a pop at me for as I said, I'd bigged up Jack earlier on for the catching. As I said, he gave me a look. I'll let him off with that one. He did a good job yesterday.
You mentioned a little bit about how you're so impressed by the way the community here has come together to put together this 11. I mean, how important is cricket to everyone around here?
Well, I think unless you're playing, it's hard to appreciate how widespread and popular cricket is. There are pitches everywhere, and I'm linked to a club called Brentwood Eels, a rugby league club, and they're trying to organise somewhere to play. Shot. And
struck away, going to go for a 6.
And one of the points that they raised to me was that there are cricket clubs everywhere, cricket pitches everywhere, and it's a very popular game. It does struggle in that some of the bigger clubs, the Hornchurches, the Upminsters, do tend to attract a lot of the younger players, and that does strangle some of the smaller clubs. But there are hundreds and hundreds of youths in the youth section. Their parents are here. Their parents are playing, relatives come to watch.
That's going to be another wide. Just gets that one slightly wrong there, Mac. It's going to go away for a minimum.
And that spreads out into the community. So when brothers and sisters are playing, certainly in my house, youngest sees the other 3 playing. She wants to play. Their friends want to play. Their schools, therefore, start to bring in coaches. I know Hornchurch have trained in schools. Lots of, I'm sure, Upminster do as well. And it's everywhere. Cricket really is everywhere, particularly out in the suburban area. But the Hammer League that Hornchurch are playing in, there's a lot of East London clubs as well, and it really feels that at this level it's growing. Shot.
Swept away magnificently. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Another boundary for the old Brentwood skipper. Gets down on one knee, and that's beautifully played.
Yep. Got down well, stayed on top of it. Proper shot.
Got a question here from Steve McVeigh, who would like to ask you your thoughts for the upcoming England versus India Disability T20 series that starts this summer.
I don't know much about it, actually. We've got a few people that will be in and around that team. So we have Ronnie at Essex that plays at Raynham. He's likely to be involved in that. And it's nice to see other countries sort of picking up the disability baton. So I'm delighted that India have got a team together. It's usually the usual suspects. England, Australia, etc. It's a good shot again. It had to be a good shot to beat Amari as one of our. I think one of the stronger points of our team, where we're really competitive with the others, is the standard of mobility in the field and the commitment to it. Whilst teams may have more firepower with bat and ball, I doubt there's going to be many that will have bigger hearts or bigger ability to stand in front of balls as they come in.
A great ball there by Bradford. Gets it right up there in the block hole. He's going to attempt to run out, but Ahmed is able to make it back safely and managed to strike the stumps in the end. I've got a question for you here. I asked something very similar to Paul Murray yesterday, but how much T10 experience do most of these players have? And do you often find that the younger players take the T10 a lot more easily than some of the older players who might be more accustomed to more traditional formats of the game?
Oh, absolutely. So on here, the only person I suspect with any T10 experience is young Jack out of Deepneck Cricket. He was playing in a fledgling competition at Hove for Essex Disability Ones 2 or 3 weeks ago. Loved it. I think that was broadcast on YouTube as well. Sussex were very keen on that, and they want to push it as a format. So I think we will see it grow. Otherwise, what I find with the youngsters is they're seeing the T10s, they're seeing the T20s. They want to emulate those players. Whereas we were raised, I was raised, sorry, you're much younger than me. I was raised on a much slower form of cricket. Go on, have that.
Up in the air, chance for a catch, and just going to drop in no man's land. I don't think anybody called for that one, so ends up dropping safely.
That's what happens when you haven't really met each other before in the game. That's when I'll chalk down to the inexperience. But I thought Bowler had a chance to get there. I thought that was his. But yeah, going back to your point on training. Certainly, my son, who's now 21, I remember coaching him properly. Play straight. And I'm not sure that's necessarily the way to go anymore, because you can coach some of that aggression out of them. So I depends what type of player you want. I mean, you're very unlikely to be playing 3-4 day games now. So I think having that aggression in them first, and then teaching the technique after, I think is probably the way to go with the youngsters.
Full toss. That's going to be struck down the ground. It's going to be a single as we come to the halfway stage of this innings. Old Brentwoods are at 95 for 1. A good start for them. Seeing a lot of new players here for this Havering 11, as we now have a chance to welcome you into the commentary tent. Got the great pleasure of having Havering 11 manager Phil Law alongside me. And what do you make of these first 5 overs?
Yeah, we could have done with being a bit tighter, I suspect. A few loose ones, particularly in our length. But now we've got Roomy on, I'm feeling the pressure about to turn on them. There you are.
Kevin Room, of course, YouTube fan favorite, member of our chat, managed to pick up a wicket yesterday. The chat went wild when he did.
You know, he's been fantastic. He's always available.
Yeah, I was glad to hear when he said that he'll play both games today. Only managed to play the one yesterday.
Well, he'd have played 2. We've got better availability for the 5:30 games. We're trying to make sure that everyone gets a game. We know we're not likely here to win the competition, so we want everyone that's prepared to help us to get some of the involvement in the game. And go on, Jack. Yes,
there we
Jack.
go. There we go. He gets his second wicket of this series, and the chat's going to go wild at that. Kevin Room with his first of this game.
Yeah, Jack, yeah, as I say, a safe pair of hands. I told you, Jamie, he was. And I have to say that will fill him with confidence. Real confidence player, Jack. He'll hopefully carry that through into his batting later, but we thought deep mid-wicket was a key position. And Jack will run through brick walls for this team today. Absolutely desperate to play. He's got a dodgy knee, had to rest yesterday. We nearly messed his registration up. But I'll take that as my fault. But we managed to get that sorted out. You can see him probably have a little limp there, I think. It might have just hurt him a bit. But he is absolutely delighted for him. He watched all day yesterday, absolutely loving it. Obviously saw Joe do so well. Couldn't wait to get it.
Up in the air. Could this be 2 and 2?
Set.
Oh, well, if he'd managed to take that, he could have been on a hat trick.
He's proving my theory right at the moment. I think that pace off really is killing some of these big boys that are used to faster bowling.
Just turns of live action. This one's just dragged out towards the leg side, and superb bit of fielding once again by Jack Flowers out in the deep.
Jack's representing North Weald today. He's got his Essex cap on, but he's been kindly lent to us by North Weald, the same club that provided the Grizzly yesterday.
Up in the air. Could this be a chance for another catch? Oh, just beyond Jack Flowers' reach. Could have been his second wicket.
It's looking. Keep your head up, Jack. We thought it would be a key position, and I have to say I think Roomy's got a few more wickets in his future.
He certainly does. It's just that just tosses it up, and I think they're not enjoying the lack of pace, as you mentioned, the old Brentwoods.
They've got to muscle it, and the boundaries are not far away, so I think there's a bit of ego. There's a bit of ego that means they've got to try and clear it, particularly when they see the ball coming in so slow. So we'll play on that. If I had 5 Kevins, they would all be bowling.
You take a look at the scorecard here. Ramiz Rahman, 28 of 11 for him. Hamza Ahmed, as you can see, Kevin Room, as he was dismissed on 36. The skipper, Babar Chowdhury, on 23 of 9. And well, I still haven't seen Alan Jones make his way out to the middle. Now, you mentioned earlier that you taught your son to play nice and straight, and then you got someone like Alan Jones in there who plays the complete opposite of that, just hits everything towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, on these pitches, in these games, with these boundaries, perfect. Alan's technique is perfect for this. There's often not a lot you can do about that. On a Saturday, we might fancy our chances. Oh, shot.
Really nicely struck there by Balaraj. Get a boundary now. Do talk to us a little bit about the women's game as well. I believe both your daughters are involved in it as well. We did have a chance to see Amara Law playing on Saturday.
We did, yeah, and they were very grateful for your commentary. I have to say you've made their weekends. All their friends are watching it. They're all coming over to see them play. Amara was chuffed with it. Beth was keeping that day as well. She's likely to... Bold. You might see her skipper this weekend because we've got a slightly different team. Unfortunately, some of the senior players, the older players, are not necessarily available. So she might have to step up in that regard. T10 is definitely not her game. She's definitely more of an opening batter. Good pair of hands behind the stumps. She also plays a disability cricket as well. And unlucky Ollie. I think Essex have missed her during this exam period. We all think we can keep. Everyone thinks they can keep, and then when they get behind the stumps, they find out how hard it is.
Yeah, certainly such a difficult art. And speaking of keepers, many son to Mr. Maximo in the chat saying that Kroom is now an ECN god, and the reaction to that wicket has been absolutely amazing. I mean, just as we imagined.
Save some of that reaction for later because there'll be more. Bold.
Let's go for a shorter ball. It's been given the 1 for the over.
We really think that there's only 2 lengths to bowl if you'll seam up, and that is in the block hole or just back of a length. Anywhere else, you're getting carted. But it still takes such talent to find that line and length. I'm really impressed with Ollie. Bowling like the person he looks like. A dead ringer for Aaron Beard. There's the other length.
Yeah, what with the slower ball there, but that's going to go away for 4 runs. I think one of the things in this format you probably have to teach some of the bowlers is you've got to be okay with going for the odd boundary every now and then.
Yeah, particularly the youngsters. I mean, we had the bowls boys earlier. I'm hoping we'll see them again tomorrow. And Laksha, I don't know if you caught me. I just spent most of yesterday afternoon trying to get Laksha to smile, because that's their moment. They're desperate. They know they're on TV for a bit, and I heard there were some enormous viewing figures for this yesterday. So it's they've got a level of fearlessness about them, but they're still at the end of the day just young. We have to keep an eye on them.
Every time Kevin seems to get the ball, you're just wondering if there's going to be a chance for a catch out in the deep. That's going to go away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's Jack's having a torrid time out there at the moment. It's chasing. We knew it'd be a key position.
Yeah, it's tough fielding out of mid-wicket, isn't it? You're probably the busiest fielder.
Well, that's why we put him there. We put him there for that. And well bowled. Get down, Jack. Good boy. Yep, knee's gone. Yeah, so he had a bit of an injury at the on Sunday that caused him to come off. Sorry, not to play yesterday. He might have just banged it today.
So it goes straight down the ground. That's going to go well clear of the commentary tent. 6 runs here for Palirao.
Yeah, lovely shot. Especially with that lack of pace on the ball, he's really timed that.
We're still waiting for Kroom to get another wicket. He's got 3 balls left here. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up this Saturday. And, well, talk us a little bit about these games.
Yeah, so Hutton up against Gunnersbury first. Gunnersbury are a fantastic team, national level competitors, some really good players, really good standard. But what I was grateful to see on the last occasion was that they weren't head and shoulders above the other 2 teams. Upminster, very competitive. Hutton competed as well. I thought it was a very even weekend, very impressive. I'm proud of the girls, especially the Billericay girls that came over and helped out as well. It's gone.
That is going to get smacked away for 6 runs. What an incredible hit there by Palirao. And this time he clears the rope very comfortably.
Yeah, a bit too full that time, and he waited well for it. He could have very easily swung too early on that. Kev's got to find that line again, just a bit outside off to try and make him drag it a bit more. That's the one.
He does drag this one, but it's just going to clear the rope. It was into the gap as well, bisected the fielders at long on and cow corner.
Beautifully placed, beautifully placed. But to be honest, I don't mind him playing that shot, because it was in the right territory for being caught. He just placed it so well between the 2 fielders.
There we go. That last ball, Kevin Room's spell, and everyone's just willing him on to get one more.
Batsman played about 3 shots before he decided on that one.
It will go away for another 6. So it ends up being a rather expensive over. 35 runs come off it. Well, it's not the sight we want to see, Kevin Room giving up a supersonic over, but he does manage to pick up his 2nd European Cricket Series wicket, as Old Brentwoods are 146 for 2. The expected score is 184 at the moment, and based on what we've seen so far this series, that's actually pretty chaseable.
It is. I think in our chase yesterday, we started off like a train, and Joe and Gus really took us on. We're more of a batting team today than yesterday by the look of it. I think we bat a bit deeper. I mean, Joe is obviously an exceptional talent. Really delighted to have him, and I'm really hoping he's available to play tomorrow. But losing those early wickets in the second game really slowed us down in a total that was far more achievable against a team that looked like they were lacking a bit of confidence, and certainly weren't looking forward to playing us after we'd given Gagan such a decent go.
It's going to be a wide down the leg side here, so Bobby Mack is back into the attack.
Yeah, I think having the benefit of being the team that's been scratched together, I think the other boys are a little bit worried about. Good line and length again. Bobby's got that one that just stays low. He's got an awkward length by the look of him. Very experienced player. Been around Upminster for donkey's years. Oh, cool. Who have we got?
Could be a chance for a catch, and it will be taken. Another wicket here for Bobby Mack. Really well held on to. They made a slight change in personnel in the field as well. That was Ollie Burley who was taking that out in the deep end. Second wicket for Bobby Mack.
Brilliant, and it's that awkward length again. We had to move Jack out. He was struggling with that knee. And that's a big wicket.
A huge wicket there as Chaudhary's going to have to make his way back to the dugout. Massive, massive moment. And, well, the one thing about this Old Brentwood side is they just got so much batting talent here. On comes Muhi Burki, who batted superbly last time around. Made a quick fire, 28 of just 11 deliveries. They certainly are spoilt for choice.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. And it's not as if the amount of batting means they're short of bowling either.
There we go. Third ball of the over.
It's gone.
Absolutely belted. That's going to clear the rope very comfortably, and that would have been a 6 on any ground.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got hold of that. Just sat up for him. He's got such long levers as long as he waits for it. And that is the key, I think, for Bobby, is to wait for it, and then he's got the elevation and get it out there.
We're just going to bring the fixtures this Saturday once more. So a big day for Hutton. They've got a triple header going up against Gunnersbury, Upminster, and then Gunnersbury for the second time. This is absolutely launched, and that's going to be 6 more runs. That's going to be a tough test for Hutton. They're going up against Gunnersbury twice.
Yeah, we played them last week. I think we gave them a really good go, actually. But if you don't play against the best teams, you won't improve. So I know the girls are really looking forward to it. Some of the younger girls are going to have to step up, more opportunity. I know that there was a lot of interest afterwards, so I'm hoping that availability will be a bit better. It's not a great time of year for youngsters playing cricket with exams and everything else still at school. And with the girls and women's game certainly full of a lot of younger players, it's a bit of a difficult time of year for them. But I'm told that this might be a bit later next year, which will hopefully make things a bit easier in that regard.
Yeah, well, the plan is to schedule this around the summer holidays next year, so we're hoping that availability won't be as much of a problem for some of those younger players. This is hammered away. It's another 6. Some great clean striking here by Burki.
Yeah, Bobby got some tap at the end of that one there. He's bowled well, though. I'm proud of him. He's done a very good job. Is this the last over we're going into now? It's up to the captain to keep it down to something chaseable.
Last over coming up here, and just looking at some of the bowling options, captain could bring himself back in here. Jamie Green, or looks like that will be the case. Went for 19 in his first over. We'll just take a look at the bowling figures here for the Havering 11. Ollie Burley, pick of the bowlers, with figures of 0 for 26 in the 2 overs he bowled. There we go. Kevin Room and Bobby Mack both picking up 3 wickets amongst each other.
Yeah, we've bought those wickets slightly, but each one of them was worth it.
Up in the air, it's got plenty of height on it. Doesn't seem to have the distance. Could be another one.
That's a great catch.
Really well taken. Really, really well taken in the deep. He had to track that ball, and well, the wicket falls right at the start of the 10th over.
Jamie has been superb in this death over. In every single game, he really has bowled superbly. I think certainly wickets were tumbling in the Gagan game, and those last overs where they're really trying to swing, it's invaluable to have someone come on with him and just find those the lengths we're trying to hit, either back of that length or or nice and full. Yeah.
They do tell us a little bit about Ollie Burley. He's just having a quick word there with Jamie Green. He's made a great impression so far this match. Had the best bowling figures and been superb in the field.
Well, I've seen him play for Upminster before. He's a gun. All these Upminster boys have been absolutely fantastic. I won't say that too often coming from over here, but they've been absolutely superb, particularly in the field. Jamie's been integral to keeping the team organised. He's so young. so engaged and been really good, particularly so many Upminster players here. He's really been the glue that's kept this team together this week.
Struck away towards square leg. That's going to race away towards the boundary rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, Tom's introduction. He's over from Hutton today. He's their sole representative this week. I don't think he's available tomorrow. But yeah, going back to Ollie, he's coming today. He's helped me. I think he was available for a bit yesterday. All the boys are sort of struggling to get the time in. Really helpful. And he comes in, and if you're prepared to throw yourself at the ball like that and bowled really well as well, it's invaluable, particularly at such a late stage of organisation.
Oh, struck straight back, and has he been able to hold on to that? Not quite, but hope that hasn't done too much damage here. I mean, he's such a great player, isn't he, Jamie Green, and a much-loved individual. I do hope he's okay here.
Yeah, this would normally be the point you'd have a joke, but that looked quite hard.
He's still down here, Jamie Green, and a few concerned looks out in the middle. You certainly hope it isn't anything serious. Much loved figure in a much loved team. He's led his side really well. And
well, his mum will be watching this as well. Ange runs the women's Upminster team. She was here yesterday supporting him, and she will no doubt be worried. He's had his injury concerns over the last few years. I think with all bowlers, they pick injuries up. You've got to be so careful with particularly their backs and shoulders. I think my recollection is he had a bit of a back injury for a while that kept him out of cricket for a long time. He's come back in. You'd never know from the way he's run in and thrown himself at everything that he's had those breaks in play. But he'll soldier on through this. He'll just need a few deep breaths, I suspect.
yeah, I did see a couple of smiles there at the end, which I'm just hoping that, oh dear. Oh dear, not sure we needed to see a replay of that. It's just struck right back.
I'm glad he threw the right one back.
Oh dear. Oh dear, well.
I feel a meme coming on.
Yeah, hopefully he can.
We do have a 12th man. If Raj can hear me over there, you better get loose, mate. You might come on for the next few balls.
Yeah, it's right in the wrong area. I think I saw a couple of smiles. Saw Bobby Mack with a smile on his face as he was walking away, which kind of just gave you an idea of what had happened. Now they're just in a rush to get him a bottle of water.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that bottle of water is going to do, but it's
not exactly magic spray territory either.
No,
so.
well, I did ask him if he has. He hurt yesterday. He went down for a ball, stopped one with his ankle bone. Still managed to bowl out the last over, but I asked him whether we had any sprays, because we couldn't find any yesterday, and I think he told me we didn't need any. What was that signal? What does that mean? It was a fairly full-blooded back foot punch, I think. You know it's difficult. You know it's a rough one when the batsman's come down to check on you.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. And Jamie Green been down for a while here, and you hope it isn't anything too serious. Just look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. So alongside us here in Hornchurch, we've got a series over in Czechia and Austria, looking pretty good position there to go on and beat Norway in what is pretty much de facto the final of the Central Europe Cup. Terrible tournament so far for the host nation Czechia, who are yet to win a game. They've lost all 4 of their matches in that series, and Austria need just another 61 runs of 73 deliveries against Norway. And yeah, not looking good here for Jamie Green. Does seem to be in an enormous amount of pain, and you hate to see this. Such an exciting talent, and he's led his side so well, but yeah, I'm afraid he won't be playing much more of a part in this series by the looks of it.
Yeah, I'm hoping Raj can hear me and can get himself loose and come over. No, he's looking but not listening. Raj, come over. Here we are. Right, okay, well I better go and look after him, I suspect. Find out what's going on, just check he's okay.
Yeah, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. as cause for concern here. And just got to make your way now over to the tent just to ensure how Jamie Green is doing. Really, really sad sight. It's a fun day for the Havering 11. They've certainly been a side who all the fans have grown to adore. Really enjoying themselves during that innings as well. We saw a couple of wickets there for Bobby Mack, and Kevin Room, YouTube fan favorite, picked up a wicket as well. And just hate to see that. You really do. You hate to see that. Just all you can hope for is that Jamie Green has a speedy recovery and that it isn't too serious an injury. Looks like it's going to be Jack Flowers who's going to bowl these last 3 balls of the innings. And it was a fun occasion up until now for the Havering 11, but that injury really is in all of our minds right now, just hoping that Jamie Green is not in too much trouble with that injury. So 3 balls left in this innings. Old Brentwoods are 175 for 4. That is struck away, and it's going to be fielded well out in the deep. That's good work by Harry Bradford to cut that one out. Absolutely blasted away by Berkey. You could hear the crack of the bat from a mile away. That's how hard he hit it. Belted the leather right off the ball there. He's following up from that impressive innings we saw from him earlier today when he made quick fire 28 of 11. This time he's doing far better. 30 of 5. Every ball he's faced has been sent flying over the rope. And he's got a good hold of this one, and that's going to go all the way for a 6 as well. So what an innings here by Berkey. Faces 6 balls, makes 36 runs, smashes every ball he faces over the rope for a 6. And Old Brentwoods end up with a 188 run. They certainly finished with a bang, getting 20-plus runs of each of the last 3 overs, 29, 25, and 23. They put themselves in a strong position here, and they'll certainly be very impressed with the total they have on board. But we've seen Havering 11 do plenty of damage with the bat in hand in the past, and we'll be hoping to do the same here. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. Raymond opened alongside Ahmed. The two of them had a very solid opening stand of 55 until Bobby Mack broke that stand, got rid of Raymond, cleaned him up when he was on 28. Some of these wonderful shots here by the Old Brentwoods player. There it was, Bobby Mack's moment. Got rid of the danger man, Raymond. Raymond playing all around that delivery, and it went on to crash onto his leg stump. They had some chances out in the deep. If they'd taken a couple more catches, things could have been a little bit different. This score could have been even lower. Certainly gave it their best though, and there it was, the moment for everyone in the chat. Kevin Room picking up that wicket to get rid of Ahmed. A good take by Flowers out in the deep. He was almost on a hat trick, got a chance to get a wicket off the very next ball, but unfortunately that was put down. And there were some opportunities later in this innings for Havering 11 to pick up a few more wickets. Let's take a look at some of the shots right at the end of this innings. That would be the end for Chowdhury. Ollie Burley making no mistake. He'd take a couple of catches, fielded exceptionally well out at deep mid-wicket. Got rid of Bale Rao. That was a catch to get rid of him. 43 of 12 for Bale Rao. And Berkey right at the end, smashing 6 consecutive 6s. So he'll get his side into a very strong position. Let's have a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Muhib Berkey faced 6 balls and hit all 6 of them away for a 6. A remarkable innings, a strike rate of 600. You don't tend to see that too often when you open up a scorecard.
for the rest of the team. The top scorer was Pratik Palera with 43 runs of 12 deliveries. A good knock by Hamza Ahmed as well until Kevin Room cut it short. And then Bobby Mack got rid of Ramiz Rehman, who was on 28, and Babar Chaudhry on 29. We'll now take a look at the bowling figures here for Havering 11. And, well, considering the fact that Phil just told us they're more of a batting side today than a bowling side, I don't think they'll mind the fact that they've restricted Old Brentwoods to 188. We've seen Old Brentwoods cross the 200 threshold on a number of times this series. So it's a good job in the end there by Havering 11. 2 wickets for Bobby Mack. He bowled well. Kevin Room picks up a wicket. Jamie Green got one as well before unfortunately he had to leave the field after he was injured. And some very solid bowling by Ollie Burley, an economy rate of 13 in the 2 overs he bowled. So we're halfway through match number 34. The Old Brentwoods have set a target of 189 for the Havering 11.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The chase is on here for the Havering 11 as they look to notch their first win of this ECS. It'll be a tough ask though, with the Old Brentwoods looking to get back to winning ways and have put 188 on the board thanks to some big hitting, especially towards the back end of the innings, with Pratik Balarao scoring 43 off just 12 deliveries, and of course Mohib Burki going perfect off his 6 balls, 6 sixes to take him to 36 not out. So there's the equation. I think certainly Havering will be looking first and foremost to get to that bonus point line. That's at 132, and from there anything can happen. Certainly will be a tough ask though for a much changed Havering 11. Of course we had the manager fill in earlier and he did say it's more of a batting side, so see if they deliver on that promise. Also hopefully see Jamie Green back up on his feet, but for now it will be Billy Corpse who's taking the first ball, and he's joined out there in the middle by Amari Alexander. You reckon they just have to go and go hard from the very start here, do the Havering 11. Meanwhile, it's Mohib Burki, the 6 hitter, that will bowl the first delivery for Old Brentwoods as they look to finish their group stage campaign with a win. A record of 5 wins to 2 losses so far. Those 2 losses both coming at the hands of the East Londoners. Have a chance here to finish on a high. As for the Havering 11, of course, they've got 2 games today. This one followed by a tough clash against the East Londoners side, who are still unbeaten through this series as we go into the first ball of the run chase, and certainly the intent is there from the very off from Billy, who marches down the pitch. Mohib Burki though seems to see him coming and digs that one in a bit short, and it flies into the gloves of Alan Jones there with the gloves on, who of course didn't get a chance to bat in that previous game. OBs, they've changed up their batting order in quite a few games so far. Of course, Alan Jones has had a hit and miss day, absolutely hit in the first game, scoring 160 not out off just 40 deliveries. That one might have had a bit of bat on. There was a big call from the bowler, but it went down. Clubbed. Will it be over the top of the covers? No, it won't. It'll go straight into the hands of the captain, Baba Chowdhury, who doesn't drop those. And the first wicket is on the board for Havering 11 as they fall to 1 for 1. It's Amari Alexander. He has to go for it really with such a big run chase, but he has to now depart for a golden duck. And just going back to Alan Jones then, 160 not out. He followed that up with a golden duck. Such are the highs and lows of the European Cricket Network, especially in this T10 format. He didn't get the opportunity to bat on this occasion, nor did Mervyn Westfield and Sagar Joshi, all of whom usually seen near the top of the order. It's good to see them switch it up, and in fact everyone who got a bat, all 6 of the batters that were used, scored runs. That's a vicious delivery. Called a no ball on the field by the standing umpires. Jack Flowers, who had to dive out of the way of that one. It's actually a brilliant goalkeeping stop from the aforementioned Alan Jones to stop any further damage. Will be a free hit though for Jack Flowers to see if he can score his first runs on the network. Still be a free hit then after that one goes down the wide side. Does miss out on the free hit then, Flowers, as he backs away. Plays the shot he should have played after the fact. There's a lot of changes then to this Havering 11 lineup. New additions coming in. Callum Berry, who's not playing today, is in the chat though, and showing just as much sympathy as you'd expect from a teammate towards Jamie Green, saying it doesn't hurt if you catch it. Well, it certainly looked like it hurt the captain of the Havering 11. Hopefully he's recovered his senses enough to be able to bowl here, because I certainly think his side will need him. So he's shown some damage with the bat and the ball. But for now though, Flowers misses out on his first 3 deliveries, and this is an excellent opening over from Mohib Burki. Just the 3 runs coming off it, all in the form of extras. Chance for a run out here, direct hit, would have been trouble as it flashes in from Kritik Hanagavadi. Goes past the stumps harmlessly though. That will be the end of the over then. 4 runs coming off it, plus the wicket to fall of the opener Amari Alexander. And this is looking like an almighty run chase for the Havering 11, considering the vast majority of these batters haven't played in the T10 format before and have pretty much no time at all to try to get themselves up to speed, as we've had 32 matches since a golden ball. This will certainly be a turn up for the books if the Havering 11 manage to get to the 188 to level the scores. But that's a good start to the second over. Kritik Hanagavadi, who fielded the previous ball, gets thrown the ball for the second and sees it clubbed straight back over his head by Jack Flowers, who registers his first boundary of his ECN career. Been running well here, the Havering 11, taking every single run that they can get. Quick off the mark, both Corpse and Flowers. Flowers gets himself to the safety of the non-striker's end again. A direct hit, would have been trouble. But those are the risks you have to take in a big run chase. Again, a risky single, this time off the pad. It's good intent shown by the Havering 11 batters out there. Billy Corpse, a 17-year-old, yet to get himself off the mark, but he's scampered through a few extras here. And this is a fearsome OB's bowling lineup, as extras continues to be the chief run scorer here. And in fact, a rare event. I think that might even be the first time we've had 4 overthrows in this series, as it comes flying in from Alan Jones. Realizes a little too late that there's no one backing up. There probably should have been someone backing up, in all honesty, because Babar Chowdhury was in the covers, as was the fielder at mid-off. Neither of them moved a muscle, as that one was thrown in by the wicketkeeper, and certainly Kritik Hanagavadi can feel a little hard done by that, although it was buys, so it won't go against his name. Got Angela Green in the chat, who I'm assuming is some relation to Jamie. Let us know what your relation is. Saying it will make his ankle seem better. So clearly, captain of the Havering 11's been in the wars. Certainly won't want to see that injury again. Well, I'm sure his teammates will not allow him to live it down. Swing there from Billy Corpse, so big that it takes him off his own feet. Not able to get any contact on that one. This over has gone for 12 though, mostly through scraping it, but there we have a bit of funky magic from Billy, and I think it just drops inside the rope. But it'll be 4 runs, a much needed 4 runs for the Havering 11 as they move to 20 for 1 at the end of the second. Billy just recounting that one to Jack, as we get to the end of the second, and a good time to bring Nish back into the commentary box. And well, it was an eventful first half of the innings, and it's kind of already all happened here in the first 2 overs of the run chase.
For the As, we'll take a look at the standings over here. Old Brentwood's currently sitting at the top of the table, although the East Londoners are clipping on their heels. They're got 2 games in hand and just a point behind. Havering 11 looking for their first win of this ECS. It's going to be tough for them today, though. They're going up against a quality Old Brentwood side here, and then they round out the day against an undefeated East Londoners team. So, yeah, let's see. They can pull off a remarkable result during today's play. That is struck away for a boundary. Nicely played there by Jack Flowers. Saw Phil Law talking in very glowing terms about Jack Flowers during the first innings. Really praised him quite a bit. He certainly played his part in the field, and let's see if he can get a few runs here with the bat in hand. Keep pushing here. It's a bit of foot fielding out in the deep there by Mohib Burki, which will allow Havering to pick up a couple of runs.
They're just scratching around at the moment on the Havering 11, but that's exactly what they need to do. Certainly the 1-3-2 is not out of their reach. You imagine, given the start, 189 is going to be a tough ask here. They just need to keep plugging away, though, try to wrestle a bit of momentum back off this Old Brentwood side, who look like they're experimenting just a little bit with their bowlers as well, just as they did with their batters. We haven't seen the likes of course, Mervyn Westfield yet. Sagar Joshi, he can also be dangerous with the ball.
Strikes him around the pads, going down the leg side. And for Havering, it's all about development in this game, isn't it, really? It's all about just making sure that they have a good time, and they're going to lose another wicket here. Great ball there by Khan. Flowers just backing away, looking to play that through the offside. And Khan just keeps it nice and simple, full and straight, picks up a wicket.
Excellent bowling there from Irshad Khan, who picks up his first wicket. Just a classic Yorker, and Jack Flowers makes it even more of a Yorker, really, by trying to come slightly down the pitch, gets leg side of it, and is in the perfect position to watch his stumps get dismantled. So it will be the second wicket to fall. Still in the power play here, 1 ball left of it. That's Havering 11, 28 for 2. Looks like Liam Robinson is the next to come in, the 20-year-old for Havering 11. He's got 1 ball left of the power play to face. Callum Berry in the chat said we want to see Liam. Well, here he is. Let's see what he can do against quite a fearsome bowling lineup here for the OBs. So a ball comes out, and I think Liam gets a bit of bat on that one. It's going to race away. It'll be stopped by some foot fielding right on the boundary by Mohib Burki. But from my eye, Robertson, well, leg buys. I thought we might have got some bat on that one. No, it just flicked straight off the pad. That's why I'm no umpire. So still waiting for his first runs, though, as we get to the end of the power play. 30 runs on the board for the Havering 11, 2 wickets down.
Yeah, good power play from the Old Brentwood's perspective. Managed to get 2 wickets. This run rate well below the required as well. Required's now shot up to 23 and over to win from here for Havering. So, yeah, the win probably just slipping away from their grasp already, but the focus really is just development, giving all these different players a chance to play, a chance to be on ECN. And towards long on, that's going to be a single. Comes off the outside edge of the bat, and he's going to take that little slice of luck there. It's a big chase for Sagar Joshi, who was quite a chase there. But he's just not going to be able to get in time. He was jogging to start things off, and he only really picked up his pace later. So probably not exemplary fielding, but it's still a boundary here for Havering.
Liam Robertson does get his first boundary on the network then. Doesn't matter how they come. He misses out on the next occasion though. As Minubad into the side for the OBs and gets a chance to bowl this fourth over. It's already 4 different bowlers used. We haven't really seen the front 9 bowlers yet as that one's lifted away. It's going to go all the way for 6.
Oh, really nicely hit. Very good looking shot. It was in the slot. And it gets deposited over the rope as well, there's a Dan Oros, our photographer. One click, click, and definitely I got a nice picture of that great stroke there by Liam Robertson, as we got Matt Nobes in the chat saying Harrow Lodge Park is looking gorgeous. And calling it a theater of cricket. Well, you know, at times it has turned into a theater of cricket, especially in these late matches. You know, we've seen Hornchurch involved, and yesterday Havering had the crowd going as well when they came so close to pulling off that remarkable chase.
Well, the weather has certainly picked up in the last couple of hours. There's lots of fans sitting out in the fan zone on the grass as well, being treated to some excellent cricket here. And it's only going to get better, both the weather and the cricket, I'm sure, throughout the week as we go into, of course, the final day of group stage action tomorrow before we go to the knockout stages with the quarterfinals on Thursday and the finals and semi-finals on Friday. Plus, of course, 5 more games to bring you from the women's series on Saturday. So from now until Saturday evening, the crowds, I'm sure, will be treated to an absolute festival of cricket here, and well, treated to that shot as well, as that's crunched away straight through the covers from Billy for 4 to start off the 5th over here.
Struck hard. Just going to be a single here as huge swing and a miss there for Robertson. Required now up to 26 here for Havering. Need another 143 runs of the remaining 33 deliveries. Shouts a catch here. This is high up in the air. There's a couple of fielders underneath it, and it's going to be taken. A comfortable catch on the deep for Anagawadi, as Robertson played a nice looking shot earlier in his innings, but he's going to have to depart now. Had plenty of height on that, but not the distance.
Nice little cameo from Liam. I'm sure he'll be replaying his 4 and a 6 of his innings this evening when he takes a look back at this game. And fortunately, his innings does come to an end. 46 for 3 as Pratik picks up his first wicket to go with his nice cameo with the bat as well. He actually top scored with 43 off just those 12 deliveries, hitting 8 boundaries on the way to that score. Picked up a wicket here as well. Tom Overington is the new bat for the Havering 11.
Good use of the feet there by Billy, but it's hung up in the air and it's going to be taken again. A good catch by Hamza Ahmed. He's looking to dance down the track and pump that one over long off, but didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. And it is well taken. You got to credit the old Brentwoods for their catching. They've certainly held on to their catch as well, as they have Havering in all sorts of trouble at 47 for 4.
That one just chipped up in the end from Billy, who's batted well. He stuck around while wickets have fallen around his ears. It will be the end of his innings As Tom Overington then is joined out in the middle by Joel Barker, who'll be at the non-strikers end. That was the end of the over then at the halfway mark. Havering 11, 47 for 4. Just having a couple of issues with the cameras, but hopefully bring you the ball tracking cameras back as soon as we can. In the meantime though, OBs aren't allowing too many balls to fly around in the field here.
Tom Overington is joined by Joel Barker. See, the two of them can at least get their side a point out of this game. The equation to get 1 point out of this match is now at 18 and over, so that looks like a pretty steep task for Havering as well. Looks to go big over here, and it's going to be caught at cover. Fairly simple catch, about as regulation as it gets. Smiles all around here for Old Brentwoods, who, as a side, vying for the top spot, are showing their ruthlessness. Well taken by Irshad Khan.
Comfortable catches. He tries to go leg side, only manages to skew it off the side of his bat. And it's an easy catch in the end, in the covers. As the next wicket falls, and it's a bit of a procession here now, with 3 wickets falling for just the 3 runs. There's a new batter coming in, Bobby Mack, who picked up a couple of wickets. He did go for the half century of runs off his bowling. But importantly for him, he did pick up his 2 maiden wickets on the network and got a chance here, the left-hander, to get some runs on the board. Maybe he can just put the bowlers off by the shininess of his shoes. They're very, very orange, aren't they?
Yeah, we've seen multicolored shoes. Those are some of the brightest colored shoes we've seen so far. Gets the line wrong there, Ahmed. That's going to be a wide ball. Struck firmly out towards the onside, and just going to be a single here for Havering, and at the moment just crawling along, and they find themselves at 52 for 5. That's nicely placed into the gap there by Barker. Really good looking shot, bisects the fielders. Long on, and Cal corner. Proper cricketing shot that. Good old fashioned on drive. Gets it away for 4 runs. Into the 6th over, Havering are 56 for 5, and the win has certainly slipped out of their hands, and looks like so has the chance to even pick up a point from this game, as the required for a single point is up to 19. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Well, they've certainly given it a good go, haven't they, Havering? They've tried their best, but it has not quite had the firepower to match the Old Brentwoods. Get towards the offside, that's going to be a single. A lovely looking shot, really was, and it's going to pick out the fielder. A little bit unlucky there, Barker. Either side of him, and that would have been 4 runs. Gotta say, good bit of work here by Kritik Hanagavadi. Just to let go of the ball before making contact with the rope.
Very casual as well, wasn't it? He knew exactly where the rope was and just flicked it back in to play for himself. And Old Brentwoods looking pretty clinical here, both with the ball and in the field.
Get towards the leg side, and it's going to be another single. Struck towards the leg side, just singles at the moment. They're not quite able to find the boundary with the same rate that the old Brentwoods were in the first innings. Yeah, you can see I got a hat-trick of gotchas from Johnny Heasham in the chat, and John Higginbottom joining us as well. Very good evening to you, as we're just 3 past 5 here, and another catch will be taken, so wicket number 6 falls. Billy Mack gave it a good go. He will depart on 3. Havering now 60 for 6 and needs 72 runs of the remaining 19 deliveries to pick up a single point from this match. Ollie Burley is the new batter in, and I'm just trying to take a look at where Kevin Room is listed. But he's listed as a number 11, so well, they have him batting pretty low. But come on, give Kev a promotion. Let him come out here and face a few deliveries. I'm sure all the fans would love that.
Oh, to be honest, Nish, the way they're going, even if he's batting at 11, he might get a chance to bat with still 19 deliveries to come. Wickets falling at regular intervals. Oh, and that was almost 2 into. As it was a swish of the bat from Ollie Burley, the new Havering player, to the crease. Just about keeps his wicket. Get to the end of the 7th then, 60 for 6. As we take a look at what's happening over in Czechia, and well, I think that match number 6 has in fact finished, has it? I'll take a quick Google search for that on Norway, Austria, and yeah, it has been completed as Austria beat Norway in what looked like a bit of a thriller in the end. Austria put 155 on the board. No, in fact, it wasn't a thriller. It was the other way around. Austria chased down Norway's 149 inside 14 overs. So Austria take the trophy over there, and there's a pretty comprehensive performance from them throughout the 3 days over in Prague.
Yeah, they end up tying Norway on points. Norway losing their first match of the series in their last match, and that means that Austria will take the Central Euro Cup by virtue of their superior net run rate.
Certainly that win would have helped their net run rate. Norway 149 for 8 after their 20 overs, and Austria 155 for 1 after 13.5. Thanks to an unbeaten 86 not out. Just 48 deliveries from Karanbir Singh, ably supported by Bilal Zamai. He scored 40 off 20, and then Razmal Shigawal came in, finished the game with 22 off 15. Comprehensive win then for the Austrians. Tries to get a little funky there, does Joel Barker. Doesn't get any contact on it, saved by the wide ball call out from the umpire.
Just ends up playing the wrong line there, Barker. Going to be another dot ball. So Havering, of course, they'll be right back out there with the bat in hand after this game concludes. I should say they'll be back out for the second innings. We do know the outcome of the toss for the upcoming match. It's going to be the East Londoners batting first against the Havering 11. The key really for Havering is that they don't give up a mammoth total in that first innings. The last thing you want is to lose the game in the first 10 overs. Get themselves something chaseable in that second innings. I see a bit of foot fielding by Mahib Burki on the deep. Yeah, old Brentwood just need to make sure they don't get too casual and too complacent. They've got this game wrapped up. They've got all 4 points wrapped up as well, as a matter of fact. But they just want to stay intense in the field and maintain those good habits.
They also just want to get back to winning ways, of course, having lost the previous game with potentially sterner tests coming their way in the quarterfinals. They have the benefit, but sometimes also it's the disadvantage of having a rest day on the final day. That means they'll come into the quarterfinals fresh, but also they've had to watch as other sides and other batters maybe bat themselves into a bit of form. As we take a look at the Worm and well below that bonus point line, which would of course be a consolation point at this stage. The Havering 11, 65 for 6, 2 overs left, just about playing for a bit of fun now for the batting side. Joel Barker out there, 8 off 9, Ollie Burley 2 off 3.
Step backs away there, Barker steps to the leg side and strikes that towards cover for a single. Yeah, so they've got to hit a 6 of every ball here, Havering, just to get a single point from this game. Struck towards long off, and that means that the old Brentwoods can take the bonus point from this game if they just bowl 10 straight legal deliveries. And at the moment, it looks like Havering are heading for the lowest score of this ECS. Previous lowest was 101.
Kritik Hanagavadi has been a good addition to the old Brentwood side. Of course, only faced the 3 deliveries, did manage to hit a 4. Bowled well in his 8 balls so far, hasn't quite got a wicket. That one will be slashed away though. Joel Barker throws his hands out of that one and it rolls away for 4 runs under the covers.
A nice shot there by Barker, just threw his bat at that one. Got a good chunk of it in. Away it went for 4 runs. Need to bat themselves into a little bit of confidence here, Havering. They'll still got one more game to go today against a strong East Londoners side where they could very easily find themselves in a position where they're chasing a larger than expected total. So, got to make sure that they get a little bit of form heading into that match. That's going to be a dot ball. Barker was just looking to create the room to hit it through the offside, and credit to Hanagavadi. He read that and he reacted, kept the line nice and wide.
Well, let's not forget that for most of these Havering 11 players, it's their first ever taste of T10 cricket at all, let alone on the network in front of the cameras. And that's a lovely shot though from Barker as he just chips that one away and into the fan zone there. The kids still have to keep an eye on the ball here as it's flying in, and that one flashes past into the fan zone. That will be the end of the 9th as well. 77 on the board for Havering, loss of 6 wickets. And our chances of seeing Kroom bat out there, Nish, are dwindling unless they boost him up the order.
Yeah, they certainly are, as we'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Berkey with figures of 1 for 3 in the sole over he bowled. Another outstanding bowling performance for him. Khan 2 for 9. Balarao 2 for 6 in his sole over, and Ahmed 1 for 9 in the sole over he bowled. Yeah, Hanagavadi gave up 22 runs in his 2 overs. Normally call those exceptional figures, but he's been by far the worst bowler for this side. Launched over mid-wicket. That's going to go the distance for a 6. A really nice shot there by Burley. Good use of the feet and just muscles that one away.
His first Maximo on the network. Moves his feet nicely there and just heaves it over to the leg side. So a nice highlight for the teenager there as he gets a big 6 runs in the final over. Still 4 balls left. Can they get themselves into the 90s, maybe even close to that 100 figure.
Yeah, it would be great for Havering if they could get close to that 100. He's going to fall over here. Burley looked to get a little bit funky. Tried to go for the old reverse sweep. But Raymond will get a wicket. Got that ball to just turn back in. It crashes onto the off stump. Let's just take a look at this ball again. Yeah, it's a classic off spinner. And it goes on to crash onto the off stump. You miss, I hit. Perfect line and length. Hits the top of off. Havering lose their 7th.
That one actually turned quite a bit off the pitch as well. As it's a wicket for Ramiz Rehman. And a deserved one for him as well. A nice game for him as well with the bat. 28 off 11 opening up for the OBs. And picks up a wicket here with still the 3 balls left.
Towards mid-wicket. It'll be another single. Their initial call was 1, but they'll end up getting 2 quite comfortably here. Good running between the wickets by Barker and Bradford. Width on offer, and the point is in place to field that. So we've got the last ball of the innings coming up. It's going to be an emphatic victory here for the old Brentwoods. Has to wait an age for that, Barker. He really premeditated that reverse sweep. Well, if he played a conventional shot, he might have got himself a few more runs, maybe even a boundary. Havering end up with 87 at the end of their 10 overs. This is the lowest score we have seen this European cricket series. They fall well short of this target, but for this developing cricket sun, it's just about enjoying the moments out there, getting better and better by the match. And congratulations to Old Brentwoods for taking this game as they look to close the gap between, or I should say widen the gap between themselves and the East Londoners, who are undefeated so far this ECS, 5-0. They'll be taking on the Havering 11. Havering won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. Here's a look at the changes for both sides. 4 changes for the East Londoners, 5 changes for the Havering 11. So I'm interested to see how some of these newer players fare for both these teams. It's now time to have a look at the scorecard. I should say the highlights of this innings. Kaur opened the batting alongside Alexander. Alexander departed without trouble in the stores. He was gone for a golden duck. Kaur with a run of ball 10. Flowers made his way out to the middle next at number 3. Run of ball 11 for him. And Robertson, 10 of 8, struck a couple of boundaries during his time out in the middle. Overington with 2 runs, and then Barker was undefeated on 20 of 15. He was the pick of the batters for this Havering side.
Yeah, it was a spirited effort, wasn't it, from an inexperienced side, especially on the network. It's never easy in this T10 format to have to go big from the start. That's exactly what Bobby Mack tried to do there. Only found the hands of Mohib Burki. Holly Burley came in, tried to get a bit funky. That was actually a brilliant delivery from Ramiz Rehman, just turning the ball in and clipping the top of off stump. That was the final wicket to fall then, as the Havering 11 get to 87 for 7 off their 10 overs, but fall just over 100 runs short of the OBs total. So the OBs, they finished their group stage with a record of 6 wins to 2 losses. The only 2 losses they suffered were, of course, to the yet unbeaten East Londoners, who will be seeing in action in just about 25 minutes time. As for the Havering 11, they're still searching for their first win, and it would be an upset of monumental proportions if they do manage it against the East Londoners in the final game of the day. As for this one then, Old Brentwoods, they switched it up and really flexed their muscles in terms of their batting lineup, with Ramiz Rehman and Hamza Ahmed opening up and putting on a partnership of 55 not out. And really it was one at the halfway stage for the OBs, but a spirited performance nonetheless from the Havering 11, with Billy Corpse getting a run of ball 10 and Joel Barker then finishing not out on 20 of 15 deliveries. And nice to see a few boundaries scored as well. I'm I'm sure they will be highlights that will be played back in the Havering 11's living rooms tonight. Taking a look at the bowling then, OBs, they could just throw the ball around, couldn't they? 7 bowlers used. We didn't even see, for example, Mervyn Westfield with the ball, nor Saga Joshi. So it really shows that OBs are a force to be reckoned with in this series, as we'll of course see them again in the quarterfinals. But for now, the penultimate match of the day is done and dusted, and OBs take the win against the Havering 11 by 101 runs. But for the Havering 11, they've got to dust themselves off and come up with a plan to try and annoy the East Londoners side, who are going for that unbeaten streak. That one's coming your way in just over 25 minutes time. It's the last match of the day. The sun's out here in London. The fan zone is filling up. Join me, Tina and Nish, as we're back on the mic for that one here in this ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Our final match of the day is between the East Londoners and the Havering 11. Let's head over to the coin toss. You'll be joined by Tyrone Peters, who's alongside both the captains.
Havering to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it is tails.
We will have a bowl.
They're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this match. Should be a really exciting affair. The East Londoners are undefeated so far this European Cricket Series, and they're going up against the Havering 11 side. We've got that feisty underdog spirit. They'll be looking to come out here and pull off a major upset. Let's see how they go about this as we'll go over to the commentary box to join Tina Guff.
Thanks very much, Nish. We're heading into the final match of the day. It's match 35 of this ECS here at the glorious Hornchurch Cricket Club, where the sun is coming out here on this late afternoon on Tuesday. And it's the Havering 11 facing up against the unbeaten East Londoners, who make 4 changes. And it's 3 of them are debutants, as Suman Bijivemula comes in, as does Shabaz Chauhan, and Fazal Rehman, and Bhargav Patel comes back into the side. As for the Havering 11, they continue to chop and change with 5 new additions. Jordan Tolan, the captain on this occasion. James Palmer back into the side, having featured yesterday. Debuts for Ian Munn and Abhi Sharma, and Lakshya Shah, the 15-year-old, comes back in for his 2nd game on the network. It's certainly going to be a true underdog story here, isn't it? Havering 11 yet to pick up a win against the East Londoners, who are imperious in this series so far. And well, that graphic just about sums up the nature of this beast, as the Havering 11 given just a 4% chance of victory. But the sun is out, the fans are here in force, and I think the vast majority of them would dearly love to see the Havering 11 pick up their first win after a pretty comprehensive defeat to Old Brentwood's just a few moments ago. Old Brentwood's putting on 188 on the board, and the Havering run chase never really got going. Wasn't helped by the injury to their captain, Jamie Green. We wish him all the best, as he took a painful one. And Havering 11 then, in response, getting to 87 for 7. So a defeat by 101 runs, and their task here won't be any easier against an East Londoner side who have rung the changes, but they still have some big hitters in their ranks. Speaking of, for example, Vikan Kadaria, he's scored 97 not out in the previous dominant victory against Gagan by 9 wickets, where they got the bonus point win as well. Of course, Akshay Solanki, he has notched 2 not out scores of 64 and 36 as well. And Shabaz Chauhan comes in for the East Londoners. He's someone with first-class experience over in Bangladesh. So it's the East Londoners side who have an absolute embarrassment of riches in their lineup. The likes of Gaurav Kumar and Rajesh Sharma both scored runs. Of course, the latter scoring a century earlier today. They're rested for this game, but I'm sure we'll see them in the quarter-final stages. Of course, we know that the East Londoners will be in the quarterfinals. We equally know that the Havering 11 won't be, because they did enter this tournament late. As it looks like it will be Ollie Burley striding to the top of his mark to open the bowling for the Havering 11, and the opening batters for the East Londoners. Oh, they're not taking the foot off the gas whatsoever. As Vikan Kadaria, he will open and face up the first ball. He's joined by the captain for this game, Kumar Sumit, at the non-striker's end. Jordan Tolan, the captain on the field for the Havering 11, just with a few words of advice and encouragement for the opening bowler, Ollie Burley, as we get underway in this final game of the day. It's a brilliant delivery first up, a crunching Yorker, which Viken only just about manages to squeeze through. Again, Ollie Burley unlucky in his first 3 deliveries. That one just gets a little big on Kumar Samit and flashes his gloves at it. It would have been a catch had James Palmer stuck out his mitt and got to it, but it races away for back-to-back boundaries for the East Londoners captain. Once again, right on the money. And again, it's just squeezed away by Kumar Samit. You have to say that Ollie Burley has the beating of the East Londoners captain here. He's unfortunate that he can't have more than 2 fielders outside of the ring. And well, maybe it's time to put someone down at third, because the 2 fielders out there are at cow corner and at long off. And at the moment, he's bowling such a probing line that really the batter, Kumar Samit, doesn't seem to be threatening hitting it to cow corner. In fact, they have a long on and a cow corner. Cow corner has now been brought in, and third has been pushed back on the rope. Sometimes I talk a bit of sense. That one is left and respected by Kumar Samit. This is an outstanding start from the 17-year-old Ollie Burley. Can't be easy facing up against some talented batters who hit the ball hard. I mean, just ask Jamie Green about that. This time just a bit of width on offer, and it's flashed away into the fan zone. It will be a 4 to end the over, but it's an over that doesn't deserve to go for 17 off the bowling of Ollie Burley. As we take a look what's happening over in Prague tomorrow. Of course, the Central European Cup for men has finished, but it's the women who are taking to the stage tomorrow, starting with Czechia women against Gibraltar women, and then Gibraltar against Austria in the afternoon. T20Is, of course, so every single match there will be important, as ranking points are up for grabs. All 3 sides have ambitions of climbing that T20I ladder. Of course, the action continues here tomorrow, so you'll certainly have to get 2 windows up again to watch the cricket from here in London and in Prague at the same time. As we go into the second over, and Laksha Shah, the 15-year-old, only just turned 15, will come into the attack. A decent enough first delivery, maybe just a touch too straight, and it's clubbed away by Viken Kadaria for his first boundary of the over and of the game. I will be having a break tomorrow, but Charlie Hunt will be on the mic, joining Nish, who joins me back in the commentary box now. I'm sure you're looking forward to having Charlie by your side tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Been a while since covered a game with Charlie, and I hope you enjoy your day off, and that you'll be back for the quarterfinals. As this one is struck away towards mid-wicket, and well fielded out in the deep by Jack Flowers. Saw Phil Law praising him quite a bit during the previous match and talking about what an exciting player he is. It should be a good game here. You know, there's no other way to put it. The East Londoners are massive favorites, but let's just see if Havering can enjoy themselves. Like that young man who's bowling right now, Shah, had figures of over 30 during yesterday's game against CFS Pinnacle Pro.
Lucky not to create a chance there, Laksha, as that one just gets knocked away into the mid-wicket area. Yeah, looking forward to my rest tomorrow. I'm going to a pizza place in London, apparently, that's so in demand that you have to order in advance, weeks in advance. So that pizza better be worth it. Clubbed away, and it will be over the figure of Jack Flowers there. 6 runs, just slightly too short there, Laksha, and Viken is not going to miss out on that occasion. I will say I looked at the prices of the pizzas, and I was in Italy just a few weeks ago, and the most glorious of pizzas there, about €6. Not quite the same.
Not in London.
Especially in London. €6, I think, gets you a seat at the table. Up in the air. Is there a fielder underneath it? Yes, there is, but it's dropped on the rope by the captain, no less, Jordan Tolan. It would have been an amazing wicket for the young 15-year-old Lakshya Shah to pick up. It wasn't hit well by Vikin Kadaria. In fact, didn't get hold of it at all. And luckily for Jordan Tolan, a bit of a backspin on the ball there avoids further damage, as it just will be the one. But an early opportunity that the Havering 11 can't really afford to let slip through their fingers. Fortunate for the youngster, but a brilliant over from him nonetheless. Probably should have had a wicket. Only goes for the 13 runs though, and this has been a decent start from the Havering 11, given that the wind predictor gave them no chance at all. They've restricted the East Londoners to just the 30 off the first 2 overs.
Yeah, so did you see that you had to book your place months in advance?
Weeks.
Weeks.
And you have to put your order in early as well.
Wow.
So I don't know, they probably it's just a production line. You just go in, eat your pizza, and out in 10 minutes. Looking forward to that one.
Maybe they're importing your dough from Italy.
Well, I hope so. There's got to be something special about it when it's 20 quid a pizza. I swear, if I wasn't on cricket commentary, I would open up a pizza restaurant. The markup on pizzas is just flour, salt and water. Put a bit of tomato sauce on it, sell it for 20 quid in London. That one's hooked away. It's Kroom back in to the attack. And well, shelter your grandkids as that one flew away. And good work by I assume the grandfather out there in the deep, putting his arm around his grandson, making sure the grizzly does him no harm.
Well, if pizzas were that easy to make, then I'd be able to make some real masterclasses when I buy ready-made dough, but that certainly hasn't been the case for me.
There is an art to it. There's an artistic stroke there from Vikan Kadaria. Back-to-back sixes off Kroom's over so far. So my partner is a physicist, and he has taken many months to perfect the ratio of flour to water and rest time. So maybe one day I'll share the recipe, but it remains very much a secret for now. And that gets that beautiful fluffy Neapolitan crust, which is, in my opinion, the best pizza crust. But other opinions are available if they are wrong, though.
This is going to take a while to go and fetch this ball. It just seems to have been sent all the way back to the fitness center. That's how hard it was hit there by Kadaria, who's just been in incredible form so far this series. Just leaves that one alone. It's going to be a wide. So yeah, interesting. You mentioned that was €6 for a pizza in Rome, I believe you said. This is just slugged away for 6 runs, and that's going to be another Maximo. Certainly wasn't that much in any of the touristy areas I went to. I think probably depends which part of Rome you go to. If you can find those little exclusive spots. I do remember there was a place around Ostiantica where they were a little bit cheaper than they were in the center of Rome. As well, that's a beamer, no ball, 7 up. That's going to bring up the 50 here for the East Londoners.
Yeah, it wasn't in Rome, it was in Salerno, so in the south of Italy. Not quite as touristy, but certainly Rome, you're looking at about 10 to 12 euros, but that's only because they see the tourists coming. I think the rest of the time, most of Italy, according to my Italian colleagues at least, you can get pizzas for 3 to 5 euros, and they're some of the best pizzas that you'll ever eat. That's why I try to get on the series in Italy, just for the food.
Pizzas, are those how do you think your coaches would feel about that in Germany for a pre-match meal?
I'll tell you what, a good pizza is actually not that unhealthy, is it? It shouldn't be this kind of greasy Domino's nonsense as that one has been battered away. And this Kroom over will go supersonic. 32 runs coming off it. Still a ball left as well. And I think what happens on ECS stays on ECS, especially when it comes to my diet.
Yeah, my image is probably shaped from the fact that I'm only like about a year and a half, having been a year and a half since I finished uni, so that probably shaped my image of pizzas. As that was a nice slog there by Kadaria, gets that one away.
Kroom needs a comeback ball here. Nice flight on that one, but Kadaria just dances down the pitch. And the chase is on for our Park 11 fielders as this over ends up going for 38. And Kadaria races away to 49 off just 12 deliveries. 68 then at the end of the power play, and it looked so promising after the first 2 overs, but just lost a bit of control there, did Kroom in the 3rd over. I'm sure he's still got a few highlights to add to his collection, none more so than, of course, the wicket he took earlier today, the wicket he took yesterday, and, of course, that outstanding catch, which he'll have as a souvenir for a while to come, just on the basis of his swollen ring finger.
Yeah, that Manhattan looking pretty ugly from the East Londoners' perspective. The expected score up to 201, and well, we're just at the end of the power play.
That one's pummeled down the ground. Do well to cut this off. Will Ollie Burley, and the ball wins on that occasion as Kumar Samit hits that one to the rope. And that's now 8 successive boundaries in a row, in fact. Charanjeev Rao in the chat saying, how did the Havering 11 form? Well, it's a side that came late into the series because of circumstances outside of our control, but they're a mixture of players from a mixture of teams in the local area, and absolutely hats off to them coming in late. Often most of them haven't played any T10 before, and they're coming up against sides who not only are going to fly into the quarterfinals but have ambitions of going deep into this series. And Havering have given a lot of youth a go here, one more so than Laksha Sharp, turned just 15, I think yesterday in the end, and is bowling excellently here now. 2 dot balls and a single on the 4th delivery, and he's one of 4 teenagers in this side for the Havering 11. They had 6 teenagers in the previous game, so it's great to see the young players being given a go here, as has been the case actually from all of the sides we've seen so far in this series. Club down the ground. There's a man out there, and I think that's a clean piece of fielding from the captain, Jordan Tolan. He'll rue the fact that he dropped one earlier in the innings, but this time an excellent bit of work, and we're going to have to check that one. I think he's okay actually. He's taking flight there. Pats the ball out of his hand, and the foot only touches the rope after the ball has been released. So outstanding fielding there by the Havering 11 skipper. And take a bow, Laksha Shah, his 4th over, having seen Kevin Room go for 38 in the previous over. He comes on to bowl the 4th and gives away just the 7 runs. The youngster finishing with figures. Oh, he's still got 1 left, so I think he shouldn't have 1 left, as that should be the end of the over. Bonus ball here though for Shah, as it's knocked down the ground, and once more it's the skipper of the Havering 11, Jordan Tolan, doing the fielding. By my eye though, that was a 7-ball over just as well then. Not much damage done off Shah's over. 7 or 8 runs coming off it, depending on the fate of that 7th ball.
Yeah, we'll get you an update on that as soon as we can. And team manager Phil Law was at long on and just cheering every bit of fielding. Another thing worth noting, going back to the talk about how this side was formed, these are players who've put aside local rivalries to all come together and form this Havering 11. So it really is great to see. But they've all got their club caps on, just to acknowledge which side they belong to. This is launched up in the air. It's got the height, it's got the distance. It's going to go all the way for 6.
Yeah, it was a tough task for Kroom to bowl that over in the power play. It's the first time I think he's bowled in the power play. A thankless task for any bowler, with just the 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. Power play restrictions have been lifted though, as we go into the 5th over here, and Abhi Sharma into the attack, but gets deposited over the rope. 6 runs to start off his spell. Steve McVeigh saying in the chat, the best pizzas in Italy are the square slices from the bakery style places. They're about €2 each, and I will say I took part in a few of those as this one goes high up in the air. It's a chance for a catch, but in fact it's going to drop in between several fielders. Joel Barker was the closest, but it went so high up in the air. It took a while for any of the Havering 11 to even pick where that one was.
It pops up in the air and would have been a very tough catch. It ends up landing safely here. Sumit on strike. Oh, wonderful delivery there by Sharma. That was an absolute beauty. Terrific variation. And Sumit ends up playing all around. He's been cleaned up as the Londoners lose their second wicket.
Congratulations to Abhi Sharma into the side and straight into the wickets as well. Lovely delivery, just gives it a bit of flight and seems to do the batter for length there as well. You can see the manager of the Havering 11 loving that in the background as well. As they do manage to pick up a wicket, this opening partnership is broken and the captain, Kumar Sumit, has to walk back for 23 of 12 deliveries.
Yeah, you just love to see the passion Phil has for this team.
Yeah.
An integral part of Essex cricket, and we've had him on comms a couple of times this series, and he's just given us so much insight into Essex cricket. So it's just great to see all his hard work paying off.
Good over so far from Abhi Sharma. Doesn't blink after his first one, gets smacked down the ground for 6, but has come back here with a wicket and a dot. Kawarpreet Singh is the new batter for the East Londoners. That one's hit down the ground, cause of catch it, but it'll come on the bounce to Jordan Tolan, who's certainly in a hot spot there. The skipper down at long on. Final ball before the halfway mark. It will be a bit of a French cut, but doesn't do too much damage, as it's an outstanding over again from Abhi Sharma. The last 2 overs from the Havering 11 have gone for just the 16 runs and shown some comeback, given that they went for 38 runs in that 4th over. As you join us in the commentary tent, and well, we have to commend the Havering 11 for just keeping on going here. It's not easy against teams who really want to go deep in this competition. They've had to change up almost every game, but they're giving it a real good crack here, aren't they?
They certainly are, and big shout out to Lakshya Shah. How well has he bowled? Was very unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Was very economical in that 2nd over as well. And, we do know he's been busy studying for exams as well. So for him to come from the pressure of the exam to the pressure of the cricket field and perform so well here, that's great to see. So big congratulations to him as we return to live action here. It's Jack Flowers going to be bowling this over. It's gone up in the air, and it's going to clear the match official sent quite comfortably. Ends up on the fitness concourse. That goes all the way for a 6.
Jack Flowers, one of the more experienced in this side, still only 24 years old. Just a bit too short on that occasion. Comes up against Vikan Kadaria, who is in absolutely blistering form on the back of his 97 not out in the previous game. That was off just the 23 deliveries, agonizingly short of the 100, and well, you would have bet your house on him getting there. He just ran out of runs to chase down, as the East Londoners beat Gagan by 9 wickets on that occasion. That one's pummeled away. He moves to 70 off just 18 deliveries. And well, the thing about the East Londoners is they've not only won every game, but they've won most games in convincing fashion. The closest that anyone got were the old Brentwoods, who got to within 17 runs of them in game 25. But really, they never looked like losing any of the games so far. It's just been a case of the winning margin for them, and looking good here as they're now just one big hit away from breaking that 100 mark. And well, they might get there with a 7-up as it's clubbed by Vikan. Just comes out the hand wrong there for Jack Flowers. We'll have to check it for height. Well, in fact, it's been called on field. It will be a 7-up as Vikan has a free hit coming his way as well.
Yeah, it's a baseball shot in the end, isn't it, really? It's just slog that one away. Sort of came at that kind of baseball height as well. Brings up the 100 here. East Londoners have managed to get there with 4.4 overs still to go. 24 runs away from what would be an incredible milestone. Kedaria got a free hit coming up here.
That one will be clubbed away over long on. It doesn't really matter where the fielders are at the moment, as it's clearing the rope more often than not. That one gets dangerously close to the car park. As some of those visiting the leisure centre might question their choices when they come back and see a cricket ball in their rear windscreen. Wouldn't put it past Vikan Kedaria. The form he's in, 82 off just 20 deliveries.
Gotta say, it's a great thing that we're only playing from one end here, because if we're playing from both ends, there'd be a lot of cricket balls going onto that busy road right next to this ground.
Well, London traffic can be bad at the best of times, and I think we would have caused a bit of a build-up here in East London if the Grizzlies kept on flying that way. There is a speed camera though, so maybe there could have been bonus points for whoever wipes out the speed camera. It's just gone wrong here for Jack Flowers. It's actually a brilliant stop from James Palmer to avoid any more damage. Just needs to take a few deep breaths here, marking his run up again. And the captain, Jordan Tolan, just coming over, giving him a few words. He's going off a shorter run up now.
Yeah, real cry of anguish as he got that one wrong.
Even when he gets it right, it goes wrong. Vikan Kedaria inching ever closer to that milestone that he was short of in the previous game. Speaking of food then, let's go on to food chat, Nish. What's the best food you've had during a series? You must have visited a few nice places.
I'm going to need a few deliveries to think about that. My problem is I wouldn't really say I'm the best foodie. I mean, I certainly enjoy food. Who doesn't? But when it comes to questions, any sort of culinary question, probably not the best person to consult. I mean, we had something really nice last week here when we went to the Brazilian restaurant. We're treated by ECN founder Daniel Weston, so that was certainly up there as well. But I'll let you go first while I think about it.
Are you just saying that was the best food because it was free food?
Well, no, I've had other free meals on tour as well. That isn't the first one.
Yeah, it's a good question. Certainly been treated wherever we go. We get some really nice home-cooked Indian meals. I remember that over in Sweden where we were really looked after by Adnan, the local organizer. I heard the food in France was good. I wasn't able to try that one out, but certainly Portugal was outstanding food by Zoe there at Santarém Cricket Ground. As Vikan Kedaria now just one big hit away from his milestone. He's 94 off just 22 deliveries. You wouldn't put it past him finishing it on this delivery.
We're talking about lunges at the ground. I mean, I don't know if you're listening, Tom Fletcher, but I love those wraps and also the quiche we had last week. So plenty more of those for the rest of the week, please. And I think if we're talking specifically about at the ground, as let's just see if Kedaria can bring up this milestone here, as he's going to strike this one away off his pads. And oh, what a brilliant bit of fielding by Lakshya Shah. I mean, he's already impressed us so much with his bowling, and now pulls off a brilliant feat of fielding out in the deep to save his side 3 runs. Unfortunately for Havering, though, that does mean Kedaria will stay on strike heading into the 7th over. Talking about lunch at the ground as well, I certainly got to mention Bulgaria. It's right up there. I'm sure a lot of members of the crew who have been to Bulgaria will agree with that as well. But in terms of just best cuisine I've had while on tour, I think Croatia has been pretty impressive. Some of the places I got to visit over there. Obviously Italy as well, but I think with Italy sometimes you can get a bit guilty of maybe being stuck at the tourist traps, especially considering we do our European cricket series in Rome, or at least the ones I've been to, as this is going to go all the way for 6.
Karapreet Singh, he's missed out on the first 3 deliveries as that Park 11 gets a new member as the youngster out there does the fielding. Grandad, well, he's certainly patrolling the rope, making sure the young'un doesn't come to any harm, but good fielding by the lad out there in the deep. Karapreet Singh does get off the mark now. Vikan Kedaria lurking at the other end on 94 off just the 23 deliveries.
Inside edge, that's going to race away towards fine leg for 4 runs as he hit a beautiful shot on the previous delivery. This time it's the old French cut, gets a little bit lucky there as it's just going to beat Joel Barker at fine leg and go away for 4 runs.
Abhi Sharma back in to bowl his second over. Remember, he picked up the sole wicket so far and almost gets another one as it's brilliant hands by James Palmer. And we're going to take it upstairs as the wicketkeeper there from the Havering 11, quick as a flash. And does he get the second scalp for his side? Brilliant drift on this one. It just goes across the right-hander, then keeps going. James Palmer, good hands, takes it cleanly, whips off the bails. We're going to have to look at side on if possible. James Palmer, in fact, looking for the umpire, who's absolutely not there. He's standing at point because of the sun. It looks like comfortably home in the end. But look at James Palmer looking to the umpire. Where's he gone? Oh, he's over there. Right, it will be just a dot ball. 2 dot balls in a row, though, for Abhi Sharma.
Now it goes for the old helicopter shot here, Singh, and he's going to clear the rope very comfortably. There he is. There's Paul Murray. Had a great pleasure of having him in the commentary box yesterday. I look forward to seeing him in the quarterfinals when Hornchurch are back in action on Thursday. Got a question here from Richard Bird. He's asking if you had a chance to try the chicken hearts at the Brazilian restaurant we went to. I know the answer to that.
Birdie just wants to see me suffer, I think. I've already done the jelly deals. I didn't
want to bring that up.
Yeah. That's a trauma that will live with me for a long time. Maybe that's what I need to eat on the network to keep me in shape for the cricket I've got to play. Just give me a few jelly deals. I won't eat the rest of the day. So that one's clubbed away by Kawalpreet Singh. I didn't try the chicken hearts. Not that I had anything against them, to be honest. If you put it in front of me, I probably would have eaten it. I was just full. There was a lot of good Brazilian meat and it came too late in the piece. At that point, I think I'd already had a salted caramel cheesecake and the chicken hearts didn't really feel like the next thing to eat as we take a look at what is happening tomorrow. I'll be having a day off, but certainly Nish will be here and he'll be here with Charlie Hunt, who's making another appearance on the network. It'll be great to have him with us in the commentary box as we go into the final day of Group B matches. Which is your pick of those matches, Nish?
I think there's some really good games there. Guggen against East Londoners, the first match certainly catches your eye. And then would love to see that match number 40, CFS Pinnacle Pro against Havering 11. It's going to be Havering's last match of this series, so I'd love to see them go out with a bang. So only the first and the last 2 matches to look forward to the most. I think we got a few members of the Hutton and Upminster's women's teams around today to watch some of the games. Yeah, I think a few of them just making their way to the ground after finishing school. And yeah, great work again by Shah out in the field. He's really been a standout performer and he's going to get a big round of applause.
Gets a round of applause from me in the commentary box as well, as that's the second piece of outstanding fielding from Lakshan, showing the guys, in some cases, 2 or 3 times his age, how it's done out there. He won't have a chance to stop that one, though, as it's lifted away. And Vikan Kadaria does get to his milestone. 100 not out of just 25 deliveries. A modest raise of the bat for him, but he can be absolutely proud of that as he fell short by 3 runs on the previous occasion, but this time has more than enough time to work his way up to that milestone. And it's been a brilliant innings from him, with 15 sixes and just the 1-4 in his 25 deliveries. And well, taking a look at that wagon wheel, you know exactly where he wants to hit it. 93 runs on the leg side, just the 7 on the offside. But it's been another exhibition of big hitting.
Looking a lot like Alan Jones's wagon wheel when he made his century earlier today.
This time it's clubbed down the ground. This is going to be a chance. And it's taken. Abhi Sharma in the deep, takes the first wicket, catches the second wicket, and it will be 100 and out for Vikan Kadaria as he holes out in the deep. Luckily for him, this time he does get to his milestone, steps right across that one, And the captain, Jordan Tolan, just takes a bit of pace off that delivery and it works a charm. You can see exactly what manager Phil thinks about that as well, as the Havering 11 pick up their second wicket. East Londoners 148 for 2.
A fine knock here by Kadaria. You know, he desperately wanted to get that 100 after, well, he simply just ran out of runs the last time around. Gets to the milestone. Another century on the European Cricket Network. It's going to be 2 and 2 here as Tolan gets himself one more wicket. The skipper is now going to be on a hat trick. It's a very brief stay out in the middle for Palmer as he just hangs one up. That's taken out at long on. So, well, the one thing we haven't seen yet so far this series is a hat trick. Could we get it on the next delivery? It's Suman Bijavumala making his way out to the middle. He's going to be on strike here. It doesn't end up troubling the scorers there, Palmer, as he's going to make his way back with a golden duck. Here's a look at the Hall of Fame. So we've come close to getting hat tricks a couple of times this series. Billy Whitlock came close, Saxena came close as well, but we're yet to get a hat trick or a 5-wicket haul. Can Jordan Tolan add his name to that list? Is he going to be in the ECN Hall of Fame? Just making a few adjustments in the field here. Big moment. Drum roll, please.
Can he find the hands of Abhi Sharma? He's proven himself to be a maestro in the field. It's the left-hander, though. So it'll be a big hit out to long off. It looks like he's sending out Amari Alexander. Is Jordan Tolan out to mid-wicket? Here we go. Chance of a hat-trick for the Havering skipper.
Oh, it's going to be a wide on the hat-trick ball. Just couldn't quite readjust his line to the left-hander there. Would have been a decent ball to a right-handed batter.
The amount of times we have that dish, it's lovingly called now the Danny Hudacek hat-trick. Wicket, wicket wide. Happens on so many occasions. I think a bit of rush of blood to the head. And certainly the left-handed batter, Suman Bijavamula, didn't help. 3 and 4, though, won't be bad. As it's clubbed down the ground. It's going to come into our commentary box. Straight through the two of us. Didn't show our best side with the fielding there, Nish, but good recovery as we part like the Red Sea. Well, I do. You at least make a bit more of an effort.
It's just in the blind spot. It's kind of hard to see it underneath all the cabling and equipment we have here. Shame on you, Spring, for, I should say, 2 circles for giving us the equipment we need to actually broadcast what we're saying.
I'm just fearful of my shins. As soon as you lose the ball out of sight, you just got to make sure to get out of the line of it. And that one crashed into the back of the commentary box. As still a brilliant over from Jordan Tolan. Goes for 13 runs, but picks up 2 big wickets in 2 deliveries. As East Londoners move to 155 for 3, 2 overs left. Birdie in the chat saying it's market day, of course, in Romford tomorrow, right next to our hotel. And he says there's a West Indian stall that does the best patties, a lot better than the eels, he promises. Well, the bar is very, very low. So that one's flicked away. And he'll go all the way for 6 runs. Kawalpreet Singh slowly going about his business here. He's seen most of the action from the non-striker's end, especially the big hitting of Vikan Kadaria. But he's got a chance here as he moves to 31 off just 12 deliveries. Well, it's my rest day tomorrow, so maybe I'm going to take a trip down to Romford Market, get myself some West Indian patties. Sounds good.
Yeah, certainly a good way to spend your day off. So just taking a look at this wagon wheel, how lopsided it's been in favor of the leg side. Seen 161 runs scored so far this innings, and 131 of them have been on the onside.
That one's clubbed away again on the onside. Yep, there you go. Oh, it's been relentless so far from the East Londoners. Still, though, a few highlights for the Havering 11 as they pick up those 3 wickets.
What's the origin of the Danny Hudacek hat-trick story?
I don't know. It's just one of these fables passed down through the generations, I think. We're going to have to ask him about it.
We've not been around that long.
Feels like it sometimes. Good delivery on that occasion by Ollie Burley, who's come back into the attack. Bowled an excellent first over. Really didn't deserve to go for the 17 runs. A lot of streaky boundaries in those fours. Get one through to the keeper on that occasion, James Palmer, with the gloves on for the Havering 11. Again, he nails that Yorker, and it goes out to the star fielder so far, Laksha, who's not going to miss that one.
Yeah, nicely done again by Shah. He's just having a great match so far. Was exemplary with his bowling and very similar standard in the field as well. Interesting to see if he gets a chance with the bat in hand in the second innings. Haven't seen him bat yet so far this ECS.
Nails that Yorker, and surely the finger go up, and it will. The finger of doom is raised in double quick time from the umpire, and Ollie Burley finally gets his much-deserved wicket. He's nailed that Yorker time and time again in this innings, and this time gets it through the defences of Suman Bijavamula, right on the foot, right in front of leg stump. No doubt about that one.
Yes, Dave would say plum pudding with plum sauce. A brilliant bit of bowling there by Ollie Burley. Well-deserved wicket as well. He's bowled superbly over the 2 matches he's been involved in today. He manages to get that wicket. East Londoners are shuffling their batting lineup around a little bit. They did make a few changes to their team as well to give a few other players an opportunity. And I gotta say, so far, whoever's put their hand up has done a pretty decent job for this East Londoners side, although Palmer Bijavamula not quite able to capitalize on their opportunities as this is struck down the ground by Rahman. It's gonna be a single to end the over. He's doesn't actually take the single in the end, beg your pardon. The Singh will be on strike to start the 10th.
Question coming in for you for Tim Harmon. Remember, we're going into the final innings of the day, so please do send us your random questions, whatever they might be. A question from Tim. Nish, how long have you been doing ECN commentary, and what was your first venue? What's your origin story?
I think it'll be 5 years to the end of June or July this year. It's going to be 5 years. So I did my first event end of June or beginning of July 2020, and it was over in Ipsanas in Cyprus.
On home turf then?
Yeah.
Into the final over, and it will be Jordan Tolan coming back, the captain. First one gets pumped away over the gaggle of fans gathering there wide, long on. What's been your best series so far? If you had to name one, putting you on the spot now. Apart from, of course, Hornchurch.
I think the first one that just comes to mind is the night series back in over in Cyprus back in October 21, I want to say. It was sort of beginning of September to the end of October 21. It was one of those series where we just had encore after encore after encore, and it just kept going. It never ended, I think. It ended up being a month-and-a-half long series, but oh, it was so fun. Games under the lights. It's the only time I've covered a night series as well, and it was so enjoyable. We had some absolutely incredible games.
Slower ball by Jordan Tolan. Going down the leg side, Kawalpreet Singh misses out on this occasion. He's still eyeing up that half century. He's on 44 off 17. One big hit away. Tolan looking for his third wicket here. 4 balls left. Up in the air. And there's calls of catch it. There's Laksha underneath it, and for the first time actually he puts in a slight misstep in the field, but looks like he recovers well. He's annoyed with himself, the 15-year-old, but it was a big steepling catch, not easy down the slope. Settles himself under, and I think it just tails away from him at the last moment. Gonna have to check this boundary as well, and I think he's probably over the rope there.
Yeah, it's been signaled to 4 here, so yeah, you can see he's in contact with the ball while he is beyond the rope, so going to be a boundary there, unfortunate for the young man. Full toss, and that's going to get pummeled away for a 6. Singh brings up his half century in just 19 deliveries. So going back to that question you mentioned, though, I think if I had to go just in terms of pure quality, probably be Rome last year. Not to go for quality. But what about you? Well, what would you say? Which series have you enjoyed covering the most so far?
Portugal was certainly a memorable one. Amazing hosts over there. Amazing country as well. That one's clubbed away, 6 runs. I will say Hornchurch is very quickly going to the top of my list as well.
Certainly is.
Kawarpreet Singh brings up his half-century in some style as well. He clubs a 4, followed by a 6, and was that a crowd catch? Can we go in slow motion on this one? 2 circles. Certainly a big hit. It goes into the crowd, and where does this one land? So he takes a tumble, and the ball lands about 20 meters behind him. Good effort though. That one is surely one for the highlight reel. Going into the final ball then, and that's a highlight in anyone's collection. This time the fielding is done on the offside, half fielded I'd say. Jordan Tolan goes for 28 off his final over, and East Londoners don't quite manage it to the 200 mark, but they get to 194, and it's a brilliant unbeaten innings from Kawarpreet Singh.
I'm not sure deep extra cover is the best place to relax and just have a lie down. It seemed like, at least from what we saw in that camera angle, that one of the spectators just decided to have a lie down a few feet from the boundary rope. Probably could pick a better spot, as we'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. East Londoners end up with 194 runs. Kadaria will dominate this highlights package as he made 100 of just 26 deliveries. Fell short of making a century in the last match when he just ran out of runs to chase down. He ended up undefeated on 97. Some very good strokes over here. They struck 22 sixes over the course of this innings. Just an incredible display of hitting. 11 fours to accompany that as well. It's just wonderful display of batting. This was a terrific delivery, though, you have to say, by Abhi Sharma to get rid of Sumit. Just terrific variation. Took some pace off that ball, gave it a little bit more air, and that would be the end of the East Londoners captain.
You have to say, though, the Havering 11, it's not usual that you say a team that goes for 194 actually bowled well. That was a great piece of glove work from James Palmer. Not enough for the stumping, but especially the likes of Lakshya Shah, just 15 years old. He just went for 21 off his 2 overs. And of course, Abhi Sharma picking up the wicket off his 2 overs and taking 2 catches in the deep. And let's not forget the captain, Jordan Tolan, as we were taking cover from the big hitting of the East Londoners. But the captain, Tolan, he came with 2 wickets and 2 balls as well. So there's certainly some highlights for the Havering 11. And again, it will be a run chase where they pretty much have nothing to lose. Go out, have a bit of fun, and see how close they can get. There's the tumble by the Park 11 fielder. Said it'd make the highlight reel, and there it was. So at the halfway stage, East Londoners in a commanding position, showing that they're very much favourites in this game. We knew that going into it, but they showed once more their firepower, none more so than Vikran Kadaria, scoring exactly 100 of 26 deliveries before he fell on the very next delivery. But work as well from the captain Sumit, and an unbeaten 64 of just 21 deliveries for Kawarpreet Singh, but a decent 10 overs from the bowling side, giving away just the 5 wides, given that they used 6 different bowlers, threw the ball around and gave everyone opportunities. That's an excellent performance from the Havering 11. Take a look at the bowling then. Ollie Burley, he was so impressive at the top of the order. Didn't deserve really to go for his 30 runs in 2 overs. Picked up a very richly deserved wicket, as did Abhi Sharma in his 2 overs. And Jordan Tolan, the skipper, picking up 2 in his 2. So at the halfway stage, East Londoners 194 for 4. It's certainly a big chase for the Havering 11. I think the roof will come off the Hornchurch Cricket Club Pavilion if they do get close, and it would be the 2nd highest ever chase on the network. It's certainly a mountain to climb, but everyone here is right behind the Havering 11 as they go into the final run chase of the day. Remember, it's the final innings as well, so bring in any random questions you might have for me or Nish, and we'll answer them as the innings progresses. In the meantime, take a quick break and come back and join us in about 5 minutes time for the final run chase of the day here at ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day. There's our target for High Havering. Got to go out there and get 195 runs. It's going to be a pretty tough task in all honesty. They struggled in their previous match against Old Bretton Woods when they managed to muster just 87 runs. But let's see if they can give it a good go in this second innings. How close can they get to this target? Can they at least get a point out of this match? Certainly wouldn't want to see them succumb to a bonus point defeat. As the umpires are now making their way onto the field, our umpires for this match are Himal Vijaysurya and Jug Singh. Third umpire is Raza Ahmed Manyar, and of course you've seen match referee Tyrone Peters in our coin toss videos. There's a big look at the bonus point equation, so 195 is the target, and if Havering can pull off something absolutely miraculous and chase this target down in 7 overs or less, they'll pick up all 4 points. And if we see a good bowling performance here by the East Londoners and they can keep Havering to under 136, then it will be the East Londoners who will pick up all 4 points. In all honesty, though, you'd have to say the East Londoners will certainly fancy their chances to get 4 points in this game. They managed to pick up 4 points against Guggen earlier this afternoon when they were able to chase down a target of 133 with a good 4.2 overs to spare. Got Richard Birdie in the chat, and I completely agree with the statement you've just made that Phil Law, manager of Havering, has done a great job to put this team together while working with several professional and academic commitments, which have made things very challenging. And he says, I commend you, Mr. Law. Amen. Completely agree with that statement. His passion for the game certainly comes through on each occasion we've had him on comms. I start off with the dot ball here. It's brilliant work in Essex Disability Cricket. A proud father as well. His kids are all very accomplished cricketers. We had a chance to see his daughters over the weekend, and we'll see them next Saturday as well. Proud members of the Hutton team, and they could have some runs here for overthrows. That's going to get a big cheer from the crowd. Yeah, it's not the best fielding, you have to say. It's a little over-eager with the throw over there, and there was nobody backing up. Ends up going for a boundary, so a little bit sloppy for the East Londoners to start off. And you know, sometimes you get these sides where big favorites heading into the second innings, and they can just lack a bit of motivation and get a bit lazy in the field. I think the East Londoners need to make sure that's not the case. You want to maintain those good habits. Don't want to start getting sloppy. Oh, that was just a whisker away from the off stump, and James Palmer could very easily have been making his way back to the dugout. And that's going to be it. So Chauhan will get the wicket there, just angling that one in to the stumps, and picks up a wicket there. So Havering now 5 for 1. Lose their first. As James Palmer departs for a duck, so he doesn't quite get the score he was hoping for. He'll have to depart without troubling the scorers. It's going to be a long walk back to the dugout for him, and it's not the best start for Havering 11. They would have been hoping that their opening pair can get a few runs for them while fielding restrictions are in place. They want to capitalize on this power play. It's been a rather quiet start for them as Ian Munn's the new batter. That's going to be a dot ball to start off. So a good first over here for Chauhan. Concedes just 5 runs. And also managed to get a wicket. So it's been 33 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Haven't had one in Hornchurch just yet. And we're hoping to break that streak. Would be incredible if we managed to get a golden ball in this match. That would certainly mean we'd be in for an absolute treat of a game. Target is 195 here for Havering, a mammoth of a target in all honesty, and let's see how close they can get to it. Let's get some bit of pad along the way. Should run away for 4 runs of like buys. Good chance to dive back into the chat. Of course, get your random questions in. We are into our last match of the day. Really appreciate your comment there, Alter Ego. Glad you've been enjoying this series. And you can certainly see there's a lot of support here for Havering 11. You can see Johnny Hisham and Dave, Paul all chiming in there with their words of support. Just gets a little bit of inside edge there onto his pad, so tomorrow is the last day of Group B, and then from Thursday we'll have the quarterfinals. This is just struck away towards long on, and it's just going to get past Deepak Khatri, but Kawalpreet Singh is backing up, so it's not going to cost this East Londoner's side any runs. And you had a look at the fixtures coming up for you tomorrow earlier this match, and just going through each of them right now. I think we're in for a real treat tomorrow. First game is between Guggen and the East Londoners, and Guggen were left shell-shocked when the East Londoners were able to chase down that target of 133 in just 5.4 overs. It certainly felt like it was a well below par total for Guggen, but I think all of us were shocked when it took them as little time as it did, as there's a catch out in the deep, well taken there. Alexander will depart. Good take in the deep. Segal manages to get a wicket here. He just hauled that one out towards deep mid-wicket, and no mistake by Kawalpreet Singh in the deep. Holds on to that. Havering find themselves 11 for 2. That was a really, really nice grab as Amari Alexander departs for a run of ball 6. And yeah, let's just continuing our chat about the fixtures coming up for you tomorrow. The first match of the day is between Guggen and the East Londoners, and Guggen have consistently scored good runs throughout this series, so I'd be shocked if they make a score in the 130s again against this East Londoners side, as we're just taking a look at the standings in Group B. And I'll be a reminder about why tomorrow's play is going to be so important. This is launched up in the air. It's going to go all the way for a 6. Now, unlike previous tournaments, we don't have a qualifier format. It's just a good old-fashioned quarterfinal, 1 place 4. You certainly don't want to finish in 4th place, because that means you're going to play the mighty Tigers in the quarterfinals, and 3rd place finisher will have to play against Hornchurch, which is something you'd like to avoid. There's another wicket. You miss, I hit for the bowler, and very muted celebration here as the 3rd one bites the dust for Havering. And it's turning into a bit of a procession here, isn't it? Just aims that one at the leg stump, clatters onto the stumps, swings all around that one. Another wicket falls as Havering find themselves 17 for 3. A good chance to welcome back Tina Guff into the commentary box. Yeah, tough spot here for Havering, but can't say this is unexpected.
No, we did fear for the Havering 11 with that win predictor down at 4% before a ball was even bowled, and I think it went down even further with the 194 on the board for the East Londoners. Still in the power play here, 17 for 3. Just a chance, though, for the batters coming in to give themselves a bit of time at the crease. They can pretty much write off this game as a contest, but they can still put in a few highlights into their highlights reel if they can. Joel Barker, Jack Flowers, both brand new, as Barker gets himself off strike straight away with a single. That one's clubbed down the ground, and this one will go all the way. The fielding is done by Tyrone Peters, the match official. Clearly he's got itchy feet. He gets out of the officials' tent quick as a flash, and I was wondering who it was doing the fielding the wrong side of the boundary. It's that man Ty, who you can't keep out of the action.
No, you certainly can't keep him out of the action, and a good shot there by Flowers. Nice way to open his account.
Is Ty going to be in the act again here? No, well, it's cut off actually on the field by Vikan Kadaria, and that's a nasty blow off the throw coming in.
I think that might just have clipped him on the forearm or maybe even the elbow. Just looking at his reaction, he was clearly in a lot of pain. Oh dear, well, they've already lost a key player to injury earlier today, Havering 11. They wouldn't want that to be the case here again. We'll just take a look at the throw as it gets fired in. Oh yeah, might just have crushed his forearm along the way.
I think that's right off the elbow, Nish, and you can see the fact that the back goes flying straight away. He's shaking his hand like he's just been handling a hot potato. He is okay to carry on though. And this time it's Joel Barker in on the boundary action as that one's clubbed away. You can see though that Jack Flowers is still in an incredible amount of pain. As you said, Nish, already suffered a pretty brutal injury earlier in the day. We do have an update as well on Jamie Green. He's had to make his way to hospital. So mighty was that blow he took. So wish him all the best and hopefully see him back on the turf tomorrow, because that did look like a nasty one. And at the end of the power play, Havering 27 for 3. They've just got to see where they can go in these final 7 overs.
Yeah, for them it's just about aiming for some personal milestones, trying to get the most they can out of these next 7 overs. Personal development will be a key for a lot of these players, and just enjoying yourself, enjoying this opportunity to take part in the European Cricket Series.
Shahbaz Chawan then finishes with outstanding figures of 2 for 21 of his 2 overs, and Vicky Segal given the ball to continue here into the 4th. That's a brilliant cut as it's slashed away by Joel Barker into the fan zone, which is being bathed in late sunshine here on this Tuesday evening. It's the best part of the day actually. It was a bit cloudy and overcast this morning. The clouds have parted, shining down on Joel Barker there, as that was a brilliant boundary through the covers. Tries to repeat the trick. This time goes a bit straighter, and the fielder out there manages to cut it off. Yeah, we can certainly look ahead to the quarterfinals now, can't we? Because, as you were saying, Nish, it's just a straight shootout. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, 3rd place playoff, and the big final. And there's going to be some tasty fixtures. Of course, we don't quite know how the standings will finish in Group B, but certainly the Mighty Tigers and the home side, Hornchurch, will be lurking in Group A, having finished 1st and 2nd. And whoever has the misfortune of finishing 3rd and 4th will face those 2 sides. And of course, there's some big teams in Group B as well. And we can more or less say that East Londoners will be finishing top. And well, there's a wicket, and Jack Flowers knew his goose was cooked immediately as he walks off the pitch. Must have just been a slight feather through to the keeper. It was well held by Owen Palmer with the gloves. That's the 4th wicket to fall for Havering, right on the wide line. And it was more of a statement of intent from Vicky Segal than an appeal. But good sportsmanship shown there by Jack Flowers. He knew he got something on it, walked straight off the field, gets a pat on the back as shows some sign of frustration in the end there. He gets a pat on the back from manager Phil as Havering lose their 4th right at the end of the 4th over. Vicky picks up his 2nd wicket. He finishes with figures of 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. And a wicket falling consistently in every single over so far for the Havering 11. As Tom Overington comes out to join Joel Barker at the crease, he'll be facing this over bowled by the captain, Kumar Sumit. Clubs that one away, and it's going to race away. I'm going to have to check that one, see where it lands. It was flat as a pancake in the completely vacant mid-wicket region, which you don't see too often on the network. Obviously, East Londoners know they're well ahead of this game, and have decided to go fairly aggressive with their field placements here. Joel Barker, though, cashes in on that one.
Yeah, pulled away gloriously there. Barker, top scorer for this Havering side in the last match. Very solid score of a 20-odd for him. That's going to be a wicket, so it'll be the end of his innings. Sumit will get rid of Barker, and half the Havering side have now been sent back to the dugout.
Again, just a feather. You can kind of see the deflection on that occasion as Owen Palmer snaffles his second behind the stumps. And that will be the cameo over from Joel Barker. Did hit the 3-4s though, got a smile on his face, and why not, as he crunched that last one away for 4 runs. But the captain of the East Londoners, Kumar Sumit, picks up his first wicket. Hey, Charlie Hunt, he's in the chat and lurking for now, but you've got to come out of lurker mode, Charlie, because I need you on the mic tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to having Charlie back on comms tomorrow, making his ECN return. It's interesting. I don't believe he'll be around for the last game tomorrow, so he just gets into some of the interesting fixtures in the middle of the day, and then, well, Charlie will probably be gone by this time 24 hours from now.
He's turned into quite the diva, hasn't he? He probably's requested a bowl of all yellow M&Ms as well to be waiting on his table for when he arrives.
I just dragged towards long on, and that's going to be a single there. Yeah, Havering in all sorts of trouble. No other way to put it. 37 for 5, and it's been one-way traffic this match. There's obviously a massive gulf in experience and quality between these two teams, and that has been on display. This Havering side have kind of just been put together last minute, so it's always going to be pretty tough to expect them to go up against a quality East Londoner side that nobody's been able to beat so far in Group B. But they've just got to take advantage of this moment of playing on television, playing in front of an audience, and just use this as a memory and an opportunity to continue to develop as cricketers.
Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it, that they weren't able to pick up a win in their 2 games yesterday, which were just a touch closer. Remember, they only lost by 5 runs to Gagan in a game where it could have been an almighty upset, and really Gagan were there for the taking, as that one's clubbed away over the covers. Will just be the single. And then only losing by 16 runs to CFS in both of those games, you felt that the Havering 11 were more than in it and just weren't able to get the win over the line. And of course then today, a much changed side, and they haven't really been in contention, but still given us a lot of highlights, a lot of memorable moments. And I do hope that all of the players who've played in the Havering colours, or the Hornchurch colours, have enjoyed their time out there in the middle. Of course, very grateful to them as well, stepping in at the last moment. And although we won't see them in the quarterfinals, we'll still enjoy seeing them tomorrow, and maybe Charlie can bring the luck for the Havering 11 and they can register their first win of the series.
Would be great to see them get a win. They've had a lot of support over these last couple of days. They played with the right spirit as well, real passion and enthusiasm, so you just love to see that rewarded with a victory.
Kumar Sumit almost picked up his second wicket in the meantime, as there was a feather on that one. And this time Owen Palmer does miss out, as we take a look at the action coming your way tomorrow over in Prague, as the women take to the stage in the Central European Cup. Czechia against Gibraltar, the morning match, followed by Gibraltar against Austria in the afternoon. Looking forward to tuning into those games on my day off. Obviously a keen eye on those as well, with ICC ranking points to play with, and maybe Germany's position in the rankings under threat if there's some big wins notched there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a little bit more about that series, as this one is struck away for 4 runs. A good-looking shot there. I mean, you must have played against those sides quite a bit, in particular Czechia and Austria being your neighbors over in Germany. What are your thoughts about the Central Europe Cup?
I'm very much looking forward to it. I know Austria haven't played too many games, actually, especially T20Is in recent years, so very much looking forward to seeing them. I know Czechia are a side that's still learning, and I believe they're still after their first win in T20Is. And Gibraltar, of course, they've been playing quite a few games actually on the network and in ICC games recently, so I think it'll be a very even games, maybe a few surprises sprung there as well. And I know all these women's games especially among some of the more developing sides that always played in such a fantastic spirit as well. And it's great to see, of course, the European network hosting those games as well, to really allow these players to develop and also to show exactly what they can do on the international stage.
You had a chance to cover some of Czechia's games last year when they took on Croatia, won that series pretty convincingly in the end, the Czechs, and it was just great to see some of the young and up-and-coming players they had in that Czech side. Hit down the ground, that's going to be another single.
I certainly think Gibraltar will go into that series as favourites. Their ICC ranking is 34, Austria 60 and Czechia 72. But that does mean if Austria or Czechia manage to register a win against Gibraltar, then that ICC ranking will climb. As that one's clubbed away, it's a great 6 off the bat of Tom Overington. Again, another highlight to add to his collection as the Havering 11 do move past 50 as well. Yeah, the way that ICC rankings are set up means that if you play against a side that's ranked above you and you win, you really climb up those rankings. So it's a bit of a dangerous series for Gibraltar. They really can't afford to drop a game. And it means going in as favourites can often weigh quite heavily. It'll be interesting to see how they deal with that pressure. It's back-to-back boundaries, meanwhile, for Tom Overington. Fielding done by the youngsters there in front of the covers. 6 and 4. He'll certainly be hungry for more here.
Yeah, really nicely played, and it's great to see the run rate they're going at as well. This is certainly an improvement from what we saw in the last match, and that's the key really for Havering. I mean, if they can make more runs than they did against Old Brentwoods earlier, I think that would be a great leap for them. As we'll just take a look at the scorecard here for Havering. The top scorer was Joel Barker with 14 of 6. Overington now has, of course, moved on to 17, so he's done better than him. I just wonder if we'll get a chance to see Kevin Room bat at any point in this series. He's usually just content to bowl, doesn't really want to go out there and bat, but maybe, just maybe, we'll be treated to Kevin getting a few ECS runs.
Come on, give the audience what they want. We want to see Kroom out there with the bat. They're baying for it in the fan zone. Just a final word on the T20 eyes for the women. Gibraltar 34 in the ICC World Rankings. Germany 33. So I'm not saying I want upsets, but come on, Austria and Czechia. And of course, Gibraltar. I wouldn't mind seeing the underdogs winning a few games over there in Prague.
That's probably the first time a German international has ever said, come on, Austria.
We're friends, really, sometimes. Well, he runs there, as that one will fall safely into the leg side. We'll be happy to just take the one, though. Graham in the chat obviously played for Hornchurch earlier in the week. Maybe he'll be featuring in the quarterfinals as well. It's good to see Hornchurch players and fans out in the chat, and of course here at the ground as well. And this glorious Tuesday afternoon, and a glorious shot there by Abhi Sharma as he knocks that one away perfectly into the gap, and a nice little partnership forming between these two. It's worth 29 now. In the scheme of this run chase so far, it's been steady going, and good to see a few boundaries being hit. 3 of the last 6 deliveries have gone to the rope.
There is one thing that would be worth discussing about the quarterfinals from Hornchurch's perspective. This is struck down the ground. It's going to take a bit of fielding out in the deep, and a terrific one-handed take there by Deepak Khatri. So they're the second seed. Any idea which of the quarterfinals they'll be playing in? Because if they're involved in one of the first 2 quarterfinals, then they might have some availability issues, because it's obviously a very youthful look to that Hornchurch side, as this one has popped up and taken very comfortably. Overington's nice little cameo will be cut short here on 18 of 10. Batted really well, struck some good boundaries, but he's going to have to depart. And it's all smiles for the East Londoners. But yeah, just going back to that, they obviously would like to play in the last quarterfinal just so that they have the best possible availability. I think if they're involved in the first quarterfinal, they might have a few issues turning up with their best 11.
Yes, it's a good point, Nish. And well, when the fixtures came out, I think there was an order. It'd be interesting to see if that remains the case. It was, I think, the the winners of Group 2 playing first against, of course, the 4th place of Group 1, but things will all change, and well, we certainly know the fixtures for tomorrow, as Charlie will be in the commentary tent joining Nish in the final day of group stage action before, of course, the quarterfinals will be confirmed, and I know the crew behind the scenes will be putting that schedule together. That one's clubbed away for another 6. Abhi Sharma getting in on the act, having been a key figure in the first half of this game, taking a wicket and also taking 2 brilliant catches on the boundary. Gets in on the boundary action himself here.
3rd Maximo of the innings, manages to club that one away. Terrific shot on 15 of 7 here. How many more can he get away towards the boundary rope? Now goes big once again. This is going to go the distance. 6 more runs here for Sharma. Back-to-back Maximos.
Yeah, the first 2 quarterfinals on Thursday are between the sides that finished 2nd and 3rd in both groups. So Hornchurch will certainly be in one of those first 2 quarterfinals. I know there's been some murmurings and some rumours that a few reinforcements have been called in. Can't go into too much detail, but I think all of the sides are really taking this series seriously, and they know they can't blink at all. It's just a quarterfinal, so there's no benefit necessarily of going through first. You don't have the double chance that we often see here on the network. One bad game and you could be out, and I think all of the teams that are through to the quarterfinals are acutely aware of that.
Yeah, they certainly are. A little shimmy there by Sharma before he faced that ball. You just wonder, though, if likes of Billy Whitlock, Ian Poskett, some of the other good teenage talent they have will be available for that game. This has been given out, so a great stumping there. Some sharp glove work by Owen Palmer. He's going to get rid of Jordan Tolan, the Havering skipper. Let's just take a look at this. This is some very fast glove work. The umpire immediately signaled out. Yep, as you can see, Tolan just kind of stumbles backwards. Wasn't quite able to just drag himself back into the crease. Yeah, there's a look at that little shimmy by Sharma.
He almost tries to go into the reverse breakdance here. Does Jordan Tolan to get himself back into the crease. Doesn't succeed. Rueful smile on his face as he has to depart. Yeah, Birdie in the chat saying availability is good for Hornchurch with a little winky face. So that tells you exactly what you need to know. But certainly it'll be a case of, again, I'm sure, mixing youth and experience, as that one is going to race away. The chase is on for Bhargav Patel, and the ball wins as it's Ollie Burley into bat and straight into the boundaries. The thing is, you want to keep some of those youngsters in the side that got Hornchurch into the quarterfinals in the first place. They wouldn't have got there if it weren't for the likes of Billy Whitlock, of course Joe Ross as well, and Ian Poskett. So it will be about keeping some of the players who have put themselves in contention and put their side into the quarterfinals, and of course are in form, and balancing that with maybe some big hitters, some real star players who can come in and I'm sure do a job at any point. I know that the brains trust of Hornchurch and of course all the other sides will be thinking along those lines, and I'm very much looking forward to the quarterfinals, which of course are coming your way on Thursday.
Take a look at the worm here for this Havering side at the moment. They're well below that red line. That's the line which they need to get a single point from this game. Nowhere near the yellow line, which is for the victory. But yeah, they just need to focus on their own personal accolades here. I'm sure they're not too fussed about the target. Keep in mind, they made just 87 runs in the previous match against Old Brentwood, so if this new look Havering side can do better than that, I think they can take a little victory there, as this is another one that's popped up, and Sharma, what a very nice cameo. Quick fire 22 of just 10. His innings will be cut short here. It's a regulation catch for Kumar Sumit, the captain of this East Londoners side. And I think we might just get what we've all been hoping for here, as Kevin Room is making his way out to the middle.
Yeah, that's what the chat wanted to see. As Kroom, well, he needs to get a bit of a move on. He's seen enough ECN games to realise that the clock is ticking down, but he puts in a little mini sprint to get there. And the chat goes wild as Kroom faces his first ball on the network. And it's a beautiful hoik into the leg side for a single.
And there we go. First ever European Cricket Series runs for Kevin Room. Oh, I needed to see a big celebration after that. I know it's just a run, but that somehow, is that going to be a stumping? I just wonder if that's ricocheted straight onto the stumps from his body, or if he's dislodged the bails before. Yep, no, he dislodged the bails while he wasn't holding onto the ball. So
yeah, just on the availability of some of Hornchurch's youngsters, Graham in the chat saying the schools have already been asked to release the teenagers, so I'm very happy to hear that. Surely the schools have to agree. It's basically summer holidays. There can't be too many important things going on like exams. Overrated. There's not many times you get to play in a cricket quarter-final in front of the cameras, so fingers crossed all of the players, of course there's youngsters in all of the sides featuring in the quarter-finals. Let's hope everyone who wants to play is able to play, because we do really want to see the strongest sides out from all 8 teams that will make it there on Thursday.
Burley just stumbles after that, and it's a good thing that he wasn't run out over there. Let's just take a look at this once again. Going for the scoop shot. Paul Murray's in the house. Maybe he could have a chat with Paul afterwards and ask him how to execute that shot.
He doesn't need help executing that shot, as it's caught 5 meters beyond the boundary by Kawarpreet Singh. I think Ollie Burley's got to go less funky and more agricultural as he hoiks that one away. Will be the end of the 9th, 93 on the board, and it'd be great here if the Havering 11 do manage to get to that 100 mark. And if Kroom gets there with a couple of boundaries, then the crowd will go absolutely ballistic.
Absolutely. That was probably the most important single in European cricket history. As we just take a look at the bowling card here, what a great all-round performance by this East Londoners side, and they've been very solid with their catching as well. Oh, just misses the stumps by a whisker, and the European cricket universe breathes a sigh of relief as Kroom is still out there.
Come on, just throw up a pie, Bhargav. We know you want to.
Down the ground. Is this going to be a 4? Misfield needed. Boos will ring out now as Deepak Khatri does a regulation bit of fielding it long on.
East London is really being spoil sports here, aren't they? Like, Kroom doubles his score, goes from 1 all the way up to 2. Ollie Burley gets a chance now to add to his boundary collection as he hits that one firmly down the ground. It's going to come on top of the 10 and actually go straight over the top, as that's a brilliant hit from Ollie. Clean as a whistle. I thought we were in danger for a moment, but no doubt about that. Over the 10, 6 runs.
Oh, wonderfully struck there by Burley. Beautiful looking shot. Nice flowing stroke. Plays that through the line, and Havering bring up their 100 here in style. A little milestone for them, an improvement from the last match, and that's the important thing for them. It's just about setting personal milestones and not being too fussed about what the target is.
It's not too often we say that on the network, is it? Just go for personal glory, as Ollie Burley does the right thing and gets Kroom back on strike. 2 balls left here. Can he get himself a boundary? He's standing deep in his crease. I think he's eyeing up that leg side. Here we go. And he just delicately flicks it away. And well, he won't get the boundary, but he should, in all likelihood, get the red inker as he gets himself to the safety of the non-striker's end with just the 1 ball to play. And Havering 11 do go over the 100, then 102 is on the board thanks to that big 6 from Ollie Burley. Can he repeat the trick here? Final ball of the day. Goes funky, doesn't get anything. There's a little appeal from Fazal Rehman. Nothing doing from the umpire, so that will be the end of the game and the end of the day. Almost rolled onto the stumps in the end. Ollie Burley, he remains unbeaten, as does Kevin Room. He finishes on 3 off 4. Ollie Burley, an impressive 17 off 9 deliveries, but the East Londoners take the win, take the bonus point, as they put Havering 11 to the sword by 92 runs.
Yeah, comprehensive win here for the East Londoners. They take the bonus point for the second match in a row. They've probably just begun to cement their place at the top of the table, and they'll certainly fancy their chances now in this tournament. Meanwhile, for their opponents, well, they've been well beaten in this match. There's no other way to put it. But you gotta love their intent. They're improving, they're learning, and most importantly, they're enjoying themselves out there. And the important thing is just the attitude and the spirit they play with, which is infectious. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up for you tomorrow. A full slate of 5 games. Guggen against East Londoners in the opening match of the day. That is going to be an almost must-win for Guggen if they still want to be in this race to either get the top spot or even second place. And then Pinnacle Pro will come back for 3 matches. A huge day for Pinnacle Pro. They picked up their first victory of this ECS yesterday, and they want to build on that momentum, although they've got a couple of tough fixtures there against the East Londoners and Guggen. It's time to watch the highlights of this innings. And Havering managed to get a 102 run after mustering just 87 in the previous match. We're just going to take a look at some of the key moments from this innings. And well, it started off with an overthrow, didn't it? The crowd certainly loved that. There was no one backing up there, so they're able to get the boundary. Alexander would then haul one out to mid-wicket, where it would be caught well by Kavalpreet Singh. He'd depart having made 6 runs. We saw Munn smash this 6. He would make 7 of 5, but eventually he'd be dismissed by Shabazz Chauhan. A good bit of bowling by Chauhan. He got rid of Palmer as well. A couple of wickets for him. Flowers struck a boundary off the very first ball he faced. And he would eventually, though, be dismissed by Vicky Segal. A good catch by Owen Palmer to get rid of him. He was clipped there on the elbow, which was rather painful. And you could just see a little feather edge there through to Palmer, who took that catch well.
I didn't notice at the time, actually, that the batter there raised his own finger. He knew that his gig was up and he went off the field. A good bit of sportsmanship there. But there was a nice little kick in the middle orders, wasn't there, for the Havering 11. Tom Overington, Abhi Sharma, and of course Joel Barker, all registering runs between them, all getting boundaries as well. Abhi Sharma particularly impressive, 22 off just 10 deliveries. That's good going in any T10 game. Tom Overington 18 off 10. And that was again the quick work of Owen Palmer to dismiss the captain Jordan Tolan for a golden duck as he went hop, skip and a jumping down the ground. An easy catch there to dismiss Abhi Sharma. And in the end, it was a comfortable win for the East Londoners, but once more, Havering 11 acquit themselves admirably. They get over the 100 mark as well. 102 for 8 is what they finish on. And of course, Kroom with a little cameo at the end, finishing on 3 not out. So unless he gets another go tomorrow, he will have an infinite average on the network. Ollie Burley as well, very impressive towards the bottom. He finishes on 17 off just the 9 deliveries. Taking a look at the bowlers then, East Londoners were able to switch things up just a little, use the 6 bowlers. Kumar Sumit, the captain for this game, was impressive, going for 17 runs off his 2 overs, picking up 2 wickets, and Vicky Segal, impressive figures to say the least, giving away 8 runs and picking up 2 wickets as well. Shabazz Chauhan, Rehman and Patel all in the wickets as well. So there you have it, the final game of the day goes the way of the East Londoners, who march on 6 wins from 6 for them. Havering 11 still looking for their first win, but they're absolute crowd favourites here at Hornchurch, and I know I'll be rooting for them on my day off tomorrow, and surely they could get a win from somewhere, Nish.
Yeah, we'll certainly be hoping that Havering can finally get that W next to them in the column, as the match summary for match number 35 reads that the East Londoners have taken this one by 92 runs. We'll take a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow once again before we round out today's broadcast. Big day of cricket, the last day of group play. Guggen start off against the East Londoners in match number 1. If Guggen want to keep up in that race to get one of those top 2 spots, you feel like they're going to have to win that game. Then big triple header for CFS Pinnacle Pro. They had the day off today. They'll be back tomorrow. They won their last game yesterday, so they'll be looking to build on that momentum. And then Havering 11, home favorites, playing in the last 2 matches of the day.
Very much looking forward to those, as of course Charlie Hunt will be keeping my seat warm. I've got a day off and I'm going to be enjoying some of the action over in Czechia as well, with 2 T20Is coming your way. Czechia against Gibraltar, followed by Gibraltar against Austria. A lot of points on the line there in the ICC rankings, and I'm definitely going to have my 2 screens up tomorrow, Nish. But I think it's been another excellent day, and the Group B comes to an end tomorrow. At the moment, you can't really call it, and I'm already looking forward to those quarterfinals on Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see how the matchups play out, what sort of seeding we'll end up with. I think you can already imagine people are building their brackets and trying to see who's going to make their way to the final. So I look forward to it, and what a fantastic day of cricket we've had here today. Look forward to being back for it tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to move our bodies out of here. I'm going to have a day off tomorrow. Charlie's going to keep my seat warm. I'm looking forward to tuning in from afar. Keep Charlie company. Everyone in the chat, be nice to him. In the meantime, have a lovely evening wherever you are. Thank you for your company, and see you again tomorrow on the European Cricket Network.
Bye.